All right, am I live? We are back in action. So sorry about the brief hiatus introduction. We were just building the suspense. That's all we were doing around here, keeping you guys at the edge of your seats. Okay, that's all we were doing. But yeah, we do have ourselves a show match, or an ace match coming up. My apologies, an ace match coming up right now. Before I got cut off, I was trying to kind of be a big head and figure out which team was going to pick between Barbie Boys and Eurostars. Who was the one person they were going to pick? Obviously, I can't big brain anymore because there's been so much time that's been elapsed. So I'm just going to announce who they picked. I was going to say Cowboy for Barbie and Bronxy for Euro. Big shock, am I right? Everybody probably kind of knew that as well. Cowbay definitely stood out to me as far as in the speed portion of everything goes for Barbie Boys, and of course Bronxy, like I said, one of my favorite players out there. Shout out to Bronxy for Eurostars. So intense 1v1 situation going to happen in front of our eyes. This is only, like I said beforehand, production real quick for the rules, only a 1v1, and on top of that it's a solo speed run in a best of one as well. So that's it. So whoever wins this one between, you know, Cowbay and Bronxy, their team is going to be pushing on to the next portion of this tournament. So I believe all the players should be good to go. All the players should be gearing up, or the two players should be gearing up for both of their teams. So let's all sit back, relax, and enjoy what I like to say is a pretty rare occasion here for Kart Rider Drift. We get ourselves a nice ace match. So I've only seen it probably, I think, 2 times. I think this might be the third or second time I've actually seen an ace match between 2 teams. So that's how rare these ones kind of come and go. So maybe as you know, more people join the Discord, maybe more people when they join the Discord and more people start to download Kart Rider Drift and realize what a great game it is, then we'll start to see a lot more players on the up and up, and maybe we'll see a lot more ace matches. They won't be so rare anymore. But if you guys want to get yourselves inside the Discord, go ahead and ! Discord in the chat. It should pop up. That should be the Discord. You guys should be able to go join that one. On top of it else, if you guys are just using your phone, or you're sitting here on your computer using your phone, take out your phone, scan the QR code right there above my head. It should take you guys to the Discord as well. So all that being said, we're going to have ourselves a 1v1 on Extreme Stadium for our ace match. And the Extreme Stadium is one of these maps right here, just so crucial with some of these turns. A 2-lapper, a couple of hop, skips, and jumps. You have to be kind of perfect with some of these tight corners and some of these paths that you kind of take. And the 1v1 is just so crucial as well, because you rely on yourself, your speed, you rely on just all the nitrous that you can build up from yourself, some of these drifting lines that you kind of have to go into. Cowbay doing a good job keeping Bronxy at bay. But like I said, this is a 2-lapper. So this first lap not gonna matter too much unless something crazy kind of happens with one of these U-turns. Now watch out for this gap around this next U-turn right here. It's a little bit of a jump. You see it right there. Bronxy nails it. Cowbay nails it. And then of course it goes into the launch with a little bit of a drift right there too. But the distance right now that Cowbay is putting onto Bronxy is just huge. 126 meters away. Cowbay just so speedy out here. As you can see, Bronxy like 2 seconds behind Cowbay at this point in time, and on top of everything else, not letting up on the speed as far as that goes. A whole turn and a half probably behind right now is Bronxy. Gonna be approaching this sketchy situation right now for Cowbay, going into these 3 back-to-back U-turns. There's 1. Bronxy catching up though, making up on some speed. There's 2. Here comes the jump now as well. Cowbay should nail this one. The finish line coming up. Cowbay still perfect with the hop and the jump and the nitrous. A flawless win right there from Cowbay, putting seconds over Bronxy and going to be moving Barbie Boys into the next portion of this tournament. Big finish right there for Cowbay. Bronxy put up a valiant effort, and so did Eurostars put up a valiant effort as well, but a whole 2 or 3 seconds, 2.5 to 3 seconds, 2.6 seconds, I should say. It's right there on the screen. I guess I can read it. 2.6 seconds difference. That's a huge gap right there from Cowbay to Bronxy. Big time finish right there for Cowbay. Big time finish right there for Barbie Boys as well. And that's going to do it here for the portion in the first round here for Group C. Real quick production before we go to break. Flash the group standings real quick, just to show some love and support to all the other players and groups out here as well. There's the standings right there. Obviously not updated. Barbie Boys showing up there twice for Group C. There it is, updated real time. You guys are welcome. But yeah, Wall Perspective, Clover, Excalibur, Goons, TTKR, Barbie Boys, TSA, Pingu, all of those ones pick up the first round wins here and moving on to the next portion of this tournament. What a banger of a series we had ourselves here for the first portion of this matchup. We have some more Kart Rider Drift coming for you guys in the future. Don't go anywhere. I promise you guys gonna want to see this action. We'll be right back. And welcome back. I appreciate you guys so very much for hanging with us through that break. We're trying to set some things up, get some maps picked, maps banned, things of that nature, doing things that you guys don't really care about. But my name is Whoopshoot. Joined alongside of me is nobody and by myself. The Axel may be coming in through later on for some casting with me as well. If you guys are just joining us, you guys missed a banger matchup against Barbie Boys versus Eurostars, but that one is in the past. We actually, I'll talk about it just a tad bit. We winning the speed portion of that one was Barbie Boys. They won that one relatively easy, busting out the brooms, winning in a 3-0 sweep. Then the Eurostar side of the side of the field, basically they had the item portion of Cartwriter Drift, and it took them all 5 rounds to best the Barbie Boys, which forced an ace situation. The ace situation being between Cowbay and Broxy, and then Cowbay just dominated in the speed portion of that one, and ultimately pushing Barbie Boys further into the next round of this tournament. But now we have ourselves another matchup. And it looks like we're gonna have Goons versus, I believe, Excalibur next on the docket right now. They really went through and they took the bands and did the map picks and things of that nature. So it should be appearing on your screen right there at the bottom of your screen. It should say map number 1 being picked by the Goons. That's going to be Singapore Circuit. And then, of course, round number 2 being picked by Excalibur. And that one was going to be Boom Hill Tunnel, one of my favorite maps right there as well. Round number 3, Korea Circuits. Round number 4, Extreme Stadium, which we just saw, that 1v1, that ace show match, Extreme Stadium. And then round number 5, I think still hasn't been picked yet. I'm not too sure. Actually, no, Brazil Circuit. My apologies. Brazil Circuit being that round number 5, if need be. So how this works, this is a best of 5 matchup. Basically, the first team to win 3 or get 3 points on the board wins this portion of the round, I guess you could kind of say, and then we switch over to the item portion of it. So right now we're gonna be starting off and focusing on the speed portion of this of Cartwriter Drift. The first map gonna be Singapore Circuits, and it's gonna be Excalibur versus Goons. So who do you guys have winning this matchup? That is the biggest question I think we have out here as the lobby gets kind of picked up and prepped and ready to go. A lot of kind of stuff going on to the back end of things that are happening right now. I was going to try to look up essentially Deus. You know, we're on his channel. He's on this Excalibur team, and he has a bunch of people with him as well. Noodle Brain being on this roster right here, and then Cole, of course, Kalia being on this roster too. Another name I know, love as well. Here for Cartwriter Drift, taking on the Goons team. Korean Fob, huge name here inside Cartwriter Drift. Sano, Gin, and Donut as well on that Goons team. I forgot about Sarah, aka Rencon, on Excalibur 2. So that's the 4 people on Excalibur: Deus, Kolia, Noodle Brain, and Rencon. So huge two titans of the team making it past round number 1, now meeting themselves here in round number 2 as well. So lots of good matchups, lots of good teams here. Really excited to get this one going. So for those of you just joining us, this is Cartwriter Drift. Cartwriter Drift is a multi-platform free-to-play game. If you guys are interested in playing this game, go ahead and download it, whether it be for you know, your phone, whether it be for your console, whatever it may be. Download it, give it a try. I promise you guys will have a fun time. Whether you play speed, whether you play item, you guys can go ahead and try it out yourself and essentially, you know, tell me how fun it is, because it's a really fun game. I played it beforehand in the past. Even before I started casting the game, I actually fell in love with the game first. So I was like, oh man, this is a free-to-play game. Let me try it out one night with me and my friends, and we stayed up for like 3, 4, 5 hours playing the game, and it was just so much fun. And then I started like hooking up with some of the people here inside the you know, on the back end for tournament organizers and things of that nature. And then I found this community here on Deus's channel, and if you guys want to join it, ! Discord in the chat. You guys might be able to find the Discord link. If not, it's on a timer. You guys can find it. And if you guys really want to pull out your phone, scan this QR code right here and join it that way. Lots of new members joining constantly, a lot of new faces that we've seen from the last event that we had, and we're going to be having a lot more events here in the future. And it's getting a lot more support as well from Nexon, so shout out to Nexon as well. Like I said beforehand in the past, adding the observer client for us is a huge W for us as far as the production standpoint goes. It doesn't beforehand in the past, it was such a pain to kind of get the perspectives and the players and switching things out. There was so much that went into it. Now it's just so much less strenuous for us to kind of put on a production and a good show for everybody. So shout out to Nexon for the, listening to us and obviously providing us with that observer camera. But enough about that. We're going to talk a little bit about the tournament real quick. If you want to flash the rules up, Panda, what we're doing out here is the speed portion of the single round robin group stage. We're doing the speed portion, then we have the item portion later. So essentially what the speed portion is it's all about speed. It's all about map recognition. It's about you maintaining your boost, getting your drift lines going, relying on your teammates to do the same thing. Turning that red nitrous into blue nitrous is so crucial. It gives you so much more of a boost forward. And basically that's the speed portion arguably is so competitive. And on top of that, it doesn't rely on who the first player is to finish across the finish line. It comes down to you and your team essentially, and it's points based depending on where you place. So right now we're in the single round elimination tournament, are in a single round elimination tournament right now. The top 2 teams from each group progress into the elimination knockout stage, which is what we are in now. We already did the first portion of the group staging. All the teams have been pretty much picked and decided, and then now we switch over to like I said, that speed portion item is coming a little bit later. So yeah, I think we're ready for the match to start here pretty soon. We did the map picks, the map bans, which is a new aspect, a new element of it as well. It gives a little bit more of like, hey, if you're not too favorable of one map and you want to get it out of here and ban it, you have the power to kind of do so. And on top of that, you have the power to kind of pick your better maps for you and your team that you guys may be favored on one map rather than a different map. You know what I mean? So it adds a little bit more element to it as well, and it adds a lot more flair to it too. So yeah, basically one more time I want to show those map picks and map bans, maybe talk a little bit about those maps, just a couple of them that I have seen. Right now what's happening, we're waiting for the players to kind of join the lobby so we can get everything going for this next set of best of 3 between Goons and Excalibur, like I said before. So right there at the bottom of the screen, you guys can see Singapore Circuit is going to be the first map, and that was picked by the Goons. And of course, being banned right there is Rio de Janeiro, one of my favorite maps. It's just a twisty, turny one-lapper, and what I mean by that is there's only one lap on it. It's just straight downhill the whole entire time until the finish line. Always add some excitement, always add some flair and a different element to it as well. Miami Drive, one of those maps I'm not really too familiar with. I think just what's it called? Just added a while ago. And then, like I said, rounding out on the middle, this round number 2 being picked by Excalibur is Boom Hill Tunnel. Really good map, classic map that we've seen time and time again. Korea Circuit, a newer map, but still a lot of cuts, a lot of drifts on that one as well. Well, little shortcuts too, depending on how you play and you use your boosts and utilize your boosts. You can kind of cut yourself across the grass and get yourself back on the pathing as well. So we appreciate you guys so very much with being here. My name is Whoopshoe. Been casting Kart Rider Drift for a couple of months. I would say probably close to 6 months at this point, or maybe even a little bit shorter than that. But still, I think it's about my 3rd or 4th event casting this. It's so much fun. Such a super fun game. And really excited to showcase this for everybody out here as well. If you guys are new to the community, or if you guys are still a veteran of the community and you're not a part of the actual community, you guys are doing a big mistake and a misjustice to yourself. I promise you that one. So just waiting for, like I said beforehand, waiting for everybody to kind of join and get inside this lobby so we can kind of get things going. I'm not too sure. Panda, can you tell me group standing? Can we show that real quick on the screen? I just want to kind of talk about that for a hot second and show you guys what happened with the round number 1, basically where we are and what's been going on here essentially, as to where we are. I'm not too sure if that graphic is ready for you guys or not, but regardless of the fact we need to we need to get the show rolling and get these players into the lobby. So if you guys are hearing my voice, please get into the lobby. So that's what I'm trying to say, Dayhouse. I'm trying to say we need some action out here, okay? So yeah, this is Kart Rider Drift. It's a free-to-play game. Huge, like I said, you guys need to try this out. Find it on Steam. If you have Xbox, PlayStation, I believe it's on Switch as well, on your mobile phone. So if it's on mobile, it should be on Switch. That's the way I kind of see it. Let's get the show rolling. If you guys are not familiar with it, I'm telling you, it's a super fun, fast-paced game, highly addictive. If you guys are here for the first time, drops are enabled as well. Get your guys some drops to stay in the stream for a couple hours, whatever it may be. Get your guys some cosmetics in the game. Cosmetics, do they matter? A little bit in the game. A lot of players always kind of talking about like different cars and stuff inside the game, whether it be, you know, some of the hitboxes, or we were talking about the New York City tour bus earlier today that we saw on the stream, and we talked about how much of a big body, the impact, and how much of a body that one can kind of happen as well. You know what I mean? Taking some of those physical hits and not being overtaken as easily than some of these other players out here, and some of these other like speedier, faster looking cars. Some of the other cars like the minecart as well. Very controversial. We talked about that a couple streams ago as well. So shout out, like I said, once again, to Nexon for this new and improved like spectator client. We love it. The observer client is awesome. This is what this looks like right here for inside the in-game lobby. And the first map we have on our docket is going to be Singapore Circuit. We see a bunch of players just eager and excited and ready to go. Like I said beforehand, though, Goons versus Excalibur in this tournament. You got Donut, Goons, Sano, and Korean Fob on the Goon side of the field. Excalibur has Noodle Brain, Dayhouse, Koalia, and I'm not too sure if they're missing a player or not, but from my perspective, it looks like they're missing a player. But regardless, the show must go on. Let's go. This is Singapore Circuit, and this is the Rivals Team Showdown. Excalibur versus Goons, and we have ourselves a two-lapper here on Singapore Circuit. Gotta be very careful around some of these twists and some of these turns as well. A couple of these twists and turns get really hairy. A couple of the junk cups as well. This is what you see. We're on board with Donut right here. You can see Donut trying to drift left and right, trying to maintain some of that red boost, turn it into the blue nitrous. And you see right now the blue team, Excalibur, turning a lot of their red nitrous into the blue nitrous. And the advantage of that is a couple of seconds for the duration. The blue lasts. Yeah, the game finished. Khazix, do we have any word as to why? Yeah, it's still on stream. I can see it now. Sorry about the technical difficulties, everybody. My apologies. A little bit of a lag situation right there where everything kind of just crashed on our end, but it seems as though we have it fixed, and it looks like the Goons are going to take this game number one 26-12 in favor of the Goons. A huge dominated win here in game number one. Donut finishing first place, 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Korean Fob in that second place spot as well, almost about a second behind their partner there in that second place spot. So Koalia doing a good job for the blue team, trying to combat against Korean Fob and trying to do a good job combating against Donut as well. Just did not work out in their favor, though, as they take that third place spot by a whole second and a half almost in third place. So game number one going to be going in favor of the Goons, but that's still only match number one. We still have a bunch of different maps to play through, so give us a second as we kind of work on some things on the back end to set things up. But still a good showing here in game number 1 for the Goons. Very, very powerful start to push them out in front. And like I said beforehand, this is a little bit different twist of a tournament that we have right now. We start off with the speed portion of the tournament. Kart Rider Drift is such, like I said, a fun game. It has 2 different aspects to it. They have a speed portion where you have a lot of these guys who are people, I should say, who are speed runners and come through and they basically just memorize a lot of these drift spots, a lot of these turns, a lot of these twists, going for world record runs at some points in time as well. You know, whether it be solo or against people, just going for some of these world record runs. And then you have the item portion, which is more RNG based. You have a lot of different items that kind of come through and add to the elements of chaos as well, I like to say. And I love the item portion of this map. I love the item portion of this tournament, I should say, because you see a bunch of crazy finishes, a bunch of crazy things that kind of happen, and it gets a little bit chaotic, and I love it. I love the chaos. But at the same time, that's not going to say that you know, the speed portion of this doesn't add that chaos as well. You know, the speed portion, you have so much more that ensues. You have to rely on your teammates to hit their drift spots. You have to rely on your teammates to kind of move up in the right positions as well. Maybe start to cart block and body block some of those tight-knit, narrow corners and get in front of the face of the opposition to kind of, you know, secure that first and second place spot, or even sometimes the middle of the pack. We have seen sometimes before in the past where 3rd and 4th place are just as crucial in a finish or a placement as 1st and 2nd and 3rd can be. So it's all point based. If what's it called, if you have a red team member and a blue team member finish in 1st and 2nd, and then you have a blue team member finish in 3rd, like that's where the points start to get like a lot more. You know, you see sometimes, you know, it could be like a 22-20 victory in favor of one team. Something kind of crazy like that kind of happens and ensues. So it's happened before in the past on the stream. I can foresee it happening the longer and longer this tournament kind of progresses. So we have ourselves a banger of a matchup, like I said, a banger of a format as well. And basically we're just waiting for the players to kind of join. But some of the maps, like I said beforehand, are just always so crucial. And typically what you see is you start to see some of the maps start to play into the people who are picking them. That's why it's so crucial to see who's picking what, and what map they're kind of banning as well. Because like I said, you could be favored on one map and not like the other map as well. So right now, up next is going to be Boom Hill Tunnel, one of my favorite maps right here. Definitely one of those OG maps too. A lot of chaos that kind of goes in this map as well. A lot of strategy that goes in the map as well. There's a couple of nice wide turns. Some people might take them a little bit too wide, and you cut them off, and on the inside lane too. It gets really, really crazy and really chaotic. Oh, my apologies. We have the wrong map that was flashed on the screen for you guys. It is going to be... Actually, no, it should be Boom Hill Tunnel. My apologies. We're going to sort out some things. A very, very short break. Please stick around. I urge you guys. We have some awesome action. Please stick around after this break. We're going to sort a couple of things out, as I think one player DC'd from the lobby. So give us a quick minute to fix everything on the back end. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Hello. Sorry for the delay. Our apologies. Working on a couple of things in the back end. We were trying to, wait for a player to join, but unfortunately, I think that player has not joined. So the show must go on. And this is going to be Excalibur versus Goons. Korean Fob, Sano, Jin, and Donuts on the Goon squad. And Excalibur is going to be Deus, Koalia, Noodle Brain, and then that's going to be Reknon, who was that player, aka Sarah, who was missing there for Excalibur. So hopping into match number 1, we're going to go ahead and move on to Boom Hill Tunnel. This is currently going to be a 4v3 situation, so it's going to be a little bit of a disadvantage here for Excalibur coming into this matchup just naturally based upon points and things of that nature. So they're going to be playing at a disadvantage once again. So I'm going to be hopping into this one. If you guys are new here, this is Kart Rider Drift, and this is the speed portion of this tournament. My name is Whoopshu, and we have ourselves a good matchup out here between these two teams. Like I said beforehand, Excalibur, Deus, this is his Twitch channel right here. He has to represent and show up, and right now, currently, Deus is sitting in last place on 7th place right now, so unfortunate. But the top 3 spots, we have Goons, Sano, and Donuts, all 3 members right now holding down the fort for the Goon squad. If you guys are new to Kart Rider, as Donut spins out around that one tight-knit corner, you can see on the bottom of the screen the nitrous that plays such a crucial role into some of these drift cuts and some of these turns as well. This is a one-lapper as well, by the way, for Boom Hill Tunnel. Such a fun map. And those red nitruses, you can see the boost meter charging up. As soon as you get them charged up, the blue one charges up too, and it turns into that blue nitrous, which is so crucial. Now watch these turns right here. This is so crucial. On the jump, you see them hop over the boxes, have to avoid the boxes. Somebody gets tangled up back there. And then you have to hit the second jump too. Donut is going to show you how to do it as well. They do hit over that second jump, but in first place, Korean Fob going to be solidifying that one, followed by Koalia, followed by Noodle Brain. Donut in 4th place as well. Goon is going to be in 5th place, and then Deus is going to go ahead and pick up a DNF. Unfortunately, not finishing the race, but at the same time, we still know him, we still love him, and looks like the Goon squad going to be picking up this win here on Boom Hill Tunnel, 22-14, top right hand of the screen. That's why it's so crucial right here for the speed portion of this matchup for placements. First place taking home a majority of those points. That's 10 points in their favor. And then Koalia and Noodle Brain taking home 14 points by themselves. But like I said, playing at a disadvantage right now is the Excalibur team, only with 3 members. And we were waiting like the longest we possibly can to halt the production, essentially, and try to make this as even as possible. But moving on to match point now is going to be the Goon team, pretty much picking up their 2nd win here of this speed portion. They won the first one, that was Singapore. Now they won the 2nd one, which is Boom Hill Tunnel. Now we're going to be moving on to the 3rd match between these two teams for the speed portion. I believe it's going to be Korea Circuits is going to be the next match up on the list, and if need be, the next match after that one is going to be Extreme Stadium, which is one of my favorite maps here on Kart Rider Drift. So we appreciate you guys. We thank you guys very, very much for dealing with a lot of these production issues that we had, but at the same time, we're trying to put on the best show possible for you guys. And on top of all that, we're trying to do the best that we can. A lot of these people out here donating their time, energy, efforts to make this show possible, make this show what it is, and we do a heck of a job. And with the new Observer edition for us, it was huge for production and showing you guys some of these angles and showing you guys some of these different perspectives that we have now. The Observer client is huge, so thanks a lot to Nexon for that buff that we can now put on a good show. If you guys are interested in joining this circuit, if you guys are interested in joining the Rivals circuit, then please go ahead, scan the QR code above my head, or in the Discord. Join the Discord. If you guys think you guys are better than some of these players out here, get your guys' selves in the Discord. Try to compete. Try to get yourself on a team. Maybe in the future, I'll be casting one of you guys on the stream. So it looks like Sarah, the 4th member from Excalibur, has finally showed up, and we should be getting the show underway here for Korea Circuit. Maybe this last and final map, depending on if Excalibur, Deus's team, is going to put up a fight or not. So we're going to see if they're going to do that, put up a good fight here on Korea Circuit. By the way, this is a free game. You guys can play this on any of your consoles. You can play it on Steam. You can play it on your phone. Download it. It is absolutely free, and it's a very, very fun, addicting game. I promise you that much. But if you stay in the stream, you can farm yourself some drops as well. Kart Rider's always doing such a good job supplying some free items for you guys to kind of, you know, make you guys' cars look snazzy and make them look all fast and cool as well, and get you guys some good avatars too. Hopping into this matchup though for Korea Circuits, we have Korean Fob in first place, Donut in second place, Seno in third place, Sarah moving up in the ranks now in third place with a good overtake across the grass. That's a tight cut right there for Seno, and Sarah battling it out. Noodle Brain pushing up to fourth place as well. Seno trying to combat Koalia in that sixth place spot, pushing them back further and further. Almost a second differential in that first place spot right now. Donut and Korea Fob holding down the fort so far. Excalibur desperately needs to push their way up the rank. Right now, they're holding down the middle of the pack. You guys can see third, fourth, fifth place, sixth place was all controlled right now from Excalibur. Deos doing a good job right now combating Korean Fob and Goons, but ultimately falling right back down to eighth place as well. Donut commanding the lead so far. A little bit of a gap, maybe about a half of a second in that first place spot. Should be coming up in the final couple turns here for Korea Circuit. Everyone getting tangled up right there on that corner. That's such a deadly turn. You got to kind of conserve your boost as you kind of approach the grass as well. Donut still in first place. Finish line up ahead. Koalia trying to catch up. Can Koalia do it? Keep the open dream alive. Can't pull off the victory. Goon is going to push up to third place as well. And fourth place going to be taken from Seno as well. What a tight race towards the tail end of everything. Excalibur almost had that one, but ultimately going to fall to points. So unfortunately going to get swept here in the first part of the speed portion. 23-17 this matchup here on Korea Circuit. So we're going to be switching over to the item portion of this tournament as well. Obviously, like I said beforehand, 3-0 victory over Excalibur in the speed portion. So that one's going to come and go to the wayside. Now we switch over to the item portion, which is so much fun. I personally love the item portion of the tournament. I love the item portion of Kart Rider Drift as well, because of the fact that there's so much RNG involved, and it makes it so much more fun, in my personal opinion. We've seen some crazy shenanigans happen out here on the pitch. By the way, just letting you know, I was gonna say Panda. Yeah, I wasn't on screen just yet. So many crazy things kind of happen out here on the pitch for item portion. For those of you who are not aware what the item portion is, it's similar. They have these little pickups, these little power-up pickups that are on the map basically, and I love them because like they're theme based. So if you're on like a Egyptian type map type style, they turn into like little pyramids, and you pick them up and they give you certain power-ups. And I was trying to talk you guys through the power-ups, what they do differently, and things of that nature. Usually we have a beautiful graphic on the screen. I don't think we have that this time around, but definitely in the future we're going to have that graphic for you guys to kind of break down what each item is. There's UFOs basically pull you up in the air and hold you there for a couple of seconds, but to counteract that you have the anti-UFO type thing. You have missiles and water bombs. The missiles and water bombs can be prevented by the shields, the shield power up as well. You have something called like the Guardian pickup with the Guardian wings. Basically that prevents all damage to all of your teammates for about 3 to 4 seconds. There's a lot of RNG base with it, not only with the items but also with the maps as well. So I believe the first map we're going to be seeing, if you can show the they picked the map and the ban list as well already. I'm not sure if that graphic is ready and good to go, but we did pick the maps for that one as well. We did pick the ban list. There it is right there at the bottom of the screen. Magma Cavern, one of my favorite maps. Like I said beforehand, a lot of RNG with the With the map itself, you can see the little bit of tiny on the wood portion of it. You can fall off either side or even get hit with like some sort of magma ball, like from just the map itself. So interesting to see, Team Excalibur pick that one first. Then you have a polar pipe, or a polar half pipe, my apologies, which we've seen that one on stream earlier today, the last matchup that we had. Of course, round number 3 is going to be Town Hall. And then if need be, round 4 and round 5, Cogwheel Crush. Such a good map right there too. So much RNG as far as the map goes. There's so much that kind of goes into it as well. And then of course, rounding things out is the Venice Gondola Tour, which we've seen that one on stream earlier today too. The guys with the little boats with the paddles. So much fun. So intuitive as well. So we're waiting for the players to be all ready. We should be hopping into this first matchup here for Magma Cavern, Excalibur versus Goons. And if you guys, like I said, there's two different what's the word I'm looking for here, two different communities essentially. A lot of people could be better at items, a lot of people could be better at speed. I know I'm kind of repeating myself, but there's new viewers here in the chat, so I want to kind of not sway them. If they're not a fan of speed, then that's okay. You can always make up for it on the back end with this item mode as well, because you can get that RNG factor. Just be better at item in general, because some of the maps might be a little bit more to your liking as well. So yeah, that's pretty much the rival circuit in a nutshell, and that's why I love it so much as well. And crazy thing is if Excalibur managed to beat Goons here, they're gonna tie this series up 1-1, and then we go to an ace match, which is a 1v1 down a map. And basically we just seen that happen last series. So they are possible, although they are rare, they're possible. You see the little magma ball hopping in the background back there. You always gotta be careful and wary of that. This is a 3-lapper. As you can see, we're inside of a cavern, a magma cavern, and the pickups are gems, which, like I said, stay true to the theme. And this is one of the hairy port. You can get bumped off of this portion. Good water bomb coming out as well for the first portion of this match. There goes a lightning strike coming through. The nice little water bomb as well. First place right now, Sano. Goonskin going to be in second place. Donut in third place as well. Donut off of the map, and that's why you have to be careful. The barriers coming out as well, going to slow down Sano just a little bit. Still in first place by, I believe, about 5 seconds is what that said at the time where everybody crossed. Let's quickly, we're on lap number 2. Excalibur find themselves in the bottom ladder of this portion, only temporarily though. Noodle Brain with a good drift around that corner. Gonna be pushing up, getting hit by the water ball as well. Trapped inside the bubble for about 2 to 3 seconds, and sometimes that's so crucial. Donut still in first place. Deos though pushing up second place. Everybody getting hit by a water ball in second place, or third place and below. My apologies. And Deos with the overtake in first place. Barriers coming out. There goes a UFO negator as well from Donuts. Gonna stop that UFO from picking him up. Deos falls back into second place. Sarah now pushing up as well. And this is so different from speed, by the way. I forgot to mention this, that only the first player who crosses the finish line wins the map for their whole entire team. So it's so crucial to get that first place spot. Now we're approaching the finish line. Deos in first place. Sano trying to catch up. Noodle Brain in second place. Sano gets bopped back as well. Sarah's in third. Noodle Brain using the environment, bouncing off that wall. Deos should have this one. Only 50 meters to go. There he is. He crosses. He's going to win. And look at everybody from Excalibur taking number 1 through 4. An insane performance right here on this first map on Magma Cavern. A very rare perfect win from Excalibur, especially being down in the speed portion, coming through and combating Goons on Magma Cavern. Absolutely phenomenal performance right here. And you can see the difference in numbers. 204 for Deos. And then the first person to cross is Goons at 207. So a whole almost 3-second differential between the two teams. Magma Cavern going in favor of Excalibur. So we're switching over to a new map real quick. as we get everything all situated and pulled up. That was such a good showing. Wow, impressive performance. Like I said beforehand, Excalibur can still pull this one off. They can pull off a sweep of their own here in the item portion, and this is why I like it so much, because you might like the item portion more in Kart Rider Drift than you do the speed portion in Kart Rider Drift. But the next map is going to be, I believe, yeah, Glacier Polar Halfpipe, which is a good map as well. We've seen it earlier on the stream. It gets a little bit dicey, it gets a little bit hairy. Sometimes you get like yourself too far up on some of the ramps and you get stuck on some of the ramps. There's also a top portion, bottom portion, a couple of little, like not jump cuts necessarily, but shortcuts that kind of take you to certain, not certain items, but item power-ups. You cross the finish line, or you cross some of those item power-ups, you know what I mean? So it's a good map. Like I said beforehand, can't really hype it up too much. We've seen it on stream earlier today, but I want to hype up Excalibur coming out here with the perfect. Absolutely beautiful. I think that's the first perfect we actually had on stream today, so hats off to them. If you guys want to try Kart Rider Drift, try it. I'm telling you, it's so much fun. I played it for the first time like 4 or 5 months ago, fell in love with it with my friends. Some of these players have been playing for upwards of what, 10 years or something like that. Have a huge community here for Kart Rider Drift, and they love the game, they play the game, and a lot of people trying to make this possible on the back end. So hopping into Glacier Polar Halfpipe, you see Donut trying to farm for a couple of drops, and the reason why they do that is because only a couple of drops spawn in certain locations. So if you're in 8th place, they try to help you out by giving you a couple of different power-ups, but with the team portion of it, they definitely play into a crucial role. Donut getting hit up by the water ball there. This is a crucial turn for a lot of players. Deos in 1st place, holding that one down. Sarah 2nd place. Coalia in 3rd place as well. Noodle Brain, as I say, was in 5th place temporarily. Sano battling back a lot of those players from Excalibur. Donut now advanced up to that 2nd place spot. Was in 3rd place. Korean Fob in that 3rd place spot too. And so many position changes. This is where things kind of get dicey. You see Sano hitting that barrier. Couldn't really avoid it at that point in time. Does get the nitrous boost, pushes himself up to 2nd place, quickly approaching Deos in 1st place. Does overtake Deos in 1st place as well. Drops down from the heavens. Gonna pick up a couple items, has himself a shield, and when you're in 1st place, that shield is so crucial. When you pop that, you get hit by a water ball. He does get hit by, I think, a water ball or a missile, one of the two. Falling right back down, or getting right back up into 1st place, my apologies, is Deos. Coalia in 3rd place, now overtaking the 2nd place. That's gonna be a good position for Coalia to be in, to give some support right there to Deos. Coalia gets hit with a missile. Deos and Coalia both trading. Coalia with the body block right now on the Sano. Still, maybe Excalibur can go for a double perfect back to back. Can that be possible? 300 meters to go right now for 1st place. Last turn right here. Goon's in 1st place. Goon might get hit with a couple of power-ups as well. Deos, the barrier coming out too. Goon's is going to hang on to it and win in 1st place. I was hoping to see a couple of power-ups pop out, but Goons came out of nowhere and took that 1st place victory for Goons, for the Goon team, I should say. And they're going to tie this series up 1-1. 34 passes right there for Goons. Goons Gin. Absolutely crazy, crazy. Came out of nowhere victory. Pushing their way up into that 1st place spot. And like I said, tying the series up 1-1. So we should be seeing the next match between these two teams. And wow, like I said, crazy. Anything can happen. RNG madness. So crazy. That's why I love Item so much. Because we have some crazy, I've seen some crazy finishes. I really have. So the next match is going to be Town Hall. And I'm not too familiar with this match. I think this is the one with the clock tower. Correct me if I'm wrong. Production. I think it's the map that you see in the background right here. Is that the right map? I believe it's the one with the clock tower in the middle with the ramp. I'm not too sure. I think that's what it is. And there's a couple of boxes behind the clock tower with like one of the final turns, like towards the tail end of the finish line, that sometimes play a huge role into who wins this match. I've seen it happen before where a player can accidentally crash into that, just nick it, and just bounce some players into a box and save themselves. There's so much chaos on the back end of this map. I love it so much. And on top of that, like I said, just some of the power-ups where you can use, like the barrier is so crucial in that situation. You can water ball in that situation and trap some of those players to overtake. And it's like it happens so fast. Once we get onto the map, I'll try to point it out to you guys. But once you get by the boxes and you hit that final e-brake turn around the corner to hit the finish line, oh my goodness, it gets really hairy, really dicey, really quick. So we're gonna see how crazy things get once everybody is ready to go. We should be getting the match to you guys very shortly. But what a showing so far for Excalibur and Goons. Goons winning that second matchup. Excalibur coming out with a perfect in the first game. Goons coming out with a sweep in the first series versus, you know, in the speed portion of this. That's why I love this, man. That's why I love Kart Rider Drift. Shout out to all you players out here in the chat. There's a lot of new people out here, you know, experiencing and watching Kart Rider Drift for the first time. So shout out to you guys for being here. If you guys have any questions whatsoever, man, we have a lovely community of people who love to help and love to bring on new players, because we all just want the same thing, and that's for Kart Rider Drift to just grow and grow and become a worldwide phenomenon, like it, you know, pretty much is, you know. But it's coming over to the west over here. We're doing our absolute best to kind of, you know, show what Kart Rider Drift is to everybody out here. If you guys haven't yet, please follow Deos, one of the competitors out here. This is his Twitch channel. One of the front runners here for Kart Rider Drift. Been playing Kart Rider Drift for such a long time. You see him farming for some drops right there as well. He gets himself a missile and some nitrous. Only some red nitrous right there. There's the UFO. See how it picks you up in the air and disrupts you for a couple of seconds. You have to have that anti-UFO to kind of combat that as well. There is a magnet too. Donut in 7th place, down there in 8th place now, has a magnet in his pocket. And that magnet pushes you, pulls the player that it locks onto back, and it pulls you forward past them. And there's that hairy, dicey corner right there. One of them, you kind of get tripped up, and some crazy things kind of happen there as well. This is only match number 2 in this tournament. We still have a bunch of matches to go. I love this top-down view. It just adds so much more of a different element to Kart Rider Drift. Sarah getting bought back into about 5th place, and even further now from that UFO. Everybody's so close-knit, man. It's such a high competitive. Nice water bomb right there, right before all these little hops, skips, and jumps. And this is the turn, the U-turn right here. A lot of things can happen. Final lap, though, is in full effect. Korean Fob in 1st place, Noodlebrain 2nd place, Goons in 3rd place. Sarah now in that 3rd place spot. Back and forth action we go. Korean Fob still holding on that 1st place spot. There needs to be some separation. Korean Fob might push past, might get the gap big enough. Korean Fob up in the air, gets actually UFO'd. Could slow them down temporarily. I'm not too sure if we seen the anti-UFO come out or not, but I think that they might have got the anti-UFO. There goes another UFO going on Korean Fob. Crossing, maybe not enough speed, not too sure. Korean Fob, this could be a little bit dicey. Just finishing in 1st place. But regardless, the insurance right there from Goons in 2nd place still holds it down. I want to see the numbers with this one, because this one was so close towards the tail end. Deos was in third place as well. So such a close race towards the tail end right there. 2 minutes for Korean Fob, 2 minutes for Goon as well. And then the 2:01 for Deos. Look how close that gets down to towards the tail end of that one. Everybody finishing with about 2 seconds differential from one another. A second and a half, my apologies, differential from each other. So crazy. That's why I love Item. But 2-1. Now match point in favor of Goons. Excalibur have found themselves in a little bit of a predicament now, because I believe that was their map that they picked. So now they have to win against Goons on a map that Goons have picked and force the game number 5 in order to stay alive in this tournament, because this is single elimination. I believe the next map should be Cogwheel Crush, and this is such a fun map to play. You guys are going to see basically a lot of RNG on this map as well. I believe there's a shortcut on this map too that gets a little bit hairy, a little bit dicey as well, where there's like a jump over, I think like a little acid pit type situation. Not to mention just the natural RNG elements that are on the map itself. There's like this big cog wheel that spins around. To top everything else off, there's like some barriers or a ramp or whatever that moves left to right, and you have to kind of hit that perfectly in order to hit the next portion of the map, like without being slowed down. So very, very crucial placement sometime with some of these power-ups that these players get out here. So it's going to be very interesting to watch some of the best players in the world out here play on this Cogwheel Crush. So hopping into this game, 2 laps here on Cogwheel Crush. Like I said beforehand, those power-ups, man, you gotta love them. Like when they switch over, like right now, these are like little nuts that you pick up on the field. I love this stuff, that dynamic, that little element. As you see Noodle Brain almost falling off the map there. Well, by the way, you can play this game on controller or on keyboard. A lot of players will tell you keyboard mouse is a little bit better. Some people just naturally like the controller though, so both are available here in Kart Rider. And this is the RNG aspect as well. The robot, oh my goodness, I forgot about that guy. We've seen it happen beforehand in the past where it gets a little bit crazy, where he just kind of sways out in front of you. First place, Deos holding it down. Korean Fob in second place, very, very close. You see the methodical touch off of the wall. And then the portals right here too. This is the RNG from the actual map. There's the ramp we were talking about. Going for the power-ups though on the lower end is Koalia. Koalia now going to make themselves up back into that 4th place spot. Very, very close. 2 members of each team in this top 4. Korean Fob. Oh, Sarah almost falling off the map. Saves himself though. Korean Fob in first place though. Koalia now second place. Hit by a water ball. Korean Fob going to put some distance now between all of these members on the field. A little bit of a mistake right there from Deos. All 4 members now in the top 4 for the Goons. Sarah combating, trying to catch up to Korean Fob. Throwing everything they possibly can onto Korean Fob. Another water ball coming out. Sarah still in second place. Korean Fob does get slowed down. Korean Fob does get hit again with the UFO. But I believe the water ball came out and hits Sarah back into that like 6th place spot, 7th place now. Finish line quickly approaching. Here comes a lightning storm. Gonna knock back Goons. Deos gets hit as well. This is gonna come down to the wire. Noodle Brain has the power-ups to do it. He does cross the finish line. Noodle Brain is gonna cross and keep the dream alive for Excalibur. What a stance. Excalibur is putting up right now against Goons, forcing this map number 5. Noodle Brain and Koalia rounding out that first and second place spot just for security purposes, taking that second place spot too. But look at how close these numbers are. 2 minutes and 7 seconds to Noodle Brain in first place, and then 2:08 for pretty much the next 3 spots as well. So huge stance right here for Excalibur, forcing this game number 5, putting up a show for you guys here in the chat. Absolutely crazy performance right now. We've seen so much back and forth action, all the power-ups being used at the right times, and like I said, the RNG aspect of that map just so good. But now we have ourselves a map that is a newer one, becoming pretty much a classic favorite between some of these competitors here. That's going to be the Venice Gondola Tour map. And like I said, my favorite portion of this map I saw earlier today was when you get into this water area, you somehow just hop into a boat and you got these people who just paddle you super fast, like super fast. And when you get like 3 or 4 people on this first turn, this first lap here, the animation looks super funny. But honestly, like I said, Kartrider Drift, they do such a good job at keeping like the theme of each map so unique and so cool, so pretty. And they add just those elements of like the city and stuff that you're in to the actual map itself. So keep an eye out for some stuff as you see, like you roam around Italy here, pun intended. But here we go. Venice Gondola Tour, match number 5. And this one right here is for all the marbles. Can Excalibur force the ace matchup, or is the Goons gonna pull this one off in a 2-0 victory? Only time is gonna tell. Here's the boat portion. I just love that so much. But as we round this corner right here on the bridge, the top 3, top 4 going to be trying to settle in. This is a little bit of a shortcut. Sano's going to show you as to why. Oh, Deao's going for a bumping play as well. Going to break up this pack a lot. Coalia by themselves here in the top 3. Oh, dicey turn right there. Coalia trying to hit the shortcut as well. Korean Fob going to put some distance, and Donut going to put some distance as well. Donut's actually in first place. 2 shields in Donut's pocket. Coalia trying to make up. Oh, getting hit by several different items. Gonna pop them back. Sarah was in second place temporarily. Korean Fob gonna cross that cross the finish line in second place right now. Donut though, huge distance on the rest of the pack. Noodle Brain, Coalia trying to do the best they can to catch up. Donut's already through the boat portion. It gets hit by a barrier temporarily. There's that observer client once again. This is the second lap. Have to play catch up to Donut right now. Can Donut do it? Coalia going for the jump. Does hit the jump, hits the power-ups, falls off the map though. Getting hit by her power-up is so detrimental. Looks looking like Donut is going to take this one with ease on this Venice Gondola Tour. Nobody able to catch up so far. Still a little bit of map left to catch up on. Not too much longer though. Over the bridge we go. Donut can feel the victory. You can see the celebration starting to happen. Maybe even a couple of do not finishes in this matchup too. As you see a couple of players getting hit by some power-ups, but that's going to do it. Donut is going to secure the 2-0 victory over Excalibur, winning in the speed portion and the item rounds of this rival circuit. Wow. Crazy stance, like I said before, from Excalibur. But unfortunately, they fall and they're eliminated here in the chaos, or in the rival circuit, my apology. And the chaos, I was gonna say, ensued definitely in that last match. There was just so much happening towards the tail end. Donut just decided to separate from the rest of the pack and basically put the distance onto the rest of the team. So GG's to everybody else who played You know, GG's to Excalibur, GG's as well to everybody who played just now. They put on a heck of a show right here for you guys. But man, oh man, we have ourselves a lot of other teams, a lot of other players as well who are in this. Gotta show some love and support to them. So we should be showing the group standings for you guys on the screen, and as to what happened today. Like I said, we've had 4 separate groups, 12 different teams with 4 members apiece. Okay, if somebody do the math on that, that's how many players we have out here today. But single elimination has been separating a lot of these teams, and so far we have advancements from Clover, Goons, Barbie Boys, the first team that we've seen here on stream, Pingu, TSA going to be winning, as well as Wall Perspective. So all of those teams, all of those players, all still in this tournament. So we have a lot more action for you guys as we keep on progressing. Not only that, but once we get to the semifinals and the finals, it switches over from a best of 5 over to a best of 7. So a little bit of an extension right there between the two teams, and some more action coming for you guys as well. So yeah, lots more action, lots more stuff happening as well. We're gonna take a quick little break as we set up the next matchup, so stick with us, please. I promise you guys, you're not gonna want to miss this one. Stick with us through this break. We'll be right back with you with some more Rival Circuit. Everybody, welcome back, welcome in. I have myself a special guest with me today as well. Khazix joining me behind the mic. Usually you don't typically see Khazix here casting in this role. Khazix usually doing what? Tournament organizing stuff, correct?
Yeah, TO or production and observing side, just like behind the scenes.
Yeah, a lot of behind the scenes stuff. Like I said beforehand, we have a lot of passionate people working on this kart rider drift stuff to bring you guys the best possible production that we possibly can. And basically, you know, Khazix is one of the people that you guys see this lovely graphic here, the graphics package. Khazix made this, and on top of that, organizing, picking the maps, getting the players in the lobbies, just doing the tournament organizing things. You know what I mean? So, you know, hats off to Khazix here. Wanted to show a little bit of spotlight, a little bit of love to him as well.
Yeah, thank you everyone. It did take us a lot of time to have this prepared, or also like the discussions with Nexon to have the spectator client just like for this tournament. And you know, if everyone likes it, hopefully they will like keep on supporting us so we can like keep on doing more bigger things and eventually like, you know, have like bigger tournaments or other like events for everyone around the world. Because Kart Rider initially like started little in Asia, and I started playing when I was there at middle school, and then at last December it's like when the old client shut down, and then they were like announcing the new one that's made with Unreal Engine 5 right now. So I was like really excited and looking to be a part of it. So, you know, hopefully it keeps on growing bigger and bigger for everyone.
Exactly, that's what we were hoping for. And like I said beforehand, I know there's a lot of passionate people in the back end that have been playing this game for years and years and years. And you know, Axel Toss was one of my my players who I always talk about too, one of my co-casters who was supposed to be joining me today, maybe a little bit later, maybe not, who knows, we'll see. But he's been playing the game for 10-15 years, whatever it may be. You know, way back in the day, Kart Rider was different back then. Still plays the game, still loves it, still passionate about it. So like I said, there's still so many people who are going through that transition period with the switching over to the new client, to the new engine and things of that nature. And there's still so much more to come in the future for Kart Rider Drift. And we're trying to make it a huge thing here in the West. Like you said, popped off in Asia. I think popped off in Korea as well, like one of the biggest places it popped off in. And you know, we love the game over here in the West too. And we're trying to bring that love and appreciation over here. So what we're doing here though is the rival circuits, and this is on Deaus's Twitch channel. So shout out to Deaus. He just you know, put up a heck of a fight. If you guys just missed that one, that was Excalibur versus Goons. Ultimately Goons winning that matchup 2-0 and moving through to the next portion. But we have ourselves a new contender out here on the stream. We're going to be having TSA with the starting roster of Goodness, Toby, Kaiser, my apology, and Tempix versus Pingu, Windcloud, Saikuzo, Nanachi, and Festa. Two big teams here in the rival circuit. Lots of players here inside the inside this game right here for these two teams who are just well known inside the community.
Yeah, so for me, I'm still pretty new with the teams, but I've seen all the players like performing around here, and a lot of like the movesets are really nice, and they have like practiced like all the shortcuts and stuff. But just like one of the most important factors in speed mode is knowing where you want to do the shortcuts, where to do the jumps, and where to not do the jumps, because not every jump is the jump you want to be going for.
Exactly, and sometimes some of those lines you can see they get tangled up inside that cavern back there. By the way, you know, we picked the map bans and the map things of that nature. We'll get you guys that information after this map is finished right here. But at the same time, this is Extreme Stadium on Glacier, of course, and this is a 2-lapper. And right now, this is the speed portion of the tournament between these two teams. You have 3 nice dice cuts, the U-turns right here that come across, and this little gap right there that people can fall into, and just like that, I cursed them into the pit.
That is going to cause them a lot of time to like catch up to the beginning once that did make over the gap there.
Yeah. Best of those, Saikuzo, Windcloud, all top 3 right now. Flawless runs so far. Tempix is doing their best to possibly push up and catch up to them here in the second lap. But I'm not too sure if that big cut right there falling into the gap can they catch up.
No, like you can see the distance between 3rd place and 4th place is quite big, and especially that on speed mode, it is about the scores that goes like from 10, 8, 7 to 1. And basically, if you just have like top 2 and then like your last 2, pretty much, or not last 2, 6 and 7, then you will just still win. So 4 and 5 just gotta get really fast up there to help out the team, or gotta be drifting for the blue nitro.
Yeah, the blue nitro is so significant, so crucial as well. Well, first place, second place, third place going to be going over in favor of course, Saikuzo and company. Windcloud going to be scoring, and actually Festa finishing in first place too. Festa, one of those well-known names here inside the rival circuits for kart riders drift, always finishing within the, I would say, if not winning the event in total, finishing at least top 2. Saikuzo, of course, the same boat, so close, and they're so speedy. I think right here is just shows you the gap in the competition. I think this is the first time we've seen somebody break in that first 1 minute mark. I think other than this, it's been like 2 minutes plus so far. So it goes to show you how good Festa and Saikuzo are at this game, and everybody else, finishing under the minute and 50 or under the 2 minute mark, I should say, but finishing under a minute and 50 seconds, that's insane.
Yes. So like we were saying earlier about the jump area is the biggest difference that actually made for this match here. When the blue team, the people were like falling off the map, it just gave red team the big lead, first free to get over.
Well, that was Extreme Stadium for round number 1, and that was Pingu's pick for the map pick and map bans. That was their pick. Now we're going to be switching gears and going over to Korea Circuit. That is a pick right there from TSA, who might favor in this matchup, might win this one, but it's going to be something. I was going to say it's going to be so crucial how they approach this one because of the fact that they're facing such a tough opposition right now. But round number 3, you can see on the bottom of your screens right there, Construction Chaos, one of those maps we haven't seen on stream just yet. Still, newer to essentially this kart rider drift scene. Don't really see too many people picking it. That's why Pingu could have probably picked that matchup, because people might not have been known where the drift lines essentially are better than them essentially on that map. So it could lead to something in the future. But we're going to see next. Right now we have Korea Circuit on the docket.
Yeah, the WKC maps, do you have like a personal favorite one?
I don't know. I mean, I just kind of pick them as they kind of come and go, but for WKC I couldn't really tell you. But what about you?
So myself, I really like the Singapore one. It's like one of my favorite ones. Because the night theme and also like the little shortcuts you can do. Because all the WKC maps, it has like the little specialty ones. So for like the Korean one over here, there is the double 90-degree sharp turns and also the shortcuts between the grass that the players can take, which is gonna be upcoming here soon in the next turn.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing about the Brazilian map as well for WKC, the Brazilian circuit map. That one has a lot of little cuts through the grass as well, and you have to be really cautious with your nitrous and kind of time it perfectly to hit some of those sharp cuts through the grass as well. So that's also a good map too. But this one, Korea Circuit, top 4 right now, going for a perfect in this matchup so far. Saikuzo and company for Pingu, and right now battling back. Festa just fell back all the way to 7th place.
Yeah. And it's like a little similar, but they did make less mistakes, like instead of like previous game where they can fall off the map. Over here, you cannot fall off the map. The most is that you touch the grass and then you lose some speed. But as long as your team is drifting all together, it does help to get that blue nitro more faster, since the blue nitro is a bit more faster than red nitro and it does last longer.
Yeah, exactly. You have to save those red nitros in order to turn them into blue nitros, but sometimes you have to pop those a little bit early because it's just all situational as they cut through the grass with a couple of those red nitruses right there. But we rounded out this second and final lap. Saikuzo in first place, Windcloud second place as well. The finish line approaching quickly. 500 meters is upon us. Toby in third place. Kaiser trying to catch up as well. This straightaway though is going to go in favor of Saikuzo and company, and they're going to hang on to this lead.
This feels like a pretty quick run over here. It was still also like this map is under 2 minutes. It's not like one of our longer 5-star maps.
Exactly. But still, 2-0 right now in favor on speed, in favor of Pingu though. Minute and 54 seconds is the official time for Saikuzo, and look at Windcloud shortly right behind them. But like we talked about beforehand, as Pingu's going to win this one 23-16. Like we talked about beforehand, though, we've seen, the differences between speed and item this whole entire stream. Basically, we have a bunch of players out here, which I knew Pingu, they're so good at the speed portion of this map. they're decent. They're like, I would probably say a 4 out of 5 stars, if not a 4.5 out of 5 stars on the item portion. Whereas I think TSA might be a little bit better than them on the item portion, and they know that. So that's where this whole entire rival circuit kind of rounds itself out, I feel like.
I do agree, and the next map that we are going to be having is one of the iconic ones, the Construction Chaos, which is one of the maps that you have to do in the license portions for, I think it was like the L1, should be the L1 license.
Yeah, it's such a good map, and there's so many like little tight-knit corners and stuff, and people get tangled up inside the little square portion. I'm not sure if we can flash that on screen real quick. There it is. And the little square portion, a lot of players I've seen get tangled up because there's like one little shortcut that you can hit between the two that kind of dice that angle. But if you just miss it, just a little minute mistake, it bounces you off of that corner and pushes you back. And I've seen it happen before where that second place person could be your teammate, and then pushes you and that third place and fourth place person back, and gives that big gap and that big separation for that first place player to kind of take over and win that round. So keep an eye out for that little dicey area right there in the middle of the map.
Yeah, just like the map name itself, it does bring chaos to your own team there.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Especially some of those cuts and turns.
Yeah, there's also like the little jump area. You jump and have to do the 90-degree drift, and then drop the speed down to do the fast turns.
Yeah, we're gonna do our best to point it out, but that basically that square, the rectangle, my apologies, on the map right there for Construction Chaos. You're gonna see it, so you're gonna know exactly what it is.
And I'm not sure if you like noticed, so at the beginning you do see like the little icons when they're starting. There's the little boost icon. It means their cars has been upgraded for like special abilities that gives around like 5% extra speed on them.
You know what I just noticed with this overlay in this production? I just noticed this. Bottom left-hand corner is like all the points added up as to the positioning of the players, which is so cool. That updates real time. That's something new.
Yeah, I know it's very convenient for us to know like who is taking the lead, but right now, obviously, Red Team Pingu is top 4 with 29 points maxed.
Yeah, we're coming up on that dicey area we were talking about earlier right here.
Yep.
I think it's around the next turn or so. Basically, if you hit this corner, it knocks everybody and everything back. There's that little jump cut right there, and it's this corner right here. I've seen it happen so many times going through there where you just kind of get tangled up in that first set of walls, and then you get bounced back. But yeah, right now, Festus, Yakuza, Windcloud, and Nana Chi all just putting on a show right now.
Yeah, you can actually see the teamwork because, like I mentioned in the previous map there, your team has to drift together to feed off each other boost for the blue nitro, and the red team here is doing it perfectly. Like they are all synergized on the drift. When you look at the tail lights, it's like really beautiful when they drift together.
This is so insane. This run is just picture perfect, or pixel perfect, some might say as well.
Yeah.
They're all just working so well. It's like choreographed. It's so nuts.
Yeah, and like when you just look on the side nitros, red team is literally just getting all the blue nitros together at the same time.
Yeah.
Without any losing it.
Oh man, I love this camera angle right here as well. I want to hop on board with like Nana Chi or somebody like that to watch this tight angle in case somebody hits it and maybe knock some people back or something. Festa, Windcloud, Nana Chi, top 3, and they secure this right now, currently winning in points and winning in the series. This is the turn right there from Saikusa. You see him hit the brake a little bit, just a tad bit of a brake check. Cautiously approaches that one, but it's looking like Windcloud, Festa, and Nana Chi are going to hold on to this victory as they're going to cross the final turn and cross the finish line as well. Festa, Nana Chi, Windcloud, top 3. Kaiser in that 4th place spot, and it's not going to be enough points. Bottom left hand of the screen, 28-11.
Yep. Red team could have get the complete victory, but unfortunately, Sakusa didn't make it to 4th place. Kaiser just went ahead with the little speed there. Yeah,
Kaiser's such a good player, man. Just, you know, not underrated necessarily, but just one of those names that stands out to me here, but definitely doing a good job, not getting the perfect. And, you know, you play this game so much more than I do. Getting that perfect gives you so much more bonus XP, right? And knocks you up like more or faster. That's what's so important about having a perfect.
No, having a perfect, it just gives you like the little title screen. For the points overall, it is the same amount of points.
Oh, okay. No, I was referring to like in a ranked match or whatever online or something like that.
Oh yeah, on the ranked match, yes, it does give you more.
Awesome. Well, that was the speed portion of this matchup, and that was an impressive run right there on the construction map. Pretty much a flawless like run right there. I'm not even sure if anybody even nicked a wall at all the whole entire time as far as for the Pingu squad. But at the same time, now we're switching gears. We're going over to the item portion, and this should be a little bit more difficult, I think, for Pingu. Like I said, they're a solid team. They're a very, very good team, but they have somebody named Kaiser on the opposite team for TSA, who I heard is a what's the word I'm looking for here, like a master class or a master in the item portion, grandmaster, whatever it may be. This man is the man, the myth, the legend, and that is Kaiser.
And I just noticed one thing: Kaiser is playing on the mobile phone, while everyone else is on the PC. I just noticed the icon like around his name.
I just saw that
he is playing on the mobile phone.
That's so crazy. Kaiser is playing on his phone. Everybody else is on a PC, and that's what's so cool. You know, the cross-platform integration here for Kart Rider Drift. You can play on your phone, you can play on your PC, you can play on your console, whether it be PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, whatever it may be. Maybe even like what, a Stream Deck? You can probably play this game on a Stream Deck, I would assume. Whatever.
Probably because it is considered PC there.
Yeah. But whatever it may be, you guys can play this game and you know, not play along necessarily, but at least get your passion for the game kickstarted, because it's a free-to-play game. There's no reason why you shouldn't try it, in my personal opinion. And whether if you love speed, whether if you love item, whatever it may be, you have a love for the game and you're going to find yourself in the right place. And I'm telling you what, there's a lot of great people here, like I said, working to try to make this great, working to try to bring this over to the States and try to popularize it over here for us as well. Join the Discord if you want to be a competitive player, and not only that, but maybe get some tips and tricks as well. Talk to some of the players that you see here on the screen.
Yeah, a lot of like these players are good, and there are also still pro players from the past also still are carrying on their passion playing the new version right now of Kart Rider. And they do stream, like teach like how to pass the license or like certain kind of drifts and turns, passing down the knowledge to the newer generation that is joining into this train here.
Yeah, exactly. The newer generation is going to be so clutch and so crucial at bringing up what this game is. I know a lot of people kind of compare it to the other game that's similar to it, but I tell you what, it's a lot different than the other game, and we're not going to mention names as to what it is, but you should know and put two and two together. But yeah, it's so different, it's so crucial, and a lot of people you know, talk about it once they start to play it, especially me myself. I was expecting going into this game, you know, whatever, I'm just gonna give it a try, it's free. And like I told you, I played it for the first time with my friends, fell in love with it. We played it for like 3, 4, 5 hours, and we were like hooked. It was like 3, 4 in the morning. We're like, okay, we got to get off. Like, we got to be responsible adults at this point in time. Like, that's how much fun it is.
Yeah, same thing. My brother like always calls me like to play this game like during the weekends, because you know we both have to work during the week. So like after church in the morning, he like goes home because like he lives like a couple hours away from me. So like he would call me, say, "Hey Khazix, get on Kart Rider. There's like this like new mission, and we gotta like complete all the weeklies and the premium passes together," or something like that. So then I was like, okay, yeah, I'll come on. And then we like play for like 6 hours, like a bunch of races just to complete all the missions, get all the Lucies, and unlock like cars and characters, because there are a lot of like special cars that you can unlock with the in-game currency, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably give me a little bit more perspective on this. I always ask everybody when they come onto the stream with me as well, but I want to quickly mention this before I go into that segment. If you guys are in the stream right now, make sure you guys link your Nexon account to your Kart Rider Drift stuff, and you guys get free drops. Drops are enabled right now on Dayhouse's channel, so make sure you guys link your guys' stuff up. I think since I've been over here casting, I got 2,000 Lucy coins, a luggage license plate, and on top of that, a luggage cart is what I'm seeing. Yeah, luggage cart. So if you guys are here in the Twitch chat right now, make sure you guys are claiming those drops, and yeah, all you have to do is pretty much leave the tab open, and you guys can, you know, get those drops in games. But I want to talk about, I wanted to ask you, since you play the game so much, you love the game so much, the differences between the cars, essentially. I mentioned it earlier today. Basically, some of the cars, different hitboxes, different styles. Some of them can take a beating. Some of them can push players back as well. You know, talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so before in the old version, I do know like there is the cars that will have like more different specs or speed, like the Cotton compared to Marathon. And the last time when I was playing that, it was like the C7s, and the Cotton C7s was the fastest car. Right now, with the newer one, they did do a balance, so all the cars, they do have around the same amount of speed and weight. It's just like the size and shape. So it was the time period for the mine cart was actually the best card because it is a smaller, thinner hitbox and it does go pretty fast. So when you drift, you don't really hit the wall like the big rabbit or turtle cars or even the toilet car.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you can also upgrade your cars with the in-game currency. So it starts from like common into heroic. And depending on where you want to put your point at, it does makes a big difference. So there's the speed, acceleration, I think there's boost, and I forgot what was the last one. I'm not sure if you remember that.
No, I don't remember. To be honest with you, I don't
remember it.
But
okay.
I mean, I just knew that there was like a difference between like a lot of the cars, like the New York City tour bus or whatever, the mine cart. You know, essentially that's one of the bigger, boxier cars that can kind of take a beating, especially like when you're trying to overpass or body block certain players. There's certain aspects as to when you use a car. All right.
Yeah, I do agree on that. And there are also item cars that are specific for item mode. And like the toilet car, when you get hit by like a water bomb or the water fly, you do have like a less CC duration, so you can come back down earlier. Or I forgot if it also like would give you a bigger chance of receiving certain items as well.
Oh, that's cool. I never knew that. That must be like a little bit of update, like quality of life update or something like that. The Kart Rider kind of came out with, so that's pretty cool. I want to talk about though the maps and stuff like that that kind of got picked here because we were setting up stuff between the lobby for the players and stuff like that.
Yeah.
First map is gonna be Pharaoh's Pass. I think we seen this one earlier today on stream. I want to say it's confirmed that we saw it today earlier on stream.
Yeah, we saw it earlier today.
Do we have the map picks and map bans yet on graphics yet? We kind of talk about those as well, but.
Seems like it's still going on, which is if streamers wondering why am I looking left and right, it's because I'm also trying to control whatever's for the stream here and knowing what's the ban picks. So it's not I'm not paying attention. It's I also doing both things over here.
We're all wearing different multiple hats. That's the key here. Like I said, Khazix is literally the one setting up the lobbies for you guys, getting all the players in there, trying to communicate that. Whereas I just pretty much just stall for time and try to look pretty and sound good. That's all my role is here. You know what I mean? So,
Yep.
All right, yeah, so cool. We have the picks and bans on the stream right there at the bottom. We're still kind of going through everything, which is really cool. I like to watch this real time sometimes. We got to, I think we implemented this, I think 1 or 2 circuits ago on Dale's stream, which is really cool to kind of implement this. Because there is certain maps that some players like, and there's other maps that other players it's like controversial. Like for me, I love Magma Cavern. I love chaos. You heard me say it several times probably today. So Magma Cavern kind of just implements that. On top of that, Pharaoh's Pass is kind of one of those ones that's kind of cut and dry. You're going through. There's not really much map environment that kind of messes with you type stuff. Istanbul Sunset Plaza, good map. Like I said, towards the tail end, it gets a little crazy, gets a little dicey. That shortcut right there too gives you some power-ups as well. So that's always kind of like a staple, I really feel like, for a lot of players.
Yeah, I do agree. And so let's talk about the first map. That's a Pharaoh's Pass. So there is like the major area where you got to jump over to make the shortcut for the pyramid area.
Yeah.
And in speed mode, it's easy. You can get through it because nothing will knock you or make you lose speed. But in item mode, the RNG hits in. Someone can just throw you like a little bomb before you're gonna fly off the ramp, and then you just like go to the other path, and then you take the long turn.
Yeah.
Or if someone has like a magnet, they start magneting you in. So while you lose speed, they gain speed, so they can jump over while you cannot. And like that will make like a big difference between the placements.
Yeah, and we talked about that beforehand. You know, it's so crucial. Even like barrier at that moment right there, where you drop a barrier at that ramp at the perfect time. Basically, it just starts to add to the chaos. I'm gonna keep on saying it. It adds to the chaos, and I love it because it's a perfectly placed power up. It's gonna really ruin someone's day, I guess. Well, is what we can kind of say here.
Yeah, I do want to mention like a strat that what I do in my games. Inside the pyramid there is the free turn, so the 290 degrees, and then the last U-turn.
Yeah.
So at the last, when you finish the U-turn, if you have a banana peel, just put it down, because people will want to choose the best path to take the U-turn. So when they take the U-turn, they cannot react to the banana peel, and they just hit it. They hit the item box, but then they won't have the speed to do the ramp.
Wow, who's showing off the big brain plays over here now? Now you're giving away the strategies that some of these players may not have had, or maybe even some of the new players that are in the chat right now asking questions and stuff to our lovely moderators. Hats off to the mods. Hats off to Dayos as well, even though he played today, so now he has time to be a part of the chat. No, but hats off to all you guys as well for downloading and trying out this Kart Rider Drift. It's awesome if you guys give it a shot, give it a chance, and stuff like that as well. Yeah, we welcome all the new players, man. Seriously, bring on the next generation. Show it to your friends, family, whatever. And like I said, if you download it to your phone, link it to your account, you can still have all those awesome cars, cosmetics, and things of that nature on your phone as well. And you could be at like what some party in the summertime or whatever, and like you're sitting there playing your game casually, and somebody asks you, hey, what is this game? And you're like, it's Kart Rider Drift. It's absolutely free. You should play it. What would you have to lose at that point in time when you tell somebody it's a free game? So spread the word, spread the love. We're trying to bring it and build it into something huge. And I mean, for you guys to be here just showing the love and support, man, means the world to us, because we put so much work on the back end of this, Khazix. I know you did with all those graphics package and things like that, building all this stuff up. Of course, our lovely producer Tech Panda, pushing the buttons, making us look good, sound good, and stuff like that as well. Hats off to him too. Elaniel, being here, representing, being the player's voice essentially in this, and doing a lot of things on the back end as well. But shout out mostly to Nexon, bringing us this observer client is so huge. But we're gonna hop into game number 1 right here, and we're gonna hop into Pharaoh's Pass. Just want to remind production that we still have the map picks and map bans on the screen, just to let you know.
But they did finally finish it.
I mean, we'll talk about that later. But Pharaoh's Pass, the first map here on the docket.
Yep, we do see they all start around the same time, but because of the items RNG, you can see that red team doesn't have the lead at the beginning anymore. The blue team is actually having the lead right now.
Yeah, pretty crazy back and forth. And this is a 3-lapper though, so there's still a lot of time to kind of play catch up with though. But I always talk about like how, there's the jump you were talking about as well.
Yep, there is
somebody
the jump.
got bubble bombed early on, but this turn right here is always so crucial too, because the finish line's right there. Somebody always gets hit with like a barrier or maybe like a bubble bomb or something as well.
Yeah, and you do see first place Festa is holding on the double shields. They just swapped it off and picked up a banana. But it's pretty important, like when you're in first place, you do want to have the strong defensive items to stay in place there.
Yeah, strong items you have to hold on to them. You see 2 banana peels too from Festa, so where's he gonna put those ones? Maybe in your favorite spot as well. Let's drop one of them down for and picks up a shield, so definitely. He did drop him right in front of the banana peel in front of
the item box.
Right through the little googly eyes sticking out. That was so funny. But you see right there in second place, Nanachi has 2 missiles, so you have to be very careful as to what they're going to do with that one. Wind Cloud, Nanachi, first place, second place, third place, going to Sakuzo right now.
Yeah, and you do see like some of the players do not have a balloon equipped, and if they do get hit by those bombs, they do get CC more longer, and also having a balloon will also increase the chance of it like blocking the nade incoming.
Here we go. Lap 3 of 3. Right now, top 3 is controlled by Pingu and company. I know I was hyping up.
Yeah, you do.
I was gonna say I know I was hyping up TSA and Kaiser and things of that nature. Kaiser are currently right now in 7th place. Windcloud gonna score and win this first matchup right here on Pharaoh's Pass, giving the points over in favor of Pingu.
Yep. Well, actually, so in team item, there isn't really a point system. It's just whoever is first place. So technically, after first place gets through, you can kind of just sit back.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference between item and I guess speed. Speed adds that little bit more element, I guess you could kind of say to it. But at the same time, even then, this stream in general, we've seen some chaos kind of happen. This one was really, really well played. And these are, like I said, the best players in the world. To see them right here playing against each other. I believe both of them, if I'm not mistaken, are at the top of their divisions here in the Swiss bracket. So, but to see both of them like this kind of going head to head like this is just a thing of beauty. You know, this could be potentially, you know, the grand final matchup for all we know.
It could potentially. And so for our next map upcoming, it should be Istanbul, Sunset Plaza.
Yeah, should be the next matchup. Istanbul, Sunset Plaza, good map right here. But definitely, like I said, a lot of chaos. You see bottom right hand side, you know, where those 2 points kind of interject and go into that 1 point, right around that corner, right before that finish line. That's where things get hairy. That's where things get dicey. That's my favorite part of the map. I think I have a clip before, I think a couple circuits ago, where seriously, I think all the items were held and popped at the right time, and just through the dust, somebody emerged a victor. I can't remember who it was or what it was. I definitely wish I had that clip and gave it to production or something like that to play it on stream right now, but it was so much fun, and that's why I just love items so much.
Yep, I do also agree on that. Yeah. So I'm just like doing some little changes here.
Don't worry about it. Like I said, we're all wearing multiple hats in this cast, and you keep on doing you, setting up the matches, and what's it called? Getting the players all prepped and ready to go. I could just sit here and stall time for all I wanted to.
Appreciate it. Yep. It is always fun, and like the car rider community is always a nice place to be in because all the players are friendly. They will always like, teach each other like new things, or you know, new little tips and tricks, or how to improve, and or even like set up like little scrims. So you know, above we do have the Discord QR code for you to join in to be a part of this community to learn more things and also have fun.
Yeah, this is the Rival Circuit, like I said before. Deos, hit that follow button on his Twitch channel. At the very, very least, you guys can show him some love and support that way. Hit that, get him to 2K. Let's get Deos to 2K followers here on Twitch, okay? Let's hype that up a little bit on the production. Like I said, always can find Deos streaming Kart Rider Drift. If he's not, he's probably playing something else that's really, really fun as well. But you know, this is his main game that he loves to play. A lot of the players that you see here in this tournament, you're going to see in the Twitch chat too. Everybody's super helpful. All the moderators have been super helpful too, trying to, you know, help people out as to what game to download, answering all the questions, answering this and that. You know what I mean? And I feel like we do a pretty good job at welcoming new members into the community as well. So we're gonna be hopping into Istanbul Sunset Plaza though. This match should be good. I think there's a couple of DCs though, so we're gonna be.
I think there is some DC, so we probably do need to go and remake the map.
Yeah. It's gonna be a chalked right here. You see all the DCs. Only 3 members on the map right now, so it's okay.
Only one player left is going onto the wall.
No, Toby's gone.
Oh, wait, no, Toby is probably just hitting his 4 key right there.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. We used to see a lot of problems with disconnects before. This is only the first one of the stream, so it's a plus. It's a plus. Yeah, go ahead.
What? One out of a bunch of games.
Yeah, that's the first disconnect out of like, let's just say 20 something games I think we've had so far on stream.
I believe so. A lot of games since it's like past like how many hours? Is it like 2 or 3 hours already?
I think it's been about 3 or 4 hours at this point in time.
Oh yeah.
But I want to say we used to have disconnects all the time, and like I said, man, that just goes to show you Kart Rider Drift, Nexon, they're doing a good job at keeping the quality of life of the game up. They do a good job at they fixed that problem. There used to be a big issue way back in the day where basically the players couldn't even play against each other sometimes because you see like the ping differential, and one player would try to overtake, and it was just always constantly pushing and pulling that player as well. So yeah, like I said, the quality of life is always there here for Nexon, as well as, you know, like I said, they implemented so much more. They gave us this observer cam. We asked for it. They gave it to us, and it was something that we desperately needed to hear for the stream. Because beforehand in the past, I'll talk about it, I've been hinting around it. We used to actually have the players be in the lobby with us, with production, and share their screens. And that was the only way we could actually like change between who we are watching. And it was such a terrible, terrible thing to go through. So for them to hear us, hear our cries, and be like, listen, we need this to bring this game and make it the best they possibly can, and they gave it to us, so it was huge.
Yeah, that was the original plan. If the spectator client or things didn't come out, then we will be asking for the players to be streaming their games to us so we can show it for the stream. But we were fortunate enough that Nexon was able to help us out with this, so we can provide like higher quality production. Yeah,
exactly. And so far, for the most part, this is our first stream with it, and I've been loving it so far. I know you probably have been as well. Deos was showcasing, I think, the last couple days on his stream too. So, you know, hats off to him for, you know, bringing that to the community and stuff like that as well. So, yeah. Other than that, this match right here, I believe Pingu is winning the series in this item portion 1-0. TSA desperately need to find themselves with a win here, because I think they actually got swept in the speed portion of this one. So they're on their last leg at this point in time. They need to win this one, or else Pingu are going to move on to match point.
Oh, Yeah, this is pretty important match for them, and especially for this tournament. This time there is a prize pool for the players. It's not just a normal community tournament for fun. There is money down the line.
Okay, I never even knew that. No one even told me that. Production, what are you doing? No one told me this is for money.
Really? Yeah, I recall it's like 500 or 1K somewhere, something around that area. So maybe we will have a Wikipedia page for it. I don't know.
Ooh, I could be like the first verified like Wikipedia caster here in NA. What's going on, guys? Let's go.
For Kart Rider Drift. Yep.
Yeah, for Kart Rider. I remember you verified for Rocket League. Okay, I got my own Wikipedia page for Rocket League already.
Yeah, I do also have the Wikipedia page for a couple different game titles.
Okay,
you know, be the first ones for Kart Rider.
Let's go, flex it.
No, just humble production. Nobody knows me on the screen anyways. I just a little shadow behind.
No, I know. I just wanted to flex my little accomplishment, you know, my little casting career here that I've had. You know?
Yeah.
No, I love it, man. Seriously,
I feel that.
It's this is such a fun game, though, man. I can't stress it enough. I want to start playing it a lot more, but at the same time, it's just I'm always so busy doing constantly just other things and playing. I'm not even gonna say I'm playing other games because I don't even have time to play games right now. I'm just always busy on the go doing things, you know. So it's a weird thing.
I feel that.
Right now, we're just kind of stalling for time. We're waiting for the players to rejoin the lobby. Sometimes when that happens, you actually have to force close your clients, is what I'm trying to say slowly, and actually restart the game, just to make sure that you have the connection to the server and we don't have any disconnects. I think we found that workaround a while ago, so we're just waiting for one of the players to join back up. We should have the action for you guys right now. Actually, I think we're actually loading into the match right now, so we have the action for you guys shortly.
Yep. So it is the map. It's the little Sunset Plaza. There is the little shortcuts that you go at the end at the uphill battle area. It's going to be a major key point for item usage, I believe.
Yeah, even when you go indoors into that one little area, that's a huge item portion as well. A lot of players like to pop those ones over there too, so very crucial. This area, not so much. Everybody kind of gets their power up, so like, all right, but once you start to turn this corner, that's when everything starts to kind of happen.
Yep, I do agree. And you can see that Toby is holding one of the stronger items right now, which is the Thunder, because that is a team CC against the other team, and especially that they do not have a Guardian Angel, so they cannot even protect it. Oh, Nalaji just got CC towards the wall there. And here's the uphill where everyone's going to be spamming abilities, because once you lose speed, it's going to be hard to make it up that hill.
Exactly, and on top of that, you're going to start to see the farming aspect of it as well. Start to farm. It depends on where you are positionally as to what item you get to. You can't get like a Thundercloud in first place. So basically, a lot of players, you start to see them fall towards the backside, like Windcloud right now in 8th place, basically holding on to a Magnet and Nitro, trying to farm for some of those CC control items.
Yep, you see they did go up front and they went back down just to get some items, which is a really smart move to have on this map. Right now for placements, like it is all around the place, but earlier it was Toby was down there farming. I see like they have switched it up and have got himself back up to 2nd place right now. Yeah,
Kaiser did not fall off the map, of course everybody is aware. That was just a little bit of a lag issue, a little bit of a switch right there. But Kaiser actually have 2 Guardian Angels right now in the 3rd place spot. Gonna pop one of them coming around this corner right now for the 2nd lap. 2 shields in 1st place right now for Tempix. Gonna pop up, I think both of those, actually no, only one of those shields went away, but at the same time, Kaiser in 1st place, Tempix in 2nd place. Now this is where things are going to start to get interesting. This 3rd and final lap is when just all the strategy starts to kind of get involved, because you know all the items. This is the last lap, you can't hold on to them.
Yep. You got Tempix there with the double shields, just so that he can secure the 1st place for the team there. And yep, you see he is just timing it out, and he does also have Goodness holding a Guardian Angel. Oh, he didn't block the barrier in time.
Yeah, the barrier was definitely clutch in that situation. Tempix didn't elect to use one of them. The Guardian does come out as well to protect them
it did block the Thunder.
It did protect them from the Thunder as well. Final turn, Thunder comes out, the Magnet comes out as well. Tempix getting bombarded right now with all sorts of power-ups. Can he cross the finish line? He's just getting bombarded, and there it is, Festa!
Festa went through the chase CC off.
Oh my goodness.
No, wait, the chase CC there. Tempest 1st place got to 3rd place, and Pingu got himself back on.
Wow.
Wow.
What a finish.
This is what I was talking about. Like items, it is about the time. It is actually the timing of the item usages there. Like if you don't time out that CC chain like that, there's no way could have got away like that.
I cannot believe that. That's exactly what I was talking about. All those items start to get popped around that corner and slows you down enough, and that finish line just feels like you're just walking through sand the whole entire time. Look at the how many items Tepix got hit with towards the tail end of it. It was like probably he had 10 total for the whole entire game. I want to say 8 of them were just at the tail end of that. That was so insane. But this is an interesting situation to be in right now. Pingu are winning 2-0 over TSA, and they're moving on to match point now, trying to pull off the sweep in this item and speed rounds.
Yep, so next map is World Tour Hawaii Hoofa Hoofa Witches. I recall it's one of the newer maps that came out.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually even seen this map before, to be honest with you. Hawaii Hula Hula, is that what that says?
Yep, Hula Hula. Yep, it is one of the new maps that came out season 3. And yep, this is the 3rd season of the new game.
Yeah, I'm still thinking back to that. Oh my god, poor Temp. Just lightning strike, magnets, just water bombs, everything. Those 2 shields quickly came and gone, just so crazy. That was so fun to watch. And that's why
first I sorry. I was gonna say first I did want to mention I think he messed up the item order that he was holding because he accidentally switched off the shields to the anti-UFO, so that's why he got hit first, and then there came the chain CC.
Yeah, because that's a thing too. You can actually switch which item you use first as well. So a lot of players kind of cycle through those ones, and you have to do it fast or you get hit by those, and it's like maybe like a half a second or so. On top of that, trying to drive while trying to do that as well is kind of crazy in itself. But Hawaii Hula Hula. This American map right now, it's only a 1-star rating. What does that mean right there? That one dot rating right there.
So the 1-star, basically the stars from lower to higher, it means that it's going to be more easier for like new incoming players and less complex. So most of the item maps, I believe that they are kept under 3 stars. So there's like 1, 2, 3 stars for the item maps because and higher the maps goes, there is going to be more harder turns to make and they're going to be longer. So it won't be really suitable for items to be there. So because let's say like in Desert Chaos, you cannot really have items there, otherwise it is serious chaos.
Well, it looks like we have another disconnect, so this one's gonna go to the wayside. But look at the strategy coming out right now for a majority of these players. It's a 3-lapper. They just chose to cut across they actually choose to go over to across the sands and things of that nature. So what's like I know you have to set up the next match and stuff like that, so you can answer this question later on when you come back. But I was gonna say, what's the strategy involved with that one? You can kind of talk us through that. But seeing the map in general, like I said beforehand, just the aesthetics, it's so aesthetically pleasing. Watching that map, not only that, but on top of it, just seeing the overall theme of one map where they pick a location essentially, and then they kind of just like run wild with it and give you all little tad bits of hints and information. So if you've ever actually been to Hawaii, you've probably seen some maybe landmarks or just the culture in general at these maps. Thinking back to the Italy one as well. I'm part Italian myself, so seeing some of the Italian aspects added to that map is always so cool. I'm thinking, I was wondering why you keep on flashing on the screen, Panda. My apologies. I think you're trying to hit something, but I couldn't quite figure out what it was. But yeah, we're in Hawaii Hula Hula. This is the first time we've seen it on stream tonight. Yep.
And so like what you were asking earlier about like the map difference. So over here you can see there is the big portion of the map. So like normally at these big portions, you just want to drive on the side so you won't get hit by the water bomb, because for the water bomb, they are always going to be consistently at the middle no matter what. So driving on the side at the big area is going to be pretty crucial for a safer route, but sometimes it does become like a longer route because you are going to be like going around these kind of items that we block in path.
But I have production. Do you have like the prize pooling? Do you know what the payouts are for? Khazix, you mentioned the prize pool earlier. You might have a little bit more knowledge than I do in that department, because I didn't even know we had a prize pool until you said something.
Yeah, I recall is 500 or so, I believe.
Which is good, respectable for kart rider, right? That's a respectable amount.
Yep. Oopsies, so we are back here in game. It has started.
Yeah, the game has officially started. We're still in the caster cams. Our apologies, but our producer Tech Panda needs to bring us over into the game real quick. But
Panda.
There we go. Vesta in first place, Saikuzo in second place, and then Nanachi in third place as well. And like I said beforehand, this is a 3-lapper, and look at this beautiful map.
And here is the Chain CC what we talked about. They have taken Wind Cloud out. Away. Now they're taking Suso out, and the Vesta is also getting pushed down while they are actually doing them one by one like that.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Everybody gets all bunched up, and like all the items, like when you aim at somebody else, it actually gets hit by somebody else as well. So look at Tempix still going to hit this little shortcut as well as a couple other people, but Vesta going for the items instead.
For the items.
It does pay off for Vesta too. He gets the Guardian Angel Wings.
That is a pretty strong item. Even though this isn't one of those narrow maps that we have, it's like Kaiser is going into the wall and getting it blocked over there. Nanachi is actually still taking on first place right here, even though the rest of his team did get taken back. But like we mentioned earlier, idle mode is most important is being first place. There's no point system, so you just have to like send one of your team members up front, then you will definitely win. But TSA have passed them.
Yeah, it's pretty much like whoever the front runner is for your team, you do everything that you possibly can to hang on to that lead, whether it be you dropping down to that 8th place spot like Toby is right there, to either farm for some drops and maybe farm for some Guardian Shields or whatever it may be. You do what you possibly can to protect that first player in first place. But this is the third and final lap right now. Tepix in first place, Kaiser in second place as well. They desperately need to win this one. The finish line quickly approaching, 500 meters away. Vesto, good job overtaking, going to second place now. The final turn, can they get pulled off? Tempix going to go ahead and cross the finish line in first place. Second place to go ahead and go to Nanachi as well, or Kaiser, my apology, as well, and then Festa in that third place spot too.
Yep. So finally, TSA have prevented the match points to Pingu.
Wow, good job over to TSA. Good job over to TSA right there for taking that first place spot. Like you said, keeping themselves alive here. And that was an interesting map. That was my first time actually seeing that one too, so that was really cool. But we do have word of the prize pool breakdown per team, as you guys can see right here before I hop into that. Basically 2-1 right now. Only one more point is needed for Pingu to move on to the next portion. Right now we're still in the Swiss bracket portion of this tournament. Top 2 of each group are going to move on to the next round, and we're going to bring you guys that action too. So the prize pool, some people in chat were interested in the prize pool breakdown per team. First place, a whopping $450 going to that first place spot. Second place walking away with $250. Third place $150, and fourth place $150 as well, for a total prize pool of $1,000. Respectable amount here for Cartwright Drift.
Yep, it is also. I think it's gonna also be the first like prize pool Cartwright Drift tournament here for NA at least.
Yeah, at
because I haven't heard of any other Cartwright tournaments that has a prize pool.
Yeah,
that's happening here.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. I never. I've been a part of most of the productions here for the rival circuit, and I think this is the first one where we actually have had a prize pool, and it's really good, really cool to see the breakdown, see the community itself be rising. On top of that, like I said, just the support that we're getting from Nexon as well, it's just awesome. So bigger and better things on the horizon. As you guys can see, the production's already elevating itself to newer, bigger and better things as well. And it's only gonna get better. That's all I can really say about that.
Yeah. Okay, it seems like the players are ready for our next map, which is SFC playing base. Also one of the new maps for this season over here.
Yeah, I think we saw this one earlier today on the stream. I think it was one of the first maps we actually seen, so we haven't seen it since then. But there is that mid cut right there, as you guys can see, that little rectangle where you can hit through. I think it's a couple seaplanes or whatever, or like a dock or something of that nature, where you kind of cut through there, and it's a nice little shortcut.
Yep, and also at the end is the drifting shortcuts, which is also considered one of like the harder turn for beginners to go on, because you have to time of jumping off an edge, drifting into another shorter area, and then to take the shortcut. But if you do not control your vehicle correctly, you do fall off the map.
And here's the shortcut right here. Saikuzo going to go ahead and...
Saikuzo?
I'm not too sure.
What cheesy play.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's trying to farm for a couple of drops there. But this is the shortcut we were talking about, going through this dock area, kind of cutting through that map, trying to get a couple of items, though, with Saikuzo. But in this 1 of 3, we currently have Nanachi in first place and Festa in second place.
Oh. Yep, so I believe Saikuzo was there because there was no opponents in front of him. So he wanted to make sure an opponent go in front of him so the item doesn't go into waste.
Oh man, that was so cool watching that seaplane kind of go down into the water, splash around a little bit. And this is that turn you were talking about right there, that little 180-degree turn almost.
A little jump. And so far, Nanachi is holding the double shields, just more of a protective items. And while Saikuzo is holding the anti-UFO and anti-magnet for him. Because the anti-UFO is actually a team item, so you don't have to be the one carrying it. You can have your teammate just carry it. So if your first place gets hit by the UFO, your teammate can bail you out off that.
And if you're Tempix, look at you, you're holding on to this lightning cloud as well. Nobody really has an anti-lightning cloud right now either. So going into this third and final map, that's gonna be so crucial for Tempix when he's gonna pop that.
I believe he's probably gonna try to pop that during the shortcut phase, because that is when like everyone will fall into the water. But he is also have to be guessing if the enemy team has a guardian angel. So he should, like, if they're doing a call, they are probably like say, let me use your items first, bait out their guardian angel, and then I will use this on thundercloud. Oh, 2 anti-UFOs right here for Nanachi as well. Like I said before, match point in favor of Pingu, and right now they have the first place spot with Saikuzo and Nanachi both up in first and second. A couple of water bombs coming through for this turn right here, gonna drop everybody back, mix it up just a tad bit. Tempix now in second place, still has that lightning cloud as well, trying to maybe wait to bait out some stuff like you said beforehand. Festa third place, Nanachi first place now. Oh, a little bit of a bump right there too. I think somebody might have been in the water. That was Tempix actually who went into the water as well. Nanachi anti-UFO in first place. Now it's gonna be very crucial to see when Tempix is gonna pop this one. Yep. They're getting to the finish line pretty soon, so if he doesn't pop it at any turn, he will miss the timing for that.
And the nice barrier, water's going up as well. Festa, last chance here. Pingu, Festa actually falls off the map. It's going to reset him, slow him down just a tad bit. Windcloud push up the right-hand side around this final turn. Can Windcloud solidify this win right now for Pingu? A couple of meters away. Windcloud breaking away, gets hit by a bomb, but still crosses the finish line. Tempix just a tad bit short. What a fight there towards the tail end. But TSA is going to fall, and Pingu is going to move on.
Yeah, congratulations to Pingu. They make it out of for the group stage, it seems. I think so. But TSA did pull off a good fight. They were trying to utilize their items. It was just really unfortunate at the jump they did just fall off the map, which making them get distance away by the red team there. Yeah, I agree. A good showing right there for this TSA squad, but at the same time, Pingu and company pushing past. That's going to conclude our group staging here as well. I still think that TSA is going to move on. If I'm not mistaken, they still had 2 wins coming into this matchup as well. So I think it should be what's it called? Should be ready to take a look at. So let's go ahead and take a look at where production. See the group staging, because everybody else should be concluded. Yeah, down there in Group D, TSA should be that 2-1. Pingu going to be moving to 3-0. Over there in the Group D standing. So regardless of the fact of that result, they're still going to be moving on to the to the finals, or the semifinals, I should say. My apologies. But joining them, Eurostars, Barbie Boys, the first 2 teams that we saw in that round number 1 matchup. Clover, Wall Perspective in Group A there. Clover sitting at a perfect 3-0, and then Goons and Excalibur. Both of those teams, Dallas is part of the Excalibur squad. We saw that matchup before this one on the stream. Currently, right now, Excalibur, who are they taking on? If Elanio, can you give me the who are they taking on right now? I want to say Excalibur. Who are they taking on? I didn't hear what it. He's checking into that for me right now, so that's gonna be a crucial. Oh, okay, so Carduri Boo, is that who that is? They're gonna be taking them on. So if they win that matchup,
they're going to be pushing themselves out as well, or pushing themselves to the next portion of this tournament too. So keep an eye on that Group B standings. I think we are going to cut to a short break real quick as we kind of wait for that match to conclude. Not only that, but get some things pushed and fixed on the back end. Khazix, whoops you. Khazix, thank you for joining me. I love the jacket, by the way. It's so good, so pretty, so nice. I love the Cloud9.
I've seen that jacket. Pretty nice. Also, like a little windbreaker.
Yeah, I love it. It looks really, really good on you. But we're going to be right back with you guys for some more Kart Rider Drift action. Go play the game. Go download it. Between this short break, you get a couple games in, all right? We'll be right back.
Yep.
Wake up! Wake up, it's time. No, just playing. What other way to come back from break? Am I right? It's been about 10 minutes or so, so I wanted to kind of just give you that alertness as to we are back. But thank you very much for sticking with us through that break. I know it was a lengthy one. Our apologies. We're finalizing some things in the back end. Like I said, a lot of us here wearing multiple hats and trying to get things going, get the process going as well. My name is Whoopshu. Joined alongside of me is Khazix, who is currently right now TOing and getting all the players into the lobby and stuff like that as well. But I want to talk to you guys about what we are doing here, where we are, what this is about. And this is the $1,000 rival team showdown for the rival circuit here. And this is our first prize pooling, so a big one here out the gates. On top of all that, let's look at the pathing, the group stages, the switch stages, so how we got here essentially, and where we're going to be going here in the future. So the standings, finally, they're finalized. Clover in Group A, 3-0, taking the top seed in that division. Wall Perspective, 2-1. So them two teams going to be moving on. The two top teams in each group are going to be moving on to the next quarterfinals section of this tournament. So Goons and Excalibur, both of those teams going head to head and at it with one another on the stream earlier today. They both escape their group stages and move on to the next portion of the rounds. Barbie Boys and Eurostars, those two teams escaping and going into the next portion of this tournament as well. We've seen that game, the first game on the stream. Barbie Boys getting the better of Eurostars, obviously, because they're sitting at 3-0. And then a Group D, rounding things out. Pingu versus TSA. We just saw that one before the break. Pingu winning that matchup, ultimately 2-0 and moving to 3-0 in their group. But TSA definitely moving on as well. So, moving on over to the bracket now. This is a new graphic for you guys right now. It's going to be, you know, we seeded everybody. We're in the quarterfinals. Clover is going to be taking on Excalibur off stream, I believe. Yes. Barbie Boys versus TSA off stream as well. And then we're going to be bringing you guys Goons versus Wall Perspective on the stream right here. Pingu versus Eurostars are going to be off stream. And then we're going to come together for the semifinals. This is still a best of 5, by the way. Only the semifinals and the finals are going to be best of 7s. So after this round, it's going to switch up just a tad bit and go on to a best of 7. But still, we have ourselves a pretty decent matchup on our hands. I'm going to lean a little bit more towards the Goon side of the thing, side of the team who I think is going to win here, just because they were so dominant in the last stage. But Khazix, I know you're eager, you're ready to talk. I took the microphone away from you. All the players, I see them in the lobby. What do you have in your mind?
Can't really say because we didn't spectate any matches from Group A. Goons, they were actually performing pretty well, even though at the beginning they did do like a little 4v3. But overall performance, they were all intact of getting the Blue Nitro during the speed mode, and also in item mode, they were actually timing out the items. And it seems like we are going into a game right now that is started with Construction Chaos. Yeah,
I was gonna say, we didn't even talk about the map picks and map bans either, so unfortunate. But at the same time, we'll get that information to you guys as well. We're gonna be starting off this one, of course, on Construction Chaos, one of these lovely maps that we know and love. And this is the speed portion of the tournament, essentially. We still have the item mode afterwards as well. But starting roster, of course, for this Wall Perspective team, it's a man, a name I haven't seen in such a very long time. Sepia, Kenshin, and Davi. Solid team, solid roster. Only picking up second place though in their group.
Yeah, and as we're like looking here, both teams are actually really close to each other, even though Red Team is taking the lead. Where you look at the Nitro charges, they are all charging up at the same time, turning to blue at the same time.
Yeah. Korean Bob in first place with that blue nitrous as well. Donut in that second place spot. So this is the area I was talking about earlier when you get caught up on the wall.
Sepia.
And I'm glad we got to see that perspective right there, because Sepia is definitely going to hit that wall, fall all the way back into 8th place, and that's exactly what happens in that tangle up.
Yeah, he did get punished pretty hard when he was bouncing back. The other members on the team was actually bouncing him back to the wall, causing him got from like 4th to 8th place, I believe. and then everyone else was just like passing through. The Korean Fob and Donut are doing pretty good up front, holding the lead for the team, because that is 10 points and 8 points that they are trying to secure there.
Yeah, exactly. If they secure those first 2 spots, this could definitely be close, and you're going to need to see Sepia step up a little bit to maybe take that 6th place or 7th place spot to maybe round things out. But a battle right there towards the mid. You can see 4th place right now. Goons has that one, but the 1st and 2nd place spot really secured right now from Korean Fob and Donut. They're pretty much just racing against each other at this point.
Yeah, well, that is quite a big difference between 2nd and 3rd place. That is like 2 corners ahead, and especially for Construction Chaos, it is only a 2-lapper.
Yeah.
So this is pretty much towards the end. They just go over the jump and the drift over, and that is end. So it seems like Korean Fob and Donut are going to secure 1st and 2nd place.
Yeah, unfortunate right there. Unfortunate start for Wall perspective, but at the same time, an impressive performance nonetheless from Goons, who just tore up this track earlier today. A little bit of a DNF right there for Goons themselves, but still 25-14 in favor of Goons. What a good job that they did securing the first top 3 spots.
Yep. Congratulations, and especially this is the bracket phase. So first round BO5, and this is they have like took off the first map during the speed tracks here. Yeah,
unfortunate, like I said beforehand, but that's what happens on the Construction Chaos map. Sepia falling victim to the corners earlier on, so definitely going to fall back and secure that 6th place spot. Korean Fob, though, put up some numbers. 2 minutes and 7 seconds on this match, and of course Donut following shortly after, their teammates following shortly after. But nonetheless, it's not going to matter. Like I said, secured that first point here in this speed portion. Now we can bring in the pick and bans screen for us. We can bring that one in. As we saw first, round number 1, that was Goons who picked that one. Obviously I would pick that one too if I'm Goons, because they've been tearing it up, lighting up that course the whole entire time on Construction Chaos. Now we flip-flop and go to perspectives for Zigzag Timberland, and this one Wall perspective picked.
Yeah, so both of these maps, like the similar part is going to be the sharp U-turns that you gotta be in precise control of using your double drift, which is you turn and then do 2 shifts for the double drift for the sharp return.
Yeah, I like this map. A lot of people, like I said earlier today, call it the moose map, is what they say, because it looks like a moose. But it's neither here nor there.
And actually, if you haven't played the old version, the new version of Zigzag over here is actually more darker.
Oh wow!
The one before is actually more brighter for the map wise.
Yeah,
so it's kind of like an interesting change.
Yeah, I was gonna say, now that you say something, I do recognize that. Yeah, it's a little bit darker, a little bit more gloomy. Whereas before it was a little bit more colorful, like poppy, or
more brighter.
Animated, I guess is the word I'm looking for as well. But
yeah. But I do like the details, like the little water puddles, there is the reflection, so you can actually see the Unreal Engine 5 like doing its work there.
Yeah, that's really cool to see that. And I'm not too sure, it doesn't slip up the players by any means, right? Running through those puddles.
No, for like these puddles, it doesn't. Yeah, it's just graphic wise. The only puddles that will affect players are going to be like lighter blue or whitish color, and when you drive on it, it will like do a bit more slow. But mostly those kind of puddles only shows up during like idle matches.
All right, well, we're quickly approaching the 2nd lap, and Korean Fob in 1st place, Donut in 2nd place, Blah in 3rd place. And Blah is one of those players I know and love from just, previous events as well.
Yeah.
Hinaru, surprising to see them all the way back down in 8th place as well, so unfortunate, but at the same time, still lots of race left this final lap. A lot of blue nitrous still in the tank here. Blah holding on to this blue nitrous, and the Korean Fob and Donut both popping off with a couple of blue nitrous's themselves.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty nice to see. So, because like normally the teams that are behind that aren't catching up with your like first couple places, they are the ones like in charge of doing like longer drifts, so they can get the blue nitrous for the team.
Yeah.
Because in Car Rider, team game actually does mean a team game. Even on speed, you have to drift together to get the blue. You cannot just like solo it out, because you won't have enough blue nitro to keep the momentum going.
Pushing the final couple turns here. Korean Fob, Donut, and Sano both, all 3 of them holding on the top 3 spots. 26-13 currently right now, bottom left-hand side of your screen. They're basically holding this one down, all racing against themselves right now. Insane movement by them as well. as they approach the final couple turns. This one right here should solidify it for Korean Fob in that first place spot. Can Donut overtake their partner, though? That's what I was looking for, that fight right there. Donut does overtake Korean Fob towards the tail end, and they're going to win this one, though, regardless.
Yep, and there's the little flashy turn by Sano going to the finish line.
That's so funny. I love it when you get like a little competitive nature against you and your friend. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the fun of you know, Kart Rider Drift here. It's just that little bit of competitiveness. Like, haha, I beat you by 1/10 of a second, regardless. Oh my God, look how close it is. 220, 3.25 or 0.352 and 0.382.
Yeah, 0.03 seconds difference.
Exactly.
That makes the difference there.
That was so close towards the tail end. Like I said, a little bit of fun there. Hover Shark versus the Burst. What about those two carts right there? What's the difference between the two?
I don't remember the Hover Shark on top of my head. I think it's one of the newer cars. For the burst wise, if it was like old one, then it is gonna be more stronger. Because it's gonna be more stronger when you're using the nitro. On this version, I think it's more of a stylish option, because I think the burst, it has like more pointy ends. So it's like if you do like cars that have like pointy corners, it just like looks pretty nice.
Yeah. It does look nice. Sometimes it's more about the cosmetics and having your car look cool rather than the actual performance of the vehicle itself. And you know, when you're racing against your friends like that, and you guys are all so dominant, so I mean, it doesn't really matter at that point in time. It's just having fun at the end of the day. But although it is fun, there is money at stake. You know, money is at stake there. So
true.
You have to be very cautious. So
oh, we heard that the big guy behind the scenes that helped us out with the spectator client is in the chat. Let's give him a shout out.
Nice. Yeah, thank you. Smaller B. Thank you. Appreciate you so very, very much for being here in the chat.
Oh, okay. So we do have we also have a pro player, which is Korean Fob is confirmed for KDL, and you know, he's playing here, which is a little treat for the chat here too.
I was gonna say, no, Korean Fob was up there as far as ranking goes. I never knew he was actually an actual pro player though, so that's pretty cool too to see Korean Fob. And I've casted Korean Fob before in the past. You know, big following here on Twitch as well. So you know, hats off to Korean Fob. But more important, like I said, hats off to Smaller B. I want to talk about the next map though. That's up on the docket though. This is match points in favor of Goons, if I'm not mistaken. Snowbound Slopes. I think this is a one track or a one lapper, right? Am I wrong about this one, or is it a two lapper?
Yeah, it is a one lapper. So you only start from the head to the end. You can see the map. There is like, you drive to the end is where like the little cart areas that you go into, and one major thing of this map is it is all like downslope, so it is super high speed, and we're taking those U-turns or pin turns over there. You do have to have like precise speed control, or else you're just going to like swing your car into a wall. Yeah,
not to mention the trees when you're going down the slope as well. You have to be very, very careful about the trees as well. So let's go ahead and hop into this matchup right now. Snowbound Slopes, match point in favor of Goons. Can they pull this one off and force our and then we can move on to the item portion of the game, is what I'm trying to say. But Goons in first place right now. So much speed and just twists and turns, like you said, go into this one.
Yep, and going down the pin over here, there should be one of like the little shortcuts or jumps that you do over. Okay, yep, there is the jump there. And after that is going to be like a little trident shape you see here on the map, and you have to like do like little turns to take the straight path. Yeah,
a couple of players always get mixed up and intertwined there. This is the sketchy situation right here. The rock or the logger's in the way. A couple of trees are also in the way as well. But these guys know what they're doing. This map has been in the game for such a long time. You know, they kind of pretty much know the lines as well. It's just a matter of maintaining that line and speed as well. So this is 2 laps though. Look at the screen.
Oh yeah, it's 2 laps because you take the cart and then you go back up, like top of the mountain, and then you come back down again.
Exactly. That's why I thought I remembered about this map. I wasn't 100% sure, so I defaulted and asked you for it. But here we go. That's the 1 lap down. You do take the cart, like you said, into the top and go all the way back to the top. Now things reset. And this is pretty much for all the marbles now. Korean Fob first place, second place Donut, Sano in third place as well. Kinaru though doing a good job in that 4th place spot, trying to combat a lot of these players here for Goons.
Yeah. And one thing of like when you're going to these down slopes, you can do like cutting drifts to get like the nitro while you're going downhills, because when you're going downhill, your car is going to be at max speed anyways. So you might as well like do some drifts to get some nitros to so when you go on flatter surfaces, you will just like have like extra boost to use.
Point your eyes to the bottom left-hand side of the screen. The real-time tracking is live and well. 23-16 right now. Like I said beforehand, Goons on match point. Korean Fob, Donut first place, but that middle of the pack is going to be so crucial as to where the rest of the team is going to finish, because those points are going to fluctuate heavily. Korean Fob holding that first place spot down, and then Davi trying to push their way up and move up towards Donut, maybe knock them back a little bit, but Sanu doing a good job as well, moving their way up the rankings too, pushing them all the way back down. This should be the final stretch right here off the right-hand side. Kanaru narrowly missing some of the trees. There you go, make some contact with that one. And I think that this one is in the bag for the Goons as they cross the finish line right here. Korean Fob, Donut, and Sano all crossing in the top 3 spot once again.
Yeah, Korean Fob and Donut are just doing a really good job of keeping the lead far away from the opponent, that they can't even catch up or even draft over their cars.
Yeah, very good job from them. That's going to conclude the speed portion of of this match, at least, and we're going to switch gears to the item portion, and maybe our good friends over on Wall Perspective might be successful over there. But so far, both times we've seen Goons on the stream, basically they've been so dominant this whole entire time on the speed portion. I think they haven't lost yet since we've seen them.
Yep, I also agree. And before like doing the items, they are going to do another BP phase for the item maps. We're gonna see, because in items, the RNG and the teamwork both have to hit together for a team to be successful. It's not just use fast and it's good, because if you just get CC'd like what we saw in earlier matches, you could have been first place and then you just got hit back down to third place, and the other team could just like go past you like that.
Yeah, we see that time and time again on the item portion of this tournament, and we're going to continue to see it, I guarantee it. That's why I love items so much, because it's just chaos. I love the chaos of it. And Axel Toss is in the chat as well, my fellow co-caster, lurking. Also a huge Kart Rider Drift fan. Shout out to Axel Toss. I see you over there. But he's going to argue with me and tell me that he loves speed better. But speed is not better. Item is better, and I'm gonna stick to it until you come onto the stream with me and argue with me about it, Axel. But anyway, nonetheless, we. Oh, okay, cool. Donut is also qualified for Korea as well, so congratulations to Donut too.
Nice.
A lot of the players here in this community, like I said beforehand, we're trying to bring Kart Rider Drift over to the West and show the love and appreciation over here in the States, or just wherever it is, you know. It's just, we're trying to bring it from, you know, the Asian culture over here and make it popular and make it into a big thing. So we appreciate so much Nexon bringing over the Observer client for us to use. It's made the production so much more crisp, so cool, and on top of that, just adds so much of a different element to the stream as well. So shout out to them for giving us that. But look at the bottom of the screen right here underneath me. We're doing the map picks and the map bans as well. You see Desert's Pharaoh's Pass is #1. We've seen this map quite a bit today.
Yeah, it is one of the classic iconic maps that came out at the beginning ages of Kart Rider, and everyone just like loves this map, because you know you got like the little Egypt style background.
I love Egypt,
and also the pyramids. It's just really cool to do.
Yeah, I love it. I love to see the theme of it. You know, like I said, Kart Rider they do such a good job at, like, you know, taking that one theme, for example, like I said, Egypt, and they incorporate it so well into the map. And on top of that, with the item portion as well, they always add like a little bit of flares of like RNG that kind of like pop up on the map too. That's so, like, you know, culturally specific to the region that we're in, whether it be Italy, United States, Egypt, wherever it may be. They always add that little bit of extra element that always just like chef's kiss moment. You know what I mean? It's so cool. So cool to see.
Yeah, also agree. And also for this version of the Kart Rider, like we were mentioning about items RNG and also like item changes. In previous Kart Rider, or I think before, still in season 1, but they changed out season 2, the magnet and UFO cancel item that they did like the combination together. Before, there was no cancels for your magnet. So like when you are stick on with a magnet, you are just stuck with it. You cannot even cancel it.
Wow.
But now after season 2, they did a change that you can help your team get canceled by the magnet and the UFO, which is like a really strong thing. And I think is one of the things that Nexon is trying to do to incorporate teamwork together and having like items more of like a team effort instead of like only first place needs to hold on a UFO cancel item, and the people behind, if you have UFO cancel, is just useless. But now you can actually incorporate it with like a voice call and say, "Hey, help me cancel a UFO," or "Help me cancel a magnet,"
Cool.
and then your teammate will do the button to save you from that.
All right. Well, real quick, I want to flash the map picks and map bans real quick before you put those away, because we only got to talk about Pharaoh's Pass. But round number 1, wall perspective picked that one, and they picked Pharaoh's Pass, so advantage might go to them. Number 2, Motherlode. First time we're seeing that one, which is a good map as well. One of the classic OG maps, I think, is good. And then a staple becoming into this rivals circuits has been the seaplane base in San Francisco. I think that one we've seen that quite a bit today on stream. And then of course round number 4, Venice Gondola Tour, we've seen that quite a bit as well. Like I said, it's my favorite, one of my favorite newer maps because of the little rowboat guys, just coming through.
The little boats.
Yeah, the little boats. And then if need be, round number 5, Glacier Pull or Half Pipe, rounding out the things here towards the tail end. So if worst comes to worst, if wall perspective tie up the series and they win this one against the Goons, we're going to see ourselves at a ace match. We already had one at the start of the stream, so can we see a second one is the question.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to see those because like when teams are very competitive, when they win, they're just like gonna win it all. So it's always exciting to see an ace match happening. It does seem like our game is about to going to load in for Pharaoh's Pass. Which team do you think will probably take the dub for this one?
Oh man, I have to kind of side with the Goons after seeing them in the item portion against somebody like Kinaru, who basically, or not Kinaru, my apologies, Kaiser, somebody like Kaiser, who is known in the items side of things, and just how easily I guess they pushed past that TSA squad. It was so good to see, but at the same time, it was so disheartening to see because I really wanted TSA to put more of up of a fight against Pingu. But I think the Goons might have this one in the bag. They're just so well-rounded when it comes to both item and speed.
I also agree. So it does take some practice to know like item timings or the usage. And when you see like the water balloons, you also have to understand the distance of using it, because the water balloons, you can hit your teammates with it. So if you do not call out when you're using water balloon, then you do hit your teammate, and it could cost you some points over there. Oh, as you see over there, the red team hit their own teams with the red water balloon there.
And I do see, I think, a different quality of life change that I can notice is that the red water balloon bubble would stay red and the blue one stays blue as well. So you see what color who fired it. Beforehand in the past, it was all just one neutral color. So I think it was all just blue.
It was just blue.
So
yeah.
It's like Carrier Drift constantly getting updated, constantly getting quality of life changes essentially happen to them as well. So it's always good to see.
Yeah. And as we're seeing here, we are on lap 2. It's still interesting because actually there isn't really much difference between first place and like all the other placements over here. There's like still crowded like our speed maps.
Exactly.
When Donut and Korean Fob, they were just like way far ahead. But right now, it doesn't seem like that is the case anymore.
Right now, Sano at first place, approaching this final third map. Donut finds its way in front as well. But look at Davi creeping up. Fourth place, third place, second place. Blah in first place now as well. The position changes are just so crazy. Yeah, I was gonna say the magnet use is coming out too. Yeah. Between all these players, absolutely insane to see. They all got bunched up in a little bit of separation now.
Yeah, so I do want to mention there that Davi, when he was using the magnet, he actually purposely slowed down to pull the opponent back with him, so his team can pass through. And when you're playing solo online or even ranked, that isn't something that you will consider of.
Yeah.
You just want the speed of the magnet. And here we hit the finish line with
Davi. Oh, no, Blah in first place. Wow, I was going to say Davi was in first place. Blah taking that first place spot home. So adding to the board first for this item round is going to be wall perspective. But like I said, a little bit of advantage to wall perspective. They picked this map, Pharaoh's Pass.
Yeah. They're pretty smart, and they're actually trying to use the items in their advantage to they cannot win on speed, but use the items just to teamwork hold down the opponents, so the rest of your team can just pass through faster.
I mean, it was so close. Look at the numbers, like how close this matchup really was. But at the same time, I really feel like Blah just kind of separated themselves from the pack there. And towards the tail end, like I said, we usually see like a lot more chaos, a lot more kind of crazier things happen. But that one was pretty much well decided as far as like who was going to win that matchup and who essentially was in first place and was going to be dominant. But like usually we see like a UFO or something kind of come out crazy towards the tail end, or a water bomb that kind of sucks up everybody up, and then something kind of nuts just kind of happens towards the tail end. But speaking of nuts, we have this next map, which is pretty nuts. It's going to be Motherlode, one of the classic OG maps. A couple shortcuts here too, I think, right?
Yeah, so towards the ending there is the little squiggly path that you gotta do like a sharper turn, and after that you should do like a long drift turn to get into two little sliders that like go up, and you have to like take the right skinny one so it's more faster than the green one on the left.
Okay, if not, then chaos ensues, and we love chaos. Always got to.
Especially if you get hit on that big uphill over there, you just lose a lot of speed, and then it's just really hard to even climb up that hill.
All right, well we're gonna be hopping in game. I think we actually might have a reset. Davi might have crashed or something might have happened, so might have a little bit of a reset here. But you were talking about earlier, the circles on the map right there underneath the title. This is Mine Motherlode, where it has 3 dots there. You say 3 stars out of what, the 5? That's how difficult these maps are, correct? Like for a novice player, beginner player, whatever it may be, that shows you the difficult meter. This one being a 3. How difficult is that for like some of these pro players out here? Pretty difficult, or just just relative walk in the park?
So for beginner players, I think the main reason that is considered a little bit difficult, it will be because that you do not understand the shortcuts or also the ramp usages. And if I recall correctly, at the U-turn area there is a little shortcut jump that you have to drift precisely to fall down through, and then it'll be like more faster.
Well, as we wait for everybody to kind of hop in to this game and get reset and get restarted, things of that nature, I want to remind you guys that this is Kartrider Drift, and it is a free to play game. You guys need to download this game. It's so much fun. Free to play on multiple platforms. You can link it to your Twitch account, get some drops while you're sitting here watching the game. If you're just curious about it, that's cool. Kind of hang back. We have some awesome community members in the Twitch chat. Deos and their moderator basically in the chat right now answering questions. We had a bunch of people come through asking about the game. How do they download it? Which game, which version, what's the strategy behind it, things of that nature. And they were playing real time. It was really, really cool to see that come through, and a lot of people show interest and express interest in it as well. So if you guys are interested, play it. We actually had a competitor earlier. Who was that? Was that Kaiser, who was on mobile playing against these guys on PC, which was absolutely insane to see a player of his caliber, or their caliber, I should say, playing on mobile, still playing in a $1,000 tournament. That just goes to show you that there's just that cross-platform integration is there. So if you guys want to play on your phone, on your favorite console, on PC, on your Stream Deck, whatever you guys want, you guys can play it. It's free to play. Download it for all your platforms, link it up, and pretty much have some fun. That's all I can really say about it.
Oh, seems like we are getting in game, and see, we are loading in. Davi's still hitting like a 60% line there.
Oh no, Davi crashed again. Oh, unfortunate. I mean, we were so fortunate enough to see a majority of the stream where we haven't had a couple of crashes, and now 2 back-to-back crashes. Who had that on their bingo card? Anybody have that on their bingo card? Just out of curiosity, no.
I don't know any bingo over here, or anyone has their card. I do want to kind of like mention the cars that we were talking about earlier, or we kind of like saw during the loading screen. You just see the goons, they were all mostly using like speed cars, and while war perspective, they actually some of them actually they switched to like certain item cars. And if you don't remember, some items cars does have special effects. for like the water balloon usages or like receiving certain items.
Yeah, you were saying that earlier, and I thought that was a really cool element to it as well. I never actually knew that. So like I said, another quality of life upgrade that Kart Rider Drift on Nexon kind of added to the game itself. You were saying that the bathtub or the toilet car, one of the two, if you get hit by a water bomb, you have like a less
less duration of
the quality
getting
control.
like knocked.
Exactly. So that's really cool to see that little aspect, a little element to it too. Because then on top of that, like you said, certain players like certain cars for speed, other players like certain cars for item, and to see like that element of just strategy involved with when people use cars and where people use cars and what car they actually use, you know, it's just it's cool to see that little element to it. But I mean, we could take it a step further. You were talking about upgrading your car as well over the course of time, and I didn't even know they had that aspect to the game, you know what I mean, for upgrading your car. So obviously I need to play some more, number one, and number two, probably you know, start to upgrade myself as far as like push past that novice beginner stage and start to actually go for some licenses and stuff like that too, and unlock some more vehicles and maps.
Yeah, it is a really crucial point to have your cars upgraded from common into heroic. There's like the big speed difference, nitro difference. You do want to take advantage of, and especially if you're playing in normal lobbies. Upgraded card and normal card, there's going to be a difference between like 180 miles per hour to like 220 miles per hour.
Wow, that's a huge difference though. That's like world record setting stuff in comparison to just like casually driving on the map, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes you would want to take a stroll, sometimes you want to hit the gas.
Well, regardless of the fact, like I said before, it's you can take it as serious as you want to for Kart Rider Drift. Like that's the beauty of it. You can come out here and have a good time, have fun, and you know, just play the game for what it is. Or if you find yourself, you know, winning 99 of 100 matches, you know, test your luck. Come join one of these leagues. I think I know in the past there was like a time gate, and what I mean by that is like you have to have a certain time on a map essentially, even to qualify for the rival circuit, even to play in the rival circuit is what I'm trying to say. I'm not too sure if that threshold has been lifted or not, but even if you don't meet that threshold requirement, guess what? You can join the Discord, talk to some of these players who you're seeing here on the stream, maybe change up your car, get a different strategy, put different wheels, use a different car in general, upgrade something different. Ask those questions in the Discord. These guys are willing to help. They want to help out. The community is so strong and so passionate about Kart Rider that everybody would talk to you about it. So there's a place, a safe haven, I guess you could kind of say, for Kart Rider Drift where you can get your questions answered.
Yeah, I'm not certain about the rules, but I know for certain teams or even pro players, there is certain like time thresholds that you gotta hit to make the team. Like one of the iconic town maps, I don't remember the name, but I do remember the Chinese name, but not the English name. You gotta hit like about like 142 or 152 to be considered good.
Yeah,
and for like those pros that make it, they actually take a lot of time in practicing the maps and also understanding like the shortcuts or what is the best line to take. And even like during a straight path, you gotta like know how to do like cut drifts or slice drifts to have like the max speed outfit.
all right, well, enough stalling, and we're gonna head into this matchup now, and we're gonna go ahead and see who is gonna win this item mode on Motherload, this 3-lap race.
Yeah, so like after this area, there should be like the little shortcut area I mentioned earlier. There is the drop.
Yeah, there's a jump right there.
You have to make it through, and that's why it's a freestyle map, because not a lot of people can actually do that. They just fall off the cliff there.
I know back in the day it used to happen quite often. People used to fall off the map in that spot in particular. And it still happens now. I mean, nobody is perfect, number one, but number two, you have so many people trying to go for those jump cuts. There's a shortcut back there as well. But you have so many people
missed the shortcut.
Yeah. But there's so many people going for those for the shortcuts that you actually bump into your opposition, or you bump into your teammate essentially in that position, and you end up pushing them off into the you know, off of the map or whatever. So you have to be very, very careful. But heading into lap number 2, Sano in first place, Goons in second place comfortably, and of course Sepia in third place too, with Kanaru in fourth.
Yep. And Sepia made a big mistake falling off the map there. Got pushed him behind.
I
as
saw a
we
little
go
banana
up.
peel right there on the rickety bridge before. Someone hit a banana peel perfectly. Is that a strategy that you have in your belt too?
Yeah, it's like by putting banana peels like on uphills or like tight corners or like little areas, like you just want to guarantee that the banana peels is like not put out a random space that nobody's gonna drive through it. So at least it will make use of it. If you don't let your team know where the banana peel is for them to avoid it, they can also hit it too.
Zavi was doing a good job right there combating goons in that second place spot, fighting for first place spot, but ultimately got hit by a water bomb and dropped all the way down into about fourth or fifth place spot. So unfortunate right there. But this is the third and final lap. Nobody trying to risk and hit the jump right there, except for Davi.
Well, Davi made the jump,
going over all the way to about sixth place now. So unfortunate, but still in contention though is Kanaru in second.
Yeah. And Sano up front is still holding on the shields just to like play safe and then like not get hit by anything to secure the win.
Yeah, Sano's going to win. I was going to say that the countdown timer has a fully initiated, so might see a couple DNFs here because Sano finished so fast. Even the third place person barely even crossing. So Sano going to pick up the first win, tie up the series, or tie up, I was going to say this round at least.
The items.
Yeah, the items tied up right here in this portion, 1-1 now. So pretty interesting to see who is picking the map. Essentially, is kind of getting the advantage.
Yeah, and if you kind of like look at the numbers here, you notice Sano only picked up 11 items because they were just only holding on shields. So even they hit the box, they didn't get any new items. But the person that were getting a bunch of items are the ones like were behind hitting the boxes for nitros or utility, and they do eventually catch up. So I think it's pretty important to know who are the ones on your team are gathering items to be the support character, and who are going to be the ones that are going to be up there taking the lead and be more defensive to be first place. All
right, I think a couple of matches may or may not have concluded real quick, so we're going to take a look at the bracket real quick just to catch you guys up to speed on some of the matches that have been played off stream. Like I said, we're over there on the Goons and Wall perspective portion of this tournament, and you know, Goons obviously winning the speed round, and Clover taking the speed round over Excalibur as well. Barbie Boys taking the speed over TSA, and we're still waiting for results on the Pingu versus Eurostars, but looking forward, I mean, Clover is sitting pretty right now. Barbie Boys were so dominant when we saw them in the stream. The first game that we had, they looked really, really good. But right now, we have ourselves a predicament. Wall perspective trying their absolute best to force this ace matchup, I guess we can kind of say, against Goons.
Yep, the ace match is going to be their chance to win this series, and especially right now that items is on 1-1, so they could potentially still lose the map and then make it more interesting, but they probably don't want to. And seems like we lost a player at the last second.
Yeah, I saw somebody say they have to restart inside the lobby, so unfortunate. So we're gonna have to unfortunately restart that and get everybody back inside the map. But the map is going to be seaplane base, and we were talking about you know, kind of what's it called, the theme is this one's San Francisco, obviously seaplane base, and I've never been to San Francisco before. I've been to San Diego, Los Angeles and stuff. I've always heard San Francisco is a very pretty place to be, but I like this map in particular just because of the fact you see that seaplane coming down, and it's that last portion of the map essentially where you, before you hit that corner, before you hit the turn, right before the finish line, that seaplane, the red one, comes down and just splashes into the water. You know, adds that little bit of extra elements and flair into this map. I just love it. Like I said, they do such a good job with the map design. Hats off to whoever designs these maps. Adding that little extra element, I guess you could kind of say.
Yeah, and I do want to mention there is one card that looks like an airplane, and for that card, I recall you can also get it with the in-game currency. Okay. Which is pretty nice. What the game developer does, you can get these specialty cards without any cost, and you know, the game is free to play, so you should definitely join and get some nice cards, and you know, even just enjoy the view of the map when you're not playing competitively. It's also really fun.
Do you know off the top of your head how much that car costs?
It should be a bundle that comes with a card, the license plate, because you know, on the back the license plate is actually customizable, which is cool. Oh, that's cool. And normally I think the combo packs are around like 6,000 Lucy, and there could be like an extra like balloons that makes it like 9,000.
Well, guess what? Just for watching the stream, you get 2,000. Okay, so that's where I was going with that. So drops are enabled here on Dayhouse's channel. You get 2,000 free coins that you could put towards wherever you want to in the game. So maybe you could buy yourself a nice little seaplane and drive around later. Barrier coming out. Goon's gonna just narrowly miss that one. But this is the little shortcut coming up right here. You can jump across over and take the boardwalk, I guess you could kind of say, across the map instead of going the long way. But players like that miss it, and they unfortunately fall in the water.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure if you noticed what Kinoru was trying to do there. They were holding the shield, so they purposely slowed down so they can like take an attack ability for the friend. But it seems like the goons had double rockets to use, so it wasn't enough to block the rockets for the team, so they both got hit actually.
This is the part I was talking about right here. The plane has come and gone since then, but Sano actually had 2 Guardian shields in his pocket as well. He just popped both of them. So something crazy must have kind of happened out here. And this is once again a 3-lapper as we cross the 2nd lap into this one. Sano's going to have a Guardian shield, or a shield once again in first place.
Oh, seems like Sano used it to block off an ability. Bloodus has a rocket. Oh, they use it and Sano did block it with their shield. So far there isn't really any big team items to help secure on either side. It's more like solo items or a general water balloon that is dangerous to put out, because in this map here, or like this round that's going on right now, the teams are actually quite close to each other, so there isn't even the distance to throw that out to CC anyone.
I was going to say, a lot of players electing not to use those and keep them in their pocket. I see a UFO and a barrier coming out. Good barrier as well. That's going to knock off, I think that was Kinaru, or maybe Korean 5, one of the two off on the right-hand side. Korean 5 electing to go the long route around, and Kinaru actually in 3rd place right now. Sepia is in 1st place. Final lap is upon us, but look at who's in 2nd and 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah, and as we're like looking over here, see like Donut and Korean Pop did like gather their momentum and taking 1st and 2nd, and as I say that, Korean Pop just got chain CC back down to like the place there. Kind of unfortunate of the caster curse, but Sepia chasing Donut over here. Maybe he would get close enough to have like a little draft boost next to him.
Yeah, and Sepia doing a great job, and on top of that, Donut getting CC'd a little bit too. Coming close to the couple of final turns here. Donut does pop that UAV, or sorry, the UAV, the anti-UFO.
Anti-UFO, yeah.
Wow, now and Sepia in 1st and 2nd place. A little bit of a shield for Sepia. They do make the jump too. They have to survive around this corner, pick up a final item here as well. That's going to be an anti-UFO. They should have this one in the bag as well. And the Guardian coming through just for the cracks as well. So, wall perspective. Moving on to match point now. Pushing Goons back on such a close race right there towards the tail end, but Sepia and I think Blah just kind of walked away with it towards the end.
Yeah, and I want to mention, you remember that jump area? You mentioned like where the seaplane is. Sepia was actually able to keep enough speed to make it. Otherwise, original you will like need to have a nitro to even make that jump. So it's kind of like hard to see like players are protecting each other or helping each other draft to have like extra speed to take that little leap. Otherwise, you just like fall off into the water.
Well, this is it. Can wall perspective force this ace match? I want to see it. Like I said before, we hardly ever get to see those ace matches. We saw one at the beginning point of our stream, which is just super rare, especially to see one that early in the group stages. In the Swiss stage was really cool to see. But next map gonna be Venice, one of my favorite ones, I should say. Like I said beforehand, Venice Gondola Tour, pretty much a newer map that's become a favorite here among these players in the rivals circuits. We've seen it I think 3 or 4 times already on this on the stream. So talk us through maybe a little bit of the strategy going into this map.
So to be honest, I'm not really familiar with the new maps that just came out for this season, but just from looking through the plays that what the players been doing, or even the maps they chose, it seems like they've been banning out more of the OG maps to play the new maps because it's more refreshing. I would say, and you can like see the different mechanics. Like at seaplane, you actually have to be like a plane and jump, but at Venice, you can enjoy the little tour on the boat while you're like driving through the streets of Venice. Yeah,
a little bit of relaxation right there, I guess you can say. As brief as it may be, because you know those guys paddle really fast. It's a brief little, I guess, breath you can kind of say. But
yes, we're
gonna see if everyone's gonna load up. It looks like everyone's safe, safe and sound. I like the car lineup right here as well. Can we get a top-down view, from the first like 5 seconds of this? I like to see everybody bunched up right there. There you go, top-down view. Gotta love it. New observer feature right there.
You see someone just got like hit the wall and got knocked back down. But here we see block. Oh, even they got CC, but they got caught on the boat. So the speed is secure. Korean farm. Wait a minute. I couldn't tell if that was purposely stopped to block Blah or it was because of waiting for it.
I'm not too sure. I was wondering the same thing as well. Like, were they waiting just on purpose, or were they waiting just because? But Blah falling off the map on that shortcut, that's what's so dangerous about that as well.
Yes.
You can hit that shortcut, but there's no barriers to protect you, and you fall in the water if you go too fast and get out of control.
Yep, that is going to take some time out for all your opponent to like pass by. You can see that Donut here taking like a little shortcut over here to get closer to do like a sharp U-turn, or what we call a double drift. And on war perspective, they don't really have any good items right now to catch up with because when I say that, Blah picks up the under item.
But we see Goon has 2 Guardian shields.
Yep.
Does pop one of them before they hop into the boat as well. So communication, there's another one as well before they pick up a, they're even struck by the lightning cloud too. So, you know, blue team right here, the wall perspective, definitely pushing up, and they're starting to make their presence known. They're starting to combat it, but this is the final lap right now. Blah, for some reason, dropping back. Maybe Sepia had a little bit better of an item to use, and that's why Blah dropped back a little bit, but Korean Fob holding that first place spot down.
Yeah, and we usually like Korean Fob did get like a double anti-UFO item, so they wasted one so they can get like another item, and he did get the shield just to like secure the first place as a protective item.
Well, the first place line coming up, 300 meters to go. Actually, Korean Fob does cross the finish line already. I lost perspective and lost where Korean Fob was, so Korean Fob trying to get the DNF timer onto the rest of the crew. Kanaru, only person not finishing right now, but regardless if they finished or not, it's still going to go in favor of Korean Fob and Goons, forcing game number 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty intense match for war perspective. I'm going into this last item map.
0 attacks for Korean Fob. How often do you see that? 0% attacks.
Well, he was like always up front, and you know, like the placements will make you get different items. So since Korean Fob was up front, mostly he was probably getting like either shields, bananas, or anti-UFOs or anti-magnets. And even if he get a banana, it's mostly like drop immediately, or someone like shielded or blocked it. So he was just like having those protective items the whole time to like get that first place.
Yeah, I was gonna say that as well. That's pretty much. But I was just saying, like, how often do you see somebody not, you know, getting any attack over this? It's pretty rare in my personal opinion. One of the first times I've actually seen it. So, yeah. Next map though. Moving on. For game number 5, the match right here, and of course, wouldn't have it any other way. Polar Half Pipe is the match, or the map that we're gonna have for the final matchup. Hopefully, we're gonna see a wall perspective just force this ace matchup. If not, Goon's gonna secure this one and move on to the semifinals.
Yep. And this is one of the OG map that I like in the old days because of like the little slope, and if you do have enough speed at the slope, you can get to the shortcut that is on top, which is also gonna be more faster than like going down. But the benefit of going down is that you are able to secure an item to use. So it's either like you want to like take the path that's faster, no items, or the one that's a bit slower, but you would get an item to use.
I agree, but at the same time, I have no idea what you're talking. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, I get it like that.
No, it's a good assessment. It really, really is. I just wanted to, lighten up the mood just a tad bit. Have a little bit of fun out here on the cast. But let's hop into this matchup right now. Polar half pipe. Let's get this one going. Game number 5. Let's get the hype going. Who do you want to see win? Goons. You want to see them win this one in a sweep and move on to the semifinals the traditional way, or do you want to see Wall Perspective with the comeback and force the ace match? Let's see it in the Twitch chat.
We see Wall Perspective double water flop Korean flop during down the slope, so one shield wasn't enough because there's a second one. Like, this is what I'm saying. You gotta have a team to work these kind of claws together, like target one person so they cannot even block it. And that did make Korean fall out a little bit. He did catch up pretty fast over here.
Now I want to ask you this right here. That turn, if you choose to go the short path, do you slow down just a tad bit because of the snow?
Yes, you do go down the slope. You do go slower on the snow. It does decrease your speed, so that's how you do want to take the top area.
Well, this is only the second lap of 3. A lot of power ups being used. Now we're getting hit by several of them. Now we're gonna find ourselves on the pipeline. And this is where you tend to use that kind of nitrous. Nobody really having the nitrous to go to the top lane either, but still a tight, close race. Dobby second place, Donut in third place, but where's Sanu at? There he is, right there across in this little turn right here. Is going back towards the finish line.
Yep, and you see like that little area to take this top route is normally where I will put a banana because it's a really tight area for people to dodge. So either they dodge the banana or they get hit by the banana and hit the turn wall.
All right, final lap is here. Who is gonna win this one? Wall Perspective. Can they force the ace matchup? There's a nice jump right there from Dobby. Gonna be up in the up. Oh, it gets hit by the water bomb. Gonna kill that momentum.
Yep, not the water balloon there. Sano is taking first place and is about to pass through the finish line, I'll say.
Oh no! Oh, UFO! The UFO slows just enough. Can they? No, insult to injury. I was gonna say they crossed the finish line right in the nick of time, but Blah was the closest person there. I think ended up getting waterballed instead. So unfortunate, but at the same time, Goons gonna push past Wall Perspective and move on to the semifinals.
Congratulations to them. Wall Perspective did put up a good fight against it at the end. We can see how at the beginning they were comboing their item usage, and even at the end they did try. But unfortunately, it still comes down to Goons to be taking the win, and they'll be moving on to bracket.
I want to say Deus was in the chat too. Ace match versus Clover happening now as well. I'm gonna update you guys whenever that one is concluded, when that one's finished. But this one right here is finished. Goons moving on to semifinals. We're gonna be waiting for the rest of the bracket to kind of trickle their way in as well. But as we set things up, please, I urge you guys, stick with us through this short break. I promise you guys it's gonna be a short one, and then we're gonna switch it up. It's not gonna be best of 5s anymore. It's gonna be best of 7s. So a little bit more Kart Rider Drift action for you guys. All right, after this break, stick with us. Hello and welcome back. Thank you very much for sticking with us through that break. My name is Whoopshoe, and this is my good friend Khazix. Hopping with me, be in the in the booth for casting wise, and Khazix is actually wearing multiple hats. He's also doing tournaments, organizing, getting the players in the lobbies and things of that nature. Meanwhile, I'm just wearing one hat. I'm just your caster and host, and wearing a lovely Kart Rider Drift hat. Okay.
Yeah, the hat looks pretty good, and I do really like the light blue color and white combined together. It just makes it like pop out a lot.
Yeah, it'll go good with that jacket that you got on over there. How about you pass it over this way, through the camera. Let me go ahead and reach over
whatever
there.
You give me the hat so I can put on an extra hat. No,
I don't know. I think that's not a fair trade. I think you got to give me your windbreaker, and I think it'll look good on me.
And think about it, I'm really a man with many hats, so I guess I just put on an extra hat.
Well, the man who gave me this hat is right there in chat. It's Mr. Axel Toss. Thank you very much for that one, buddy. Got to meet Axel Toss back in San Diego for DreamHack San Diego. He was actually streaming some Kart Rider while he was there. I was actually next to him a couple PCs over, streaming some Rocket League and things of that nature, and we got to talking and stuff. When I got done with my stream, of course, I rated my good friend Axel Toss, who had to show him some love and support while he was playing some Kart Rider Drift, and that's when me and him got to talking. He gave me a hat and stuff after, and off stream. So really cool guy, really great individual, huge Kart Rider fanatic, like I said beforehand. Probably has been playing this game since cavemen's were writing pictures on walls. That's how long Axel Toss has been a part of this community. But that's neither here nor there. Right now, we have in front of us the Rival Team Showdown with the $1,000 prize pool. Currently, right now, on the bottom of you guys' screen down there, you guys can see the maps that are being picked for the speed portion of this tournament. There are currently picks and bans going on, which is a cool aspect of this, this tournament that we have to present to you guys. We get to see some of the maps that are the favorites, some of the maps that are kind of the, like you said, the dull ones that we've played time and time again. So get some of those newer maps in here, keep it fresh, keep it feeling good. But the first map on the docket, I forgot to mention who we even have on the stream. My apologies. This matchup for you guys, best of 7, by the way. I'm gonna repeat that. Best of 7, not a best of 5 anymore. Goes to best of 7 here in the semifinals. Clover Barbie Boys, or Clover gonna be taking on Barbie Boys in this matchup. I think we might have the group, or I'm sorry, the bracket real quick. Production, put that on the screen for the round number 1s. We can talk about who was moving out to the semifinals and who got eliminated in the quarterfinals. Currently, right now, Clover taking over Excalibur, aka Dayhouse, a team, losing to Clover, and they actually went down to that ace matchup and lost in that ace match against Clover. So Clover moving on, and Barbie Boys moving on obviously as well. So that's the game you guys are going to see. Goons, you guys watched that one with us before the break, 2-0 over Wall Perspective, and Pingu over Eurostars 2-0 as well. So we're gonna have Clover and Barbie Boys here on the stream. Goons and Pingu are gonna be playing off stream, but then we're gonna see one of those two teams in the finals.
Actually, we are going to go to Goons and Pingu after this, I recall, because I think we're like doing our semifinals and so top bracket, bottom bracket, and then to the finals.
Well, I disagree with that. No, I'm just playing. Whatever works, whatever's for production, that's what happens. We do things on the fly over here. But regardless of the fact, we do have the map bans and the maps coming out. Like I said beforehand, the first one being in favor of Clover, going to be picking Zigzag Timberland, one of the classics here for Kart Rider Drifts. And then, of course, round number 2, going to be going over to Singapore Circuit. I think that might be the first time we've seen Singapore Circuits. I think it was banned a couple of other times before. I don't think we've seen Singapore this time through.
I think at the first round of the first match that was on stream, I think they did play it once, and then after that it was pretty much banned throughout the tournament until now.
Yeah, well, Rio de Nitro is going to be the first time on the stream, regardless of the fact, because we haven't seen that one yet. That one is a 1-lap track, of course, and like I said, one of my favorite ones as well. Korea Circuit, obviously, I've seen that one a couple of times, and that's going to be round number 4. Then the band's coming through over to Extreme Stadium. We're going to have for round number 5, Clover in favor of that one. Then Boom Hill Tunnel for round 6 and round 7, if need be, facility number 5. So, do you foresee this one going the distance and going all the way to round 7, or are we going to, kind of stay here and be all settled and done in round 4, round 5?
We haven't seen Clover play yet, but since they made it this far, it means they have been keeping up a fight, and especially that they did beat Deos's team, but also considering that they did also go into an ace match that was pretty close on skill. And over here, Barbie boys, they were also pretty fast during their match, so I think it's more of a potential maybe go to 5, maybe 6, but I don't think it will go all the way to 7.
Yeah, I think that too. I was going to bring up the same point as well. You know, no diss whatsoever to Dallas's team, or anybody else in the tournament, but I do think that it is a little bit concerning, like you said, that they did go into that ace matchup, that 1v1 essentially. You know, Dallas's team put up a heck of a fight, but we didn't really see them at full force, to be honest with you, because they were at a little bit of a disadvantage for the first 2 games in speed that they played here on stream. Obviously, Sarah was the one that was missing, I think, in that lineup for Dallas's team. So by the time I think Sarah got into the actual game, they were already down 2-0 at that point in time. So not really a fair assessment as the strength of Dallas's actual team. So unfortunate. So anyway, we are going to be gearing up for this matchup. It's going to be, like I said beforehand, Cover versus my apologies, versus Barbie. And I was going to say Barbie boys, we haven't seen them on stream since basically the first matchup. So I'm really anxious and excited to see how far they've come and how much they've grown essentially since then as well.
Yeah, and let's kind of like talk about the map. Zigzag Timberland, we kind of mentioned earlier. The main course of this map is going to be at the hairpins. That is when it like changes the dynamic. Yeah,
this is one of the maps that we've seen time and time again. Such a close, I love this angle right here. It's so good, especially in the beginning part of the match where there's not really much overhead cluster, I guess you can kind of say, or clutter, I guess you can kind of say, but it just adds such a different element to the game.
Yeah, and we can see Baby Race is taking the hard lead for Clover over here.
Yeah, so far out in front, but quickly right behind. The dominant player from Barbie that we saw so much was Cowbay, and he came down to that 1v1 perspective as well, or the 1v1 ace match. That was that first match on stream we were talking about, and Cowbay was so dominant throughout the speed trials. It just goes to show you the skill set right here of Baby Race.
Yep. And I want to also remind for like new players that maybe came in the stream or not familiar with the game, on speed mode, it is considered cumulative points of the team to win. So even though you may be first place, but if the opponent team take over 2nd to 5th place, then they can still turn the game around.
Yeah, and that's what's happening right now. Look at the bottom left hand of your screen. You see Clover, although that Baby Race is in first place, they only have 18 points in comparison to Barbie's 21. So I mean, keep your eye on that as to actually who is going to win this matchup, because the placements actually do matter here in the speed portion. And right now, Barbie boys narrowly just winning this one, even closer now, 20-19. As you see Morningstar moving up. If Morningstar can move up to that 2nd place spot, they can definitely secure this win.
Yep, Morningstar did a really nice cut over the dip over there to get in front of Creaky, and he just needed to get like one more place to help tie up the points. Actually, not even like get over them. But we still gotta see if the teammates behind will catch up to help him secure more points.
Final lap is upon us. A couple of twists and turns, and we can see the finish line, and basically a battle to the end. This is going to be Cowbay with a little bit of a mistake right there around the corner, going to overtake in first place. Morningstar and Baby Race both going to be moving up to a fight for second, first, and first place is going to go to Cowbay. Clover, though still battling, ultimately going to lose this matchup till 16-23 in favor of Barbie boys.
Wow, like we didn't even like notice Cowbay at the beginning, and then he just like zoomed all the way up front to first place to secure the 10 points there.
Yeah, huge overtake right there towards the tail end of that one. Cowbay, like I said beforehand, one of these players on this Barbie boys squad who was just so dominant the first time we seen them in the speed portion, always finishing in the top, I would say 3, if not always top 1 since we've seen them out here, and now coming out here against a very good Clover squad, somebody like Morningstar, who has a solid name here in the kart rider community, taking just like, I would say, what, a half a second almost, basically, where there's a difference between that first and second place spot. But like we said beforehand, it comes down overall to the actual players where everybody finishes, not just first and second place.
Yeah, and like it was so close between first and second place. It was 0.04 seconds.
Yep.
That's how close their time was. And next one, we're going to WKC Singapore Circuit, which I mentioned earlier. It's actually one of my favorite maps.
Well, this is a good map though as well, but the only thing I don't like about this map is like towards where the finish line is, I think is like just such a good straightaway that there's not really much room for a comeback. So pretty much once you go around that last couple of twists and turns, it's pretty much set in stone who's going to win this matchup. And very rarely do you see, I would say, somebody overtake towards the tail end of it. Usually you see that big gap of a margin, and you really it's not anticlimactic. I love the anticlimacticness about, I guess, kart rider drift is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, because the track is like more like the realistic I think the Singapore track, so there is like the little pit line where it has to be a straight line so race cars can go and fuel up and race out. At least the style wise, it looks pretty nice.
Yeah, it's aesthetically pleasing, and then like I said, the theme itself is really cool, really dope, but at the same time, the straightaway is what really kills it for me. But here we go, hopping into the Singapore circuit. I love this top-down perspective, especially when we start to get into the nitty-gritty of things, and maybe even a photo finish towards the tail end. Who knows what's going to happen? But still, regardless, this is still 2 laps, high speed, velocity, just all drifts, taking some lines and kind of sticking to it.
Yeah, and like if you like notice the little red area is like where you want to cut in, so you see over here like everyone just like cut in through these like little shortcuts for like shorter lines. And this is like one of the beauties of the WKC circuit is there's a lot of like lines for new players you won't know, but for longer players that play the game like every day, you're familiar with the lines and you know which places are the places that you gotta cut through and which places you shouldn't be cutting through.
Yeah, all of it. On top of that, you have to maintain your speed, build up some boosts for not only you but your team as well. You have to time your boost perfectly. There's so much that goes into kart riding. It's not just, hold down the right trigger or W key. Most of these players are playing keyboard mouse. Not just hold down that W key and go forward. There's so much more that goes into it.
Yeah. And over here, I think, I'm not sure if you kind of noticed that Magic V and Calbay are actually feeding off each other's drift and draft that's going on over here. Yeah. So the drift that they do at the same time, it does help them gain more blue nitro, and also like there is draft in this game, so you do want to like stay close to somebody so you can have the draft speed going on.
But look at Baby Rays though, pushing up, trying to combat them in that first and second place spot. They did a good job at that too. Morningstar was a little bit of a rub and bumping going on as well back there in the third and fourth place spot. Actually, even making contact with Calbay a little bit ago, but that's neither here nor there. We're going to be approaching the final couple turns here. I was going to say, if Calbay can maintain this first place spot, 500 meters to go, Baby Rays and Morningstar both overtook. Look at the bottom left-hand side of the screen. This is going to be so crucial. 21-18. Can they keep it? Can they keep it? They do. Clover going to hang on and take a game away from Barbie Boys.
That inner circle line Morningstar took in front of Calbay and Magic V actually got them the game there.
Crazy finish. So close. 21-18, and that first and second place spot was just so crucial. Calbay and company though finishing in third, fourth, and fifth, sixth place right there for Barbie Boys. But at the same time, it was such a good overtake, like you talked about, that one mistake that it came down to that just cost them. Because look at the times, 2 minutes 6 seconds, 2 minutes 6 seconds. So, everybody within the same, I would say, grouping, about a half a second and less from each other is essentially what I'm trying to say. So I mean, it came down to the wire, and not only that, but it came down to, like you said, that one little crucial mistake towards the tail end there that that allowed Morningstar to kind of have the overtake. So unfortunate, but at the same time, hey, that's speed. You have to be perfect on your lines for the most part. And now we're gonna be hopping into the next matchup, which is my favorite map, Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, you did mention earlier, it is also one of the maps that is only a one mapper. You go from top to bottom, and in this one, you start from the sky, actually, not even on the road.
Yeah, and the one thing I like about it as well, you have that, of course, like you said, that awesome drop down, where you get that cool overlooking perspective. But we were talking about the whole entire stream. The map developers, whoever designed these maps, are just phenomenal. Like whoever put the little tidbits of information in here is just so cool, because you get to see a lot of Rio de Janeiro, which is what this map is based off. Obviously, the wordplay Rio de Janeiro incorporates, incorporates kart rider drift in here as well, which is really, really cool. But you get to see like the rooftops of Rio de Janeiro, which the classic rooftops, like the tin rooftops you get to jump off of towards the tail end of the map. On top of that, they incorporate the soccer field as well, about midway through the map too. But look at this part right here. I love the drop down from the planes with the gliders too. It's just so cool.
Yep. And like when you drop down, there is the instant boost there that you can do like a short drift for some nitro points there, and that is pretty much what everyone did there. And speaking of, this map is actually one of the required maps for you to get your license in the game, so you can have like higher star maps.
Okay. I like this map a lot though too, because look at that shortcut there. I like this map though a lot because of the fact that there's just so much more open space, a lot more wiggle room for people to kind of position themselves into a better position. Here's the soccer field. There usually is there's that soccer ball too, another couple soccer balls as well. But there's so much more wiggle room for people to kind of overpass. Look at it right here. Freaky gets overtaken right here in 4th place, dropping back down to 5th place as well. But it's such a tight-knit race, and it's only one lap.
And over here, you gotta like make sure you're using your precise drift correctly, because when you go down this high speed, one drift is a full nitro instead of one cutting drift and one precise drift to get a nitro. And if you miss that opening, then you don't get a drift and you just lose speed.
Here we go. As I say, we are approaching the finish line, and it looks like Cow Bay is going to go ahead and finish in 1st place. But 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, so crucial right there for Clover. They're going to end up getting enough points to push past Barbie Boys and get this 2nd victory under the belt. So 2 back-to-back victories here for Clover.
And this is one of the things that we kind of mentioned earlier. It's about the team cumulative points. So even Calby got 1st place, but because maybe Ray and Morningstar, they got like the 2nd to 4th place. They wouldn't have enough points to win this map.
21-18, close as it gets. That's when you have to really have some of those other members on your team push up and start to combat some of the other players and maybe take away that 2nd place spot and just change the perspective and change the tide just a tad bit. But Clover definitely showing up, definitely showing out as well, and they earned that one. I'm gonna say that for sure. They definitely earned that one. And I was gonna say push past Barbie Boys there towards the tail end, and just kept the pedal to the metal, kept the pedal to the nitro, and just earn that victory over them. But now we have, I think you said one of your favorite maps earlier. It was Korea Circuit, or
my favorite map was the Singapore Circuit, which already passed. But the upcoming one, Korean Circuit, is also really beautiful. It has the Korean Folktown view, and there is also the special shortcuts that we were talking about. You have to like consider if you're gonna go over it, which is like the grass area, because you do lose speed on it, and you don't want to like lose too much speed with your boost.
Indeed, you don't want to lose that boosting, because it's all about this speed, momentum, not violence necessarily, but it's about the speed and momentum out here. Basically trying to maintain that speed throughout the whole entire event, and just maintain your drift lines, not trying to allow some of these players in as well. And we were talking earlier a little bit about some of the different cars that we've seen. I see a lot of people on Clover using these what's it called, speed cars. So do you see that on the opposite? I still see Bug using that New York City tour bus. That feels like more of an item car to me.
Yeah, it is like one of the item cars, but probably like the cosmetics and also the upgrades is why they chose this car.
Well, hopping into Korea Circuit, we're going to start to see some of the shortcuts as well over the grassy areas, but sometimes that trips people up, either with some bumps or some kind of crazy shenanigans happening. Look at the drift though right here from Cowbay. That was a thing of beauty. Him and Freaky going at it. Like you said, they're feeding off each other, trying to get as close as possible, but at the same time not trying to mess them up. You can see the drafting trail that both of them are generating as well. So you love to see that, and just goes to show you the team chemistry and the team synergy that they have with one another.
Yeah, and so like we're looking over here, we see Prickly and Cowbay are holding the lead 0.8 seconds in front of Baby Ray, so it's probably like maybe 0.5 in front of Morningstar. And you see like both teams, they are doing a good job keeping up the blue nitro for all their members to just keep boosting and over the grass area, or even just have like better lines.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught up in that grass because that is going to slow you down, knock you back just a tad bit as well. 2 laps come and gone. This is the final one. Cowbay trying to stay in front. Freaky in that second place spot. Morningstar though acting like a Morningstar, battling everybody back, pushing them, overtaking in that first place spot. Barbie Boys losing right now 20-19. It's going to matter. 21 now in favor of Barbie Boys. Then, oh my goodness, back and forth. Baby Rays pops him into the wall and forces Freaky back into that 4th place spot. Now the advantage goes over to Clover. Over to the right-hand side of the finish line coming up. Morningstar, Clover going at it. Not going to be enough. Clover going to be moving on to match point right now over Barbie Boys.
Wow. Morningstar actually did it again. They went for a nice, precise line that is more closer to the railings, but is able to cut off the opponent in front of them. And Perky got knocked off to the wall there. Actually, kind of cost him some of the points there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Unfortunate that happened. Unless you are a Clover fan, then that's what you love to see and expect to see out of your team. And like I said, Morningstar acting like a Morningstar, swinging that club and knocking back several members of Barbie Boys. And that was such a good showing. Cowbay and Freaky were just dominating for the majority of that match. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, almost like a magnet was used. You saw Morningstar just get sucked up, and Baby Ray's body blocking Freaky into that wall was a huge point and toss over to the right hand side. So unfortunate, but still, like I said, match point now in favor. Match point in favor of Clover.
And the next map, what I recall, should be Extreme Stadium. It's for the teams.
Extreme Stadium. Glacier Extreme Stadium. One of the classic maps here for Kart Rider Drift. The classic map, I would say. It's like always like, if I think Kart Rider, I just think of this map for some reason. I have no idea why, but just one of the staples here inside the Rivals circuits. And it comes down to, like I said, those narrow twists and turns with those like 3 back-to-back U-turns that you have to pull off. And then the very, very difficult jump over that gap. Usually you see some people get intertwined and tangled up and fall into the gap there, and then going over that ski jump, let's just call it a jump, you know, going into that jump. If you hit that drift perfectly, it feels so clean going into the finish line.
Yeah, and like when we look at the other teams that were playing this map earlier, there was the dip at the last pin U-turn area, and when you drop down there, and it's gonna be really hard to regain speed because there's going to be like 2 jumps you have to go over, and you're not able to have like max speed to just jump over and then go into the 90-degree turn there. So teams do have to watch out about this area.
Well, if you heard that loud crash and bang, that was my water bottle being kicked over by myself. But,
no worries.
But yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. You have to maintain that speed. You have to maintain, you know, your lines going through there. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to go ahead and see like yourself getting, what's it called? Tangled up on some of those twists and turns, some of those U-turns as well. We've seen it time and time again where some of those players kind of get knocked into the wall and then bump themselves backwards, and crazy kind of things happen towards the, you know, some of those U-turn turns too. So yeah, crazy stuff that kind of happens.
Yep, I do also agree on that. Yeah, and speaking of like the cars earlier, you did kind of mention it's like for item cards and speed cards, but I guess when you are just good enough of a player, like these players over here, it doesn't really matter what kind of card you're using. You are just going to like take a better line than an opponent and just cut right through them.
Yeah, because I mean, you sit here and you practice this map again and again and again, and you know, it's almost like second nature at this point in time. You know what you have to do. It just depends on executing it. And there's a little bit of difference, like I said beforehand, as we head into this first match. There's a little bit of difference, like I said beforehand. Basically, this is what you don't account for. You can practice this map time and time again, but you don't account for how other people are practicing the map as well. So they kind of get in your way, get in your lines. You have to make those fine little adjustments, and that kind of could just throw off your whole entire game or your whole entire line that, you know, for this match.
Yep. And like earlier that we passed through the cave area, when you're like driving maybe a time attack, you do have the space, but when you are all cluttered with other cars around you, you gotta consider like, should you like still take the best line, or you have to like go around them because you don't want to be bumping into someone else that's gonna bump you into the wall.
This is the turns we were talking about here, the 3 back-to-back turns to hop over that gap right there. Baby Ray and Morningstar and Suki, my apologies, all hitting that line pretty much perfect. But look at Magic V there, trying to prevent the perfect, put like a dagger essentially through butter, hot knife through butter is what I'm trying to say, pushing their way through and ultimately trying to push Clover back here in the speed portion. Because right now, like I said before, Clover is on match point, so Barbie Boys have to step it up, match or lap number 2 right here, so they can't afford to lose it.
Yeah, and over here we see Magic V just holding tight to Money K here at 3rd place. His teammates are doing a good job to give him the blue nitro, so he's like trying to do all what he can to get in front of this other 3 Clover players in front of him. That little tap is gonna be good for it, and especially this is the last lap for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, Baby Rays and everybody else in the top 3 are going to be in favor of Clover, so they're going to be winning this speed portion. We were talking about how dominant Barbie Boys looked, and look at Clover. We didn't get to see them on stream, but now we are seeing them, and they came out, they dominated it, they won this speed portion of this event. And moving on to the item portion, going to be forcing this match point onto Barbie Boys.
Oh, and remember our predictions earlier? We said it's gonna go to like either 5 or 6.
Yep.
I am pretty on point, I'll say.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was gonna say the same exact thing. You know, 5 or 6. I thought it was gonna be in favor of Barbie Boys, if I'm gonna be honest with you, but unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. So that's why Kart Rider's so good, and why we love it so much, because anything can happen, and this is why these guys are the best players here inside the Rivals Team Showdown, inside this Rivals circuit, this $1,000 tournament. I had word from production. What'd you say that we were trying to do, Penguin? You said it wasn't ready yet. I'm sorry, Panda. I'm sorry. Okay, never mind.
So sounds like we are going to a small break for now, since this is a BO7 series. Is a little bit of time, so quick small break so the players can cool off and prepare for either Barbie Boys Last Dance or Clover. We'll just keep going on, but we'll see you guys right back.
And welcome back to the Rivals Circuit. This is the Rival Team Showdown for $1,000 prize pool. Right now, we're currently in the semifinals portion of this one. And if you guys are just joining us, then you guys missed the first portion of this matchup, which was the speed portion. That one going in favor to Clover, who are officially going to, I guess you could kind of say, move on to match point in the semifinals. Now all we have left is the item round, and it's another best of 7 between Clover and Barbie Boys. Joining alongside of me, my name is Whipshoe. Joining alongside of me is Khazix, who is currently TOing and casting. He's the extraordinaire and doing everything, wearing multiple hats as well. So Khazix,
and observing.
We're yeah, and observing. We're about to hop into this items portion. We didn't get the chance to talk about the map picks, map bans, but the first map on the docket right now is going to be Magma Cavern, one of my favorite maps, and they're already underway right now. Yep.
And it seems like we are getting into the game now. And you did mention earlier it is one of your favorite maps that there are the chaos that happens in the lava area.
Yeah, right there in particular, like right here, the rickety bridge. Basically, you can fall off of this rickety bridge. Even going up and down, there's some like you see the bumping and meshing that go on there. That's why a lot of players hate this map. But you can hide a banana peel like really good on one of those parts and just kind of throw somebody off their game.
Yeah, like over here you do have to kind of play the mind games. Like where to put the banana peel. Like after this turn, there is the little uphill area. So if you get hit by a banana peel or something, see, you just lose speed and you gotta like climb your way slowly up that hill.
We're already on lap 2 of 3. As the first one's already quickly coming on. There's a couple of little shortcuts, I think, as well in this map too. But this is why it's so crazy, because the map is so narrow in itself. You can't avoid most of the items essentially when they start to kind of pop on the map. So that's what kind of makes this map so interesting to me. But right now in first place, his name I can't read, but Baby Ray's in second place. Freaky has been steadily climbing and pushing back and forth between second and 5th place.
Yeah, and earlier we saw before the turn, Cowboy got comboed by a lot of abilities, got to 7th place, but then he just like climbed back to 2nd place. Like that's kind of impressive there.
Yeah, Clover. I want to say that's on this Clover squad. That might be it's not Ray, because Ray's there. Is that Maneki? I believe that was Maneki. Is who that was?
The player with the Japanese.
Yes, in 6th place. Yes.
Yeah, it's Maneki.
Yeah, that's what I want to say it was. I forgot. I couldn't remember who that was. But Cowbay in first place, 2nd place is just Bug. And for the item portion, by the way, for this last lap, it only comes down to whoever crosses the finish line first. Right now, that's Suki, who's in first place, rounding the bend. Can they hold on to this lead? A little bit of bumping and grinding going on. The magnet's coming out too. Bug is going to cross the finish line. Cowbay in 2nd place as well. But it's not going to matter. All they need is one, and that is Barbie Boy's first win.
Yeah, I don't know if you like saw over there that Cowbay actually boosted Nihong Bao up that hill when everyone got slowed down by all the abilities there.
That was indeed crazy, and that is why I love items. I love it so much. Look at the difference in times right there, from all the way from 2 minutes and 3 seconds all the way up to 2 minutes and 10 seconds over there. Absolutely crazy. A whole 6 seconds, 6.5 seconds differential. But Bug coming through, getting being the hero of this team right now on the item portion for the Barbie Boys.
And if you like look closely, Cluster only got hit by 2 items during this whole race. Wow.
Which is even crazy in itself, because we were talking about how narrow the map was and how much basically how many people get hit by items the whole entire time in that map. So I mean, to only escape getting hit twice is just so crazy to see to me. So absolutely dominating performance right there for Barbie Boys. And the shenanigans, crazy shenanigans happening towards the tail end, magnets being tossed. That's why I like it. Just so many items being used. You can't take them with you when the race is over, so you might as well start just popping them at random, and hopefully nobody else can kind of combat it and counteract what you're trying to use as well. But we're gonna be hopping into another one of my favorite maps, Clock Tower Crossing. That's the map that we were talking about earlier. It has that jump. Some players elect to go through the clock tower. I think there is a power-up item inside the clock tower, and then on the left and the right side clock tower, I think there is a couple of like different paths you can kind of take. But the most interesting part is the other part where the finish line is that box. The narrow box is where they kind of swerve left to right, and then that turn. That's where a lot of items get used.
Yeah, because after the jump, you do have to do like you gotta drop your speed so you can like do like the narrow turns. And over there, if you do like an AOE item, not only the cars of the players will be stopped, it's possible for them to like be just blocking their own teammates. And over here, as we are jumping on the clock tower, everyone's avoiding the middle path and going through the side road.
I think a lot of people are just way so concerned. This is the boxes I was talking about earlier. As soon as you hit this, like that, Magic V can just mess up a lot of people behind them. A bug being in first place was definitely so crucial in that situation, or not first place, but in front of them was so crucial because it can hurt your team or help your team in that situation. So Maneki in first place comfortably. Not even too sure where Maneki actually is on the map right now because they're so separated from the rest of the pack. I think they might be on the jumping portion of this map, and they're just kind of freely coasting out there because they have 2 shields in their pocket.
Yeah, it's like I think it's like playing probably like really protective. Double shields up. There is one of the shields. But as long as you don't get hits throughout like the box phase, I think you're pretty much going to be safe throughout the rest of the map. Yeah,
picking up another shield now, putting it in his pocket is Maneki as well. Magic V, second place, trying to catch up to Maneki, getting hit by a couple of missiles as well. So, gonna be dropping down over to the 3rd place spot. Now Bug in that 4th place spot, just temporarily, as you see a lot of position changes going on towards the middle of the pack.
Yeah, I did want to mention that earlier Cowboy was holding on the Thunder, but I think he used it kind of early because I would probably like hold the Thunder during the clock tower phase when everyone's doing the jump. That's when you want to use it because if they get hit, they will have a hard time climbing back up that hill.
And this is what we're talking about, this narrow margin right there. You see Raze just parking his car right in the center, forcing everybody else from Barbie Boys to hit into his car, and that's exactly why so much chaos is involved with that portion of the map. But it wasn't as crazy as I thought it was going to be. I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm not going to lie to you. It was a dominating performance right there for Maneki.
Yeah, Maneki was just like playing really safe with their shields. They didn't even like try to like waste the shields, try to get like an anti-magnet or anti-UFO item because he probably like trusted his team will be using the anti-UFO to just bail him out if he gets a UFO attack.
Yeah, 7 blocks right there for Maneki. 0 attacks, once again, a 0% because he was just pretty much in first place the whole entire time. And like we said before, items are based upon what position you are. So if you're in first place the majority of the time, you're going to get more defensive items rather than having more attack items. So yeah, like I said beforehand, pretty dominating performance right there from Clover, in particularly Maneki. And like you said, you can't do it by yourself. You essentially have to have help from your team, and he definitely had all the support there.
Yep, I also agree. And next map we're going is Brody's Gloom. What do you think about the map here?
I love it. I love Brody's Gloom. Like I said before, it's one of my favorite RNG maps too. There's so much that kind of goes into this map that incorporates into the RNG madness that is items. Basically, you have the opening, closing doors, the robot that kind of tries to block you. You have a couple other different items, or a couple other different environmental aspects as well. But those are kind of like the main ones I like on this one, and it's just a really, really fun map in general, I think.
Yeah, the environment element does give it a flavor for the kart rider. That what makes it more unique than other racing games you may see out there.
Baby Ray's in first place, and we're used to seeing Baby Ray's up here in this first place spot, but how long are they going to be in the first place spot is the question. You see his teammates trying to do a little bit of justice and bump Baby Ray's forward, but ultimately ends in his demise. Nice water bomb right there as they go through the boost. That's such a smart play.
Yeah, they're going to be punished pretty hard by that water bomb there from the boost speed. You can just see that Magic V is just taking the lead over there for the team, but 2 members of Clover are kind of like just around him and bumping him away.
Still, lots of time left on this map. It's only lap number 1 of 2. We should be quickly approaching lap number 2 as you see them across the finish line here from Suki's perspective. Baby Ray's though right back into first place, has a shield, has a thunder as well, so sitting pretty in first place, but still anything can happen.
Yeah, we see like how they he tried to draft the air behind Clover team. Wait, what happened to Moneycake there? Why did he just turn into the wall?
I don't know. Maybe they were trying to I don't know. I don't know what happened there. I don't have a justification.
I didn't see any items.
I don't know.
I did not see any item hits, and it just like slapped them all there.
Yeah, just a slag. We're chalking up a slag right there. I don't know. Maybe Ray's the one first place though, coming across or coming up towards the tail end of this map. Calbay trying to combat. Oh, there's the overpass. Baby Ray's a little bit of trouble. Gets UFO, gets thunderstruck as well. Magic V coming up, overtaking that first place spot. Here comes the final turn. Baby Ray's sweet drift around the corner. Does hit that one perfectly around the barriers. There's a magnet. Or, I mean, there's a missile. Not going to slow down Baby Ray's in time, though. Going to cross the finish line for Clover. And they're going to go ahead. And I think they're going to win this matchup and tie up the series.
Yeah. Well, this is the third map, if I recall correctly.
I meant to say overtaking the series. I said tie up the series.
Yes. Yeah, so it will be 2-1 in Clover's flavor.
In favor of Clover, for sure. Morningstar doing a great job. Not only Morningstar, but Manicky, like we said, we talked about, we're not sure what happened with them, but Ray's, well, you know, for the most part, just battling from that first place spot since the beginning, pretty much, of the race, battling from that first place spot all the way down, you know, back down to like 7th, 8th place, fighting their way, clawing their way back up towards the first place spot once again, and ultimately just sitting there and hanging out and saying, hey, this is my race to win, your guys' race to lose. But that's neither here nor there. Now we have a pretty difficult map. We were talking about it earlier on the stream. Now we have Motherlode, which is one of those OG maps as well. A couple of shortcuts on this one too. High risk, high reward. That's why they call it the Motherlode.
Yep. And like we mentioned earlier, at the ending, there is going to be the shortcut and then the 2 ramps for you to go up before the finish line. And here we go into game.
Yeah, here we go indeed. First lap of 3. Usually in the first part of this map, and you know, everybody gets all bunched up and you know, everybody's all rubbing on each other and things of that nature, so we don't really need to kind of you know, you have to wait for the dust to settle is what I'm trying to say before we can start to figure out who's going to win. A lot of players falling off on that shortcut. Like I said, high risk, high reward, but I think Suki is going to go ahead and be the victor in that one and actually sneak their way by.
And that is why this map is a 3-star item map, because of that dip over there. A lot of new players cannot really get the timing of passing that, and some people just like drive past it, take the safe route.
Still a lot of time left though. It's only lap 1 of 3, but this is the interesting part right here. Like you said, going uphill. Some of those players like to use bananas on that, so you have to be very, very careful. And I think the red side is a little bit faster than that green side, so it's a little bit more narrower, like I said before. But like you said, that's why it's a 3-star map instead of a 2-star map as well, or instead of a lower map. Magic V, what is going on here? We're around Magic V's perspective.
That's a big mistake.
Big mistake, and then ultimately going for that little bit of a shortcut there. It does hit that one.
Zuki is like way ahead of the game right now. It's like 2 sections ahead, I believe.
That's amazing. Just from the first points of this matchup, Suki hit that first initial jump cut and basically has not let up on the gas ever since. There's a banana right there on the red side. Freaky should probably call that out to the rest of his teams and you know, tell them to stay after red. Yeah.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure it seems like the game is in red's flavor because Suki does have double shields, and Monike has a guardian angel to bail Suki out if they do like spam attack them.
Final lap now is upon us. Freaky missing that shortcut as well. You see them bounce off of that one. Still, look at Bug pushing up. Suki, a little bit of trouble. Bug does get water bombed.
Yeah. Custer and Calbay are trying to close the gap behind Suki, and Calbay does pass the Suki over here at the shortcut.
Final finish line is officially upon us. Calbay is in first place. Suki now as well. Everyone getting entangled up. Bug has to go low. Everybody now. Magic V first place takes it. Oh my goodness, how close was that? I need to see the timing on it. A bunch of crazy shenanigans happening towards the tail end of this matchup. We didn't get the best perspective on it, but at the same time, it was so close.
Yeah, like at the double rep area, everyone was just spamming any like water balloon, bananas, rockets, just so like nobody can have the fast uphill speed. So everyone's just like climbing to the top and see who can actually just grind it out there.
Look at the grouping right there.
Mm-hmm. 0.3 seconds
Point,
between Magic V and Monica.
yeah, 0.3 seconds, 0.5 seconds. So it's even like a 0.1 second differential right there. Insane grouping between the top four. Just that just goes to show you how close everything was. Look at 0 blocks though for Magic V, 0%, 10 attacks as well. So on the on the flip side of things, yeah, it was so kind of crazy to see that, because you hardly ever see that either with the 0% blocks. But Magic V definitely did come out of nowhere in that situation and pushed their way up the ranks.
Yep. Initially we thought that Zuki was like way ahead, but somehow like I guess like probably like some UFOs and some other abilities just stalled him back, making that the blue team was able to go across him.
Well, we're gonna be hopping into the next matchup. The next map is gonna be Pharaoh's Pass. We talked about it, we know it, we love it. It's been on the stream several times today, and it's been a good one for us as well. The crucial point in this matchup is gonna be that ramp part where you were talking about before. Like to hide a couple banana peels there, maybe save some of your power-ups for that jump, force people into the bottom part of the match, and force people into the bottom part of the map as well. On top of that, once you get across the jump, there's a couple hidden spots as well where we can kind of you know, utilize some of your power-ups, whether it be bananas or water bombs, whatever it may be. Barriers even in that one could be so detrimental too, so be on the lookout for some crazy shenanigans from some of these players.
Yep. And probably they'll be using like the same strategy earlier, which is gonna have like Moniki or Suki holding some protective items so they can go up front, and while the other teams be farming items up behind, like Thunder or maybe a Guardian Angel as a defensive item.
I like the aesthetically pleasing, like you're kind of driving through the Egyptian I was gonna say tombs for some reason, but the pyramids. I was gonna say, looking at the tombs, you can see some on the walls. Like, I just love how they have that flair of the Egyptianness, but it has the cart rider, you know, characters on the like the sarcophaguses and some of the statues that you kind of see around as well. But that was the turn we were talking about just back there as everybody crossed the finish line. That's where you can see a lot of these power-ups kind of go through. But when everybody gets kind of bunched up, this is something we haven't really talked about. When everybody gets bunched up, that's when things start to get hairy, because you start to, you know, those power-ups, when you grab them, they go on cooldown. So you can miss a power-up or two, especially when everybody gets all bunched up like this.
Yeah, and we see like Custer, he is holding on a thundercloud, and that is going to be big use if for the jump. So either he used it on the second lap or the last lap.
Morningstar, I think, used some nitrous there. Does get spun out as well. Magic V still in first place. Freaky in second place as well. But still, such a close-knit race. Look at Suki pushing up from like 4th, 5th place all the way up to 2nd place. Now in first place as well. Freaky, it's going to be up to them. Whoever wins this one, by the way, is on match point. This is the 3rd and final lap. The barrier coming through. Albay, a little bit of a brake check there with good timing as well, just to avoid some of the barriers and the water bombs.
Yeah, the Guardian Angel and the Thunder is going to be like the main crucial point for this match, and they do block it with the Guardian Angel. So,
oh man, I want to point out the fact that I was going to say Barbie Boys didn't really have any power-ups to use. Morningstar might run away with this one, and he does. A majority of the members, if not all of them, from Barbie Boys had no items to use. Clover controlled the last portion of that matchup. That was intense.
Yeah, it was like so close, and I thought like the Thundercloud would have given them an upper hand, but Clover was actually holding on double Guardian Angel, so that is going to be around like 3 seconds to 4 seconds of immunity from any attacking abilities, which kind of secured them first place already.
Yeah, like I said, not only that though, but like when you start to control those items, it's very, very difficult to you know, kind of overtake the person in first place. And when everybody's bunched up like that, that's when things get kind of, you know, crazy and hairy and things of that nature as well. And seeing no items on the screen for a majority of the Barbie boys was unfortunate, because you look at the position that Clover was in. I think there was 3 out of their 4 members all had either an item with them, if not 2 items with them, and then a counter attack as well. So you went into that jump, coming out of the pyramid, went into that jump, and you see no items for Barbie boys. You knew exactly right then and there that that was all she wrote, and Clover was going to win that one, and Morningstar did just that. So we're going to be hopping into this next matchup. My apologies, I was reading something. Istanbul Sunset Plaza, such a good map, and we talk about how hairy things get. We saw it earlier today. Me and you were casting this one, Khazix. We saw earlier that final turn. I want to show the graphic real quick so everybody knows what I'm talking about. That final turn, basically, from that little rectangle on the right hand side over to the finish line, we saw just being pummeled. I believe was Freaky, just nonstop, just getting pummeled time after time again. Was it? No, it was Tempu. I'm sorry. Tempu was just getting pummeled by item after item, ended up getting hit like 8 times before they even crossed the finish line, and ended up losing and crossing the finish line in 3rd place instead of 1st place where they were.
Yeah, the wombo combo timings of the team just to like stop one person is always going to be important in items, especially if like someone's like way ahead. It does slow them down, because sometimes like they may have like a big lead, but once they get slowed down like by UFO and then double up rockets, even if they have 2 shields, it's just not enough to block. And it's either your team gets the RNG of a Guardian Angel, or you just gotta come down and hopefully your team just helps you catch it up.
Well, this is a 1 of 3 lap race here on Istanbul Sunset Plaza. A lovely little drive, and we always talk about when these players kind of go into the underground pass and all the items start to be kind of popped in that situation as well, how crucial everything's going to be. But on top of that, you know, just like I said before, once everybody gets all bunched up here is when you start to miss power-ups, and that's when things are going to start to get kind of crucial. I see Baby Ray trying to cut the corner. It does bounce off the wall though, and ultimately gets hit with a water bomb.
And it seems like kind of like got bopped off doing the 90-degree turn after the uphill. And we didn't mention it earlier, but while we were changing rounds, the players were actually changing balloons. And for the players that aren't familiar with the game, balloons does have a chance to help you block the rockets, and so you will also get CC for a lesser time. So having like these item power-ups naturally with your cart is going to be important.
So the balloons are what? The ones in the back of their cart, right? Right there, like this one, right? You see, as we hop on
the traffic light balloon.
Exactly. I was gonna say the little traffic light balloon here that you see in the back of Bug, right there by the bumper, where the license plate probably would be. Also on top of that, this watermelon right here that Freaky's using. So the little elements and another little quality of life upgrade that Nexon provided for us here on Kartrider Drift.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this drop, but there were Twitch drops that Nexon had that where you can earn free balloons. So those are pretty nice, and you can always refill the balloons with the in-game currency as well.
Magic V 4th place, Baby Ray's in 1st place, typically where we've seen them, and this is gonna be so crucial for Clover as Magic V drops all the way down to last place. Because Clover's on match point. We're approaching near the end of this race right now. Suki, 1st place, only has a magnet and a shield to work with Bug now. Water balloon. This could be detrimental to Clover. I mean to Barbie boys.
Yeah, but blue team, they were holding like 3 thunderclouds at a point, and now they're using 2. They dropped 1. They still have 1 more for this final area, and they used it all.
Yeah, and a Guardian shield coming out. Oh, a UFO! Bug!
Wait,
oh my goodness!
Combo. What?
I told you that corner is something always happens on the last lap on that corner. Another clippable moment here on the rival circuit.
What?
I literally thought that one was dead to right, and Suki had that race won, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a UFO, a water bomb, and 3 other power-ups got to hit Suki all the way back to 8th place. Wow.
Oh, I think it may be my fault. I observer cast a Kirsten when I was gonna like mention
That's 2 times.
mention Monarchy is gonna be first place, and then boom boom pow.
I know we don't have a replay, but man, we need to have like a replay client or something, because that was insane. I want to watch that one back.
If the broadcast gets better or gets more people that are interested, we can eventually get into it. But this is the items match point, if I'm correct. It's free, so it should be one more map left.
Yes, it's this is match point, but Clover are on match point in the series in general. So if they win this one, they go to the grand finals. If Barbie Boys win it, we have ourselves an ace matchup. The next match right here is going to be San Francisco C playing base. I'm using a little bit of mic because I do production as well, you know, for Rocket League and casting for Rocket League, match admin, tournament. I do it all for Rocket League, essentially. I'm breaking into other games. That's why I'm here for Kart Rider, because I love it, number 1. But number 2, I just like, you know, to do a lot of things. So a little trick I did back in the day was I used to go to the Twitch chat. I'm always lurking in the Twitch chat. I clip the moments right there, like towards the tail end. And right now I'm watching it in slow motion, okay? To see how many items that Maneki actually got hit with before he crossed the finish line. You ready for this? He gets magneted while he has the Guardian Shield, okay? As he's going around the corner on Istanbul, he's still being magneted, gets UFO, water bombed, and then magneted or water bombed again. And everybody else just pushes past him and he drops into that last place spot. It was so insane to see that one, even in slow motion, how many items he got hit with, perfectly timed. It was so crazy.
Yeah, and for this like last map, who knows? Maybe we'll like see it again. First place just get wombo combo back all the way to the end, and then some other team and take it. And if I recall correctly, if Barbie Boys win this, we go into the ace match, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, I think, earlier. Barbie Boys win this, we go into the ace match. Clover definitely don't want that to happen. They want to end this one here, so and they have the capability to do so, man. Baby Ray has been stepping up big time and you know, performing huge here for Clover. So if they're gonna win, they're gonna have Ray step up big time, Maneki, maybe Morningstar step up. Suki has been there. Suki really has contributed a lot, but at the same time, Suki hasn't really been finishing in first place. They've been being more of a supporting role. And it's just been unfortunate to kind of see them be forced in that situation. As you see Maneki dripped too hard and water bombed into the water.
That's what I said, kind of like mentioned, the banana traps. You put it on like these hills are only like one ways. You are definitely gonna step on it and someone is going to trip. But hopefully it's not gonna be your teammate.
My goodness. Another 3-lap race here. And this is the part I like right there. There's the plane coming down. It's almost like, I'm not sure. Can you get hit by that plane, like by the blades? Because that comes so close to the road.
No, I don't think there's going to be collision. I think even if you touch it, it probably just goes through you.
Still,
it's probably like not an automated game.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious. You know, still such a good little moment though. You know, that plane kind of flying in.
Over here, just looking at the items, we kind of like noticed there isn't really much AoE Thunder or Guardians popping up. It's mostly water balloons and missiles and maybe some nitros that came up as options for players to use for this game here.
A little bit of tangle up right there as Bug crossing the boardwalk, trying to you know, stick with that, but ultimately got to see one of the civilians up close waving at the racers there as he got tangled up.
Yes.
Good water bomb right there on that corner. Freaky getting hit by that. And yeah, you do. There is collision. Bug just got hit by the blades. See, there we go.
Wait, I don't think I ever saw that.
My question has been answered. Our caster cursed them into it.
You actually cursed her. And see, looks like the pro players themselves didn't even know that either. I mean, that gotta be a surprise.
I'm over here reading Twitch chat too. J Dot, I'm gonna shout you out. You said the blades absolutely murder you, and you were 100% right. They just murdered Bug and pushed them all the way back.
Yeah. I guess normally you're just like taking too good of a path. You don't even notice it because you just like drive by fast. But in items, you don't have to boost to just like speed through everything.
And I think,
so you do get timing.
And I think the crazy part about it, by the way, who's in first place? Suki. We were talking about Suki has to step up. You know, Suki's in first place by a large margin, I feel like. Over here by the blades already. Oh. And I want to say that that's like on a track. So whoever is by that plane, as Suki is trying to combat a lot of the options going on. They do have a shield, taking the safer route as well, drifting around this corner. They do have this one dead to rights. Clover going to pull this one off unless something crazy happens. Guardian shield coming out. No, Suki knows they haven't won though. There it is. Clover going to take this victory in a 2-0 fashion in the series and ultimately push past the Barbie boys.
And they actually got a perfect victory. First to fourth place is all Clover there.
Oh man, we've seen so many crazy things happen in that matchup. I want to say that the plane's on the loop, and the first player to actually activate that might be safe, but everybody else behind them is not safe. So I think it might benefit you to be in front there in that situation and kind of trigger the plane's ability to knock back the whole entire track there, and ultimately give you a bigger gap in that situation as well. So. But GGs are in full effect. Go ahead. GGs are in full effect here. Clover pushing past the Barbie boys, and you know it's sad. I was thinking that the Barbie boys were going to pull this one off. To be honest with you, they have such a good team, number one. But you know we've seen them on stream the first time, and it was such a good dominating performance. But it just goes to show you how good Clover is, and you know, with Morningstar out here, Maneki as well, Suki, like I said, pulling up, stepping out big time. But I think the standout player to me is Ray, just ultimately being in the front of the pack a majority of the race. Him and Morningstar just kind of being in the front of the pack really kind of separated the two teams. And think about the speed portion of this race in this matchup. Some of the overtakes that Morningstar and Ray put together was just phenomenal to push past Cowbay and I think Freaky at a majority of the races there in the speed portion. So hats off to Clover, hats off to Barbie, GG's. At least I think they get some sort of prize money. Is that correct?
For the first to fourth place to get prize. So
yeah, so we're in top 4 right now. So they're in the semifinals. I think they do walk away with a little bit of money, but obviously not the big prize of what they wanted, obviously. But still, something's better than nothing at this point in time.
Yep, here I double check. So third and fourth place does get $150 US. So hey, each person does get like $30. That is something there over there, right?
Yeah. And more than we're gonna be. Anyway, back to going on with Kart Rider Drift. We are gonna have some more matches for you guys, and yeah, grand finals coming up pretty soon as well. Don't go anywhere. We have some more Kart Rider action for you guys after this break.
Hey,
I'll let
what's
you
up,
intro us,
Rick?
Kazik.
You're,
Kazik.
you're the host, I'm the guest there.
Dude, I'm letting you host because you're the guy who's been here. So you have to say welcome. Guess what,
Okay,
everyone? We have a
Okay,
very
welcome.
special guest.
Alright, welcome back everyone. Here we got our special original guest, Axel Toss, here with us. How are you doing today?
I am doing excellent. Thanks for asking. Happy to. Really cool tournament going on here. That's been going on all day. So I'm interested to jump in. I think we're getting right into a match mid-series. We're tied 1-1. Looks like we're getting a glacier snowbound slopes. So I'm ready to hop in when we're ready. For those who don't know, I worked on the Rocket League Championship Series. Before I did that, though, I worked on StarCraft, Halo, lots of things. But before StarCraft, I played Kart Rider back in 2006, 2007. So really excited that this game's around. I have a lot of great friends in the community that I've known for a very long time now, which is awesome. This community is the best and it's growing, which is awesome. I wish I was better at this game because I've been playing for over 10 years, like some of these hooligans who all played on the Chinese server and the Korean server when Kart Rider went dark in North America. Now these are your gods of the current game. And these guys, and myself, could not be more thrilled to be able to play these games. So I just want to say that.
Yeah, it is pretty nice to see the game is actually going to global instead of server separated. So everyone is able to play against each other across the world, and especially that the last couple patches they did upgrade the pings, so it's less likely to have like a ping spike happening in the match while you're playing other players that are like across the world. And over here we can see like we're about to finish the first lap. Over here, like everyone got into the car and about to like continue on. For this specific map, it is one of the OG maps. Not sure if you remember it.
Sorry, Kazik. Are you listening to me in Discord or VMix? Okay. I think we're good. I'm just figuring out some tech issues here. But anyway, Kazik, you can hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
So we're getting well on our way here on Snowbound. We are on the second lap. Super technical spot here, going through the caves. Skyuzo, no! You try to do a really quick turn there, but it's so technical because you have to end your drift, and then you're in this very narrow tunnel. So it can get very crowded and clunky. Skyuzo bumping into the wall there, but it's a race for first here. Actually, maybe a race for second. Korean fought well out in front. Vesta, Nanashi, and Sano charging down the slopes here. You got to make sure you get your skids right, or you're gonna crash into a tree. And Sano crashed into a tree. You know how it goes. You ever been skiing? You gotta get the slalom. You gotta get the waviness with your drifting, and of course avoid the trees. But it looks like the blue team. Actually, this is pretty close, isn't it? I love our real-time standings at the bottom. Kingu 20-19. We don't have to do the math anymore. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, it is pretty nice that they put this element of life inside the spectator accounts for live tracking, and so you like know who is taking the lead, and especially like matches that are this close, 19 to 20. If you're just like looking at without the numbers, it's gonna be pretty hard to tell.
Dude, that was such a competitive race. Man, both of these teams are good.
Yeah.
Really good. Is this a semifinal, by the way?
Yes, this is the bottom side of the semifinals, so it is one before the grand finals matches that we are viewing over here.
This matchup could easily be a grand final. Would you agree?
It could because these two teams we did see earlier, and they are both really good and really competitive. Either on the items or speed maps, we're all like collaborating with each other perfectly and doing the times either or drift or item combos pretty nice.
I mean, I'm looking at these names and I'm like hard pressed to think of a better team of names when looking at the 8 names here in the semifinal. So I'm kind of convinced that whoever wins this semifinal match is going to win the whole thing. That's just my view, my opinion, based on how good I think these players are. This is a ridiculous lobby right now. These are 8 of the best players in North America. I think all these players are from North America or playing in North America. But wow, yeah, that was such a competitive race. It could not have been closer. And I love kind of the variance in these teams. I'm kind of used to seeing Donut teaming with like Vesta. And kind of they're on separate teams right now, so I like kind of the parity in these 2 teams. And just these names, dude. These names on this list of who's playing. I can't. It's hard to name who's the best and who's the worst. I think they're all very closely matched and all incredibly good at this game. So sit back, enjoy the ride. These guys are good.
Yeah, I also agree. Like most of these players are like the best of the best, and some of the players that are in our tournament were actually selected for the official KDL. So some people here are actually here for a treat. Yeah.
Well, what's the story there?
The names. It's Donut and Fob. Yep, Donut and Fob.
I'm like, I have so many questions. Like, how does that work? How did it happen? But I guess that's a conversation for another time. We have this race finishing up here. 1 lapper, Festa in the front. Nanachi just behind our blue team, Pingu. Kind of in a commanding lead. And Festa and Nanachi primed to get in the top 2 spot. Little dipsy doodle, big U-turn to finish here. Festa cruising out in front. I would have to think Festa would get an invite, by the way, on the topic of KDL.
They get first over here, and that does give Pingu their third rep in this BO7 series.
Wow.
Do you think that they will like take in the next map to call it for this speed series, or do you think Goons will probably take it in and bring us into more maps for the speed series here?
Well, I'm wondering if there's any KDL scouts watching, because Festa is like the best of the best, isn't he? I mean, he just cruised to victory there, no problem. And you know, in this team format, they're up 3-1, so it's just one more win for the blue team, and they're gonna have, I believe that's how it works, they're gonna have the 1-0 lead in the series overall, of course, before we go to item mode. Factory Facility 5, it's like a child scribbled, and then now we have this track. 1 lapper, which is cool, a lot of shortcuts, which is cool,
lots of tight turns.
Lots of tight turns, and it's a long race. So
yeah,
this is not one I grind in time trial, to be honest, because it takes a while. But you have to think some of these guys racing right now are specialists on this track. You know, they have pretty good times in time trial, and of course we have blue boost here in team mode. So we'll have to see what happens. First shortcut actually comes up pretty quick here. You get out to a hot start, and then you have a narrow ramp. You got to stay on the left side over here. Stay on the left side, keep it a tight turn, big U-turn, and then you have a big jump. You have to keep up your speed to make that jump. Our carts are going a little bit faster these days, so it's a little bit more of a given to make that jump. But it used to be a little dire in the past. Now another shortcut coming through. You got to do a little drift boost over that dire platform over the lava. Don't want to fall in. That would be very bad. But it's a relatively clean start right now. Nanachi, Festa, Skyuzo, Team Blue, aka Pingu. They've kind of been running away with the speed races here.
Yeah, and you can see like they are like very close to each other, and which you can also draft off other cars to gain the extra speed. But upcoming here is going to be another shortcut, and I'm not sure if I saw that correctly. Someone dropped down. Seems like.
Yeah,
here we do have. There's the jump over here. The jump is where you will be like easy miscalculate the drift, which Scuzo. That is gonna be very punishing, especially that this is only a 1 lapper.
Big jump. It's Festa against Donut, the classic matchup. The really classic matchup used to be Axeltoss and Donut. Not a lot of people know about that. In fact, there's a YouTube video that's on the internet from 15 years ago where I destroyed Donut in a race on Zoomtown.
Wow.
It does exist. It is on the internet as we speak. But anyway, Skyuzo getting the best of Donut and Blue Team, they are going to be victorious once again. We had a couple close races. Actually, all those were pretty close. But, you know, Blue Team relatively dominant with the 4 wins to the 1 win from Red. So they win the speed mode portion. Now we move on to item, eh?
Sure. Yep, should be to item. So, and I believe they did do their band picks ahead of time. So, me as the producer observer here, I do have to change the modes and lobbies. Give me a quick second.
Sure. If you want, we could take a short break. I think everyone understands that you're doing a lot, Khazix, and thank you for all that.
It'll be pretty quick here. So we do have the first map, which is going to be Magma Cavern. You familiar from that?
And this is where we tag whoops you back in. Here he comes for item. Wait for it.
Alright, so
I'll commentate some item mode.
You know, like on some of the games we were watching earlier, some teams were able to make it back with item mode because they were actually wombo comboing like specific team members on the other side and just like go past them. So hopefully we will still see that kind of combat happening here again.
Wombo combo.
Wombo combo.
I might not be completely in tune with the item terminology. To be transparent with everyone, I'm speed mode all the way. I rarely play item, but here we are. I'll watch it. I'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here.
Wombo combo is like a general term.
What's the wombo combo? Yeah.
But it's just like you just like
okay, let me guess. It is lightning at the end, followed by. Oh, there's lightning in the beginning. I give up. You can tell me.
Well, wombo combo isn't like a specific combo. It just means that a lot of ability spams that just comes in and could be used to like target one player. So you see over here, Skuzo got hit by double bananas. That is kind of a wombo combo. But earlier we did see teams use like a UFO and then like 2 water balloons with 1 rocket combo, like 1 person out from first place to last place.
Yeah, UFOs, big topic recently. A lot of people must be paying attention to Kart Rider. Seeing it in
yeah, I mean...
But, yeah, go ahead. So yeah, Korea Fob in the front here. So in item, it's very important to be first place. Nothing else matters. In speed, we do some math. We add up all the points based on placement. In item, it only matters who crosses the finish line first. We're in lap. We just started lap 3 out of 3. Relatively even here. Nanachi in front. He's going to be the rabbit. I don't know if we have a term for the guy who tries to get out in front. While everyone else is kind of support, trying to make sure their guy wins. So you have Windcloud, even though he's on the blue team in the back. You're like, oh, Windcloud's in last. He must be bad. No, Windcloud is probably throwing bubbles, throwing flies, throwing rockets, just harassing. The other team. That's the goal for the blue guys in the back. And we're getting to the end here. Oh, big switcheroo! What just happened?
Oh, you see, that is what I'm talking about, the combo.
Wombo combo?
Yes, they actually, so they timed out the thunderclouds. So when you're going up that ramp, if you get CC, like you get 1 shield, you block 1 thundercloud, another thundercloud. You don't have enough shields for that. And then that punish on the hill, you won't have enough momentum to go up. And we can kind of see like what Nanachi was doing. Was holding a shield and a boost to like do a recover, but unfortunately it didn't work.
You know, you want to save your angel wings, right? Or your halo for incidents like that, if I may. Would that be a good strategical decision that was missed?
Yes. Yes, having the angel wings is going to be really important for those kind of situations, but if your opponent knows how to time their abilities, then they can easily bait out one of the Angel Wings and then have like a second Thundercloud or maybe Water Balloon to combo on top of their first AoE ability. And like this is the things that we do like to see of players be doing in these kind of like high level gameplay is doing call outs, timing out strong abilities between each other, and then securing the win after that.
And still best of 7 here, so plenty of time to bring it back. Glacier Polar Half Pipe will be up next. Classic item mode, relatively simple. There's a big jump on this map that brings you to a narrow corridor. That's a little shortcut, and it can be pretty clunky. You can time some items so people fall into the water. So look out for that.
Yep. Yeah, and like for like this map here, you do want to be holding on some either boost or magnets to secure yourself to go up on the top ramp after you do like the slope that goes downhill. So it will be a shortcut, but you won't get any items over there. And here we go into the game.
All right, here we go. Yeah, we have to remember that Team Pingu, they currently have the advantage in the overall series by winning in the speed mode. So now that we're in item mode, Goon's doing well for themselves, picking up a win in that first game, because they need to win here to be able to tie the series. Instead of today's match, Bubble catching everyone.
Ooh.
I don't know who threw that, but caught like 5 or 6. Actually, oh, it tells you the spectator mode. Oh my goodness. I can't even believe it. I'm in shock.
Oh, I think in the general gameplay it also has like the little attack feed on the side too.
Okay. They make it very clear here. Wow, I'm just still shocked about that. I've never seen that in my life, and it's so
and not sure if you noticed like the color of the water balloons. If it's blue, it means the blue team threw it. If it's red, it means the red team threw it.
Okay.
And
Slowly
here
but
we
surely,
see the
this
slope.
game is making serious progress into the future. Lots of damage here at the jump. 2 laps down out of 3, and it's kind of messy. Korean Bob just trying to run away with it. Festa and Nanachi's hot on his heels. Festa getting rocketed, so he's going to fall further back. The red team doing a good job just trying to keep Korean Bob in the front. Donut.
That's a nice dodge.
It might be the most important support role here, being just behind Nanachi and trying to keep his teammate out first.
Yeah, over here you do see a lot of team members are holding on the Nitro. It's probably so they can make it up the shortcut later on, or it's either going to be used as a recovery item if they do get attacked by some other player.
Alright, this is the 3rd lap. Big jump here. Skyuza, Festa, and Windcloud in the front. Korean Bob drifting all the way to the back. Once again, a big switch in momentum going into this final lap. Pingu trying to even up the series here. Here's the final U-turn. Skyuzo and Festa up. There's a bubble. Skyuzo, he dodged it. He's still in front, but hits a banana or something. Swirling around. Last few meters here. 150 meters to go. Can he make it? He's got a shield. He's going to pop it, and he's going to be just fine. The UFOs
That shield.
again.
That shield actually came in clutch for Scuzo over there. Otherwise, well, probably Festa will probably take second if Scuzo does get hit. He was like holding the UFO for a long time because he was first place, so he couldn't even throw it out.
And Skyuzo doing what he has to do to stay in front. Is it Skyuzo or you're saying it? You're saying it not how I have said it before.
Skyuzo, probably Skyuzo,
Yeah,
and I'm just like saying it pretty fast.
Oh, gotcha. I kind of like how you're saying it though, but I didn't know if he had a preferred way of. That's it. But anyway, we're tied 1-1.
Yep, 1-1.
So let's go ahead and get into our 3rd game, and
so
going back and forth here. I like it.
So next map we
Very
do
even.
have is the SFC Plane Base, which is one of the new maps for this season. And a lot of like the players are choosing the new maps here. It's probably like they are a bit tired of the old maps, or they do want to see something refreshing. And earlier we did see some good gameplay from this new map, like from the environmental damage that happened on stream.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I have not raced this track too many times. I know there's like a jump where you go through an airplane or something, and you basically choose your adventure, you choose your route. So kind of different paths, different lines that these players can take. As we have 3 laps here, and we're gonna see how this unfolds. It's all about getting first place in item mode.
Exactly. And over here is going to be the first jump, which is like to the little yacht area. Over here you can like easily do the jump, you don't need a boost. And the following jump that's going to come a little bit later in the map is going to be the one that you said. Normally it does require a boost, but since cars are just like so fast nowadays, they can just like drive up it as long as they don't get hit by anything else.
I see a rocket going after Korean Bob, trying to hold on to his position. Jen getting way out in front. There's one of the shortcuts. You can take a nitrous and kind of cut the corner there. So yeah, that's pretty critical to do. And I would fully expect these players to take the nitrous for that jump. Yep.
That banana timing was pretty nice because they were about to get hit by the missile over there. And over here we still see Jonas taking up the short lead. Team Pingu is really close up to them, but seems like a lot of them are holding onto water balloons and missiles just to combo later on, probably at the seaplane area.
Laps down out of 3. It's pretty close. First place keeps getting swapped. Sano trying to get out of here, but the bubble stops him in his tracks. Festa trying to get in front. Donut just behind him. Approaching that 3rd lap. Festa's got the nitrous. Look out for the shortcut. Festa dodging the bubble, but gets snitched by Donut. He's still able to make that jump. I'm not sure how. And Donut sneaking up to the front, still able to make that jump. I wonder if these carts are fast enough where you don't need a boost to make that jump.
Yeah. I was mentioning earlier, the cars now are just fast enough that it doesn't need a boost. Where we don't see like the strongest AoE abilities for later on in the game, so we are gonna need to see how the teams are gonna utilize these items to either like stop or protect their teammates up front.
Oh, a huge bubble there, but it's up to Sano and Skyuzo out in front. Skyuzo won the last one, and he's chilling. Sano right behind him. Nanachi trying to support his teammate, trying to make sure he stays in front. Still a lot of danger ahead. The bubble gets him. Sano now is in front, going to try to make his jump. The UFOs, 2 of them come out. He's going to fall. Very competitive here at the end. 500 meters to go. Wind Cloud getting to the front here. It's pretty competitive. Khazix, as we get to the finish line, Vesta charging through. There's the Angel Wings at the end. Lesson learned. Blue team takes game number 3 in this item best of 7. Red team, the Goons, took game 1, and Pingu getting 2 in a row now.
Wow, that end part, where the person just got hit by the water balloon and then into the plane, just like fully CC delete over there.
Wow, look at these stats. Pretty cool.
And that does give it
attack
2-0. And over here, that does give it 2-0 into Pingu, and which is going to take us to our 4th map, which is going to be World Tour Venice. Not sure if you also remember this map or not. It's also one of the ones that came out for this season here.
Oh man, not really. Items should be like best of 5, just say it.
Yeah, so the games previous before semis, all the games were all BO5s. We just made it, or it made the semis and finals.
Just kidding.
Best of 1. Is that enough for teams to be warmed?
Best of 3 item, best of 7 speed, or maybe best of 9 speed, best of 1 item.
Best of 9 speed?
Yeah.
That sounds like a long day to go through.
I'm just trying to trigger whoops you if he's still around. Anyway, here we go.
He's still on the stream.
Yeah, Pingu doing a great job getting up 2-1. Now they're going to try to keep their winning ways. If they can win item, there will not be a match, and they will advance to the grand final. Remember, $1,000 on the line, so a lot of money. Oh, the boats!
Yep, that is the specialty of this map here, is the the boat NPC that like swims you across the little river. And Donut, no, before the shortcut got hit by a banana and just slipped into the water.
I remember this track now pretty vividly. This is one of the like core tracks in Kart Rider Mobile. What is it called? Kart Rider Rush? Kart Rider Rush Plus.
Yes.
This track is very, very common. So that's where I know it from.
I see.
The boats are a little different in the mobile, from what I remember in Rush Plus. The boats don't have the guy that paddle for you.
So it's just like a boat that just like goes through the river.
Yeah, it's just a boat that's disembodied. You can just jump on it and it takes you across.
I see. Well, Festa got hit by the barricade and then into the wall.
Yep, 2 laps here, only 2. There's the ferry ride. You can be affected by items when you're on the boat. I did not necessarily know that. Kriopov trying to stay in the front. Safety net going out. There's the UFO again. Get your press conferences ready. Windcloud in second, Festa in third, Sano the British trying to catch up. Festa trying to get into first place. Yeah, we're getting to the end here of this race. And
Kriopov is like really far ahead with double shields still holding there, so seems like blue team does have like a little combo there, but Kriopov is probably gonna block it all. Oh, yep, there's the thundercloud. And yep, that is first place. It's like a turn ahead, or 2 turns actually.
Yeah, I got it. Very nicely done. And red team gonna even up our item series.
2-2 into a map 5. About where do you think for the series will go into? Do you think it will make it a whole 7, or it will probably go before that? It actually will go. Should go through. Yeah, these games were like close. It's like switching like between them. So if we're going off this, next one winning should be Tengu.
Oh, I'm hearing it in my ear. It sounds like our 5th race is going to be the decider. I think the players agreed. Just kidding. I'm completely kidding. That was a joke. Bad joke. I need to stop making bad jokes. We're about to get to game 5, but it is best of 7, so this is not going to be the ultimatum.
Yep.
Which is cool. I mean, it's very competitive. It can go either way. These teams fighting back and forth. World Tour Istanbul Sunset Plaza. Coming up next.
So also one of the new maps for this season again. And normally for this map, the chaos happens at the end, and I think 2 times that when we see it, we did get like the wombo combos show on screen, which is the first place got UFO'd, and then everything else just came after them, and then the other team won.
That's kind of how it goes in item mode in Kart Rider. Grand Prix is kind of interesting, where it's like free for all. But this is team here. This is a team tournament, so a lot of teamwork dynamics. It's all about getting one of your players into first place. So, what about you, Khazix? Do you like being the front runner, or do you like chilling a little bit and supporting your teammates toward items that they?
Normally when I play like in rank, I'm kind of the front runner because I'm just like dodging the abilities or securing myself. Because when you're like playing like these like solo ranks, it's pretty hard to rely on the random teammates. So sometimes you just gotta get the job done yourself.
Well, yeah, and I think too, if you're a speed player, you just find yourself as one of the faster players. So naturally, you're going to be kind of running out in front, which is kind of interesting to think about because we have a lot of talented speed players here. And you wonder, okay, who's going to be the front runner? And it makes sense to me on the blue team, like Festa, for example, one of the fastest speed mode players. Maybe he's going to be that front runner. I don't know if we have a term for it yet. The rabbit, whoever on the team tries to just hold that position. And then you look at Windcloud. Windcloud is excellent in Kart Rider and excellent in speed mode, but I wouldn't put him necessarily alongside like Skyuzo, Festa, and Nanachi when it comes to speed mode. So Windcloud might tend to be more support, hanging out in the back trying to help support his teammates. But for now, it's very close. Dona and Nanachi are neck and neck going into the 3rd lap.
Yep, and I have to say that now she does kind of fall down. Donut's holding the double shields just to prevent all the craziness that is coming into the last map. Obviously, that he has to use one. Hopefully, his team picks up one of the Angel Wings to do like a AoE secure, because Kazuno is holding on that Thundercloud there.
We also see Sano with some Angel Wings. And the finish line's coming up here. 400 meters to go. Donut in front. Sano's got the Angel Wings. He deploys them, trying to keep Donut safe. And Donut has 2 shields, so that's kind of interesting. If you have Angel Wings on the Angel Wings on standby, and you have 2 shields, how much time is that of protection? You know what I mean? Like, Angel Wings last like how long?
Around
4 seconds.
Is it 4 seconds? It feels like a little bit shorter, maybe like 2.5 or 2 seconds. Otherwise, 4 seconds is actually quite a time frame to hold on.
Just kind of the theory of it. I don't know the exact numbers, but the theory of it, right? Where you have the Angel Wings, then you have 2 shields. Like Donut knows his teammate has the Angel Wings, so Sano can time the Angel Wings like 10 seconds out, right? 400 meters out, or however long that whatever that math comes down to, they could time it. Where Sano deploys the Angel Wings, and then Donut deploys his shields, right after the wings. So that amount of time at the end, that's great insurance and security. So very nicely done. Look at me analyzing the item mode. I do kind of like it, but I like speed mode.
Here for next map here is going to be one of our classic desert Pharaoh's Pass, where the pyramid is going to be at. Everyone has to remember this one.
Oh yes, Pharaoh's Pass. I've got some history on this track. We need to bring it into speed mode, I think, but some people don't like that. I think carts make sense for it in speed mode right now. It's not like Kart Rider Drift is not crazy fast. There's not crazy fast carts, so some of these maps I think can work. But anyway, Pharaoh's Pass, it's a classic. One of the few maps that were actually playable in the original North American beta. North American Kart Rider beta in 2006, 2007. And I'll tell you what, when I saw this track remade in this new game, I was floored. I almost got emotional because we played these tracks for over a decade, and to see it remade and looking beautiful, and like you get nostalgia mixed with yearning, and then you get to play it. It's hard to explain the joy that brought, but I'm sure a lot of people felt the same way. You see something that was your favorite get remastered and looking good and better than ever. So a lot of these players have history on this track. I won a time trial competition in 2006, 2007, and Nexon America sent me a postcard. I don't have it right now, and that was on this track. I had a fast enough time trial way back in the day. So anyway, it's very fun, very dynamic, 3-lapper. The critical point is there's a ramp with a big jump, and if you fall, it's a disaster. It is an absolute disaster. So we're really looking out for that. It's fun for us as viewers to see that happen. And that point is going to be at the top of this pyramid once they get to the top.
Yeah, as a viewer is fun, but when you're racing, how does it feel if you get hit by like a banana thing before the ramp?
Oh yeah, it's the worst. It's the worst. It almost takes it actually takes you out of the race. Here we go. We're going to the jump now. Is anyone gonna get stopped? There's the block on the ramp.
Barricade.
Someone fell. I think Sky.
Whoever was the lead had to take the middle barricade.
What's he gonna do? Like what is Sky gonna do? I think Gunjin fell as well. But that's the critical point here. So last lap, Donuts in front, Festa in second. Remember, red team can win this game, and we're going to go to an ace match, which is kind of interesting to think about. So red team trying to close it out here in the item. Sano in front. There's the bubble. You can kind of stay on the side of the tracks to avoid the bubble. There's a pro tip. Stay on the sides of the tracks to avoid the bubble in most cases. Here comes the jump. Here comes the ramp. Look out. Oh, a little too late. Oh, the Angel Wings come out at perfect timing. Festa cruising in front. He doesn't have a shield, though.
Secures it.
He still get caught, but he makes it through. And blue team gets it 3-3, and we will go to a 7th item.
Wow. How was I mentioning? On the second lap, both teams used a majority of the items, so causing it at the third lap there wasn't really much aggressive items coming in besides a bunch of shields and angel wings coming through on both teams. And I think that was kind of like a little difference maker. If red team was holding on some of the attacking items to use later on in the course, will probably help them secure it.
Yeah, and that, I mean, most of these games could really go either way. That's just how competitive.
Yeah.
That's just how competitive it is. And now we have 3-3 going to Game 7. I'm still pretty convinced that one of these two teams is going to win the whole thing. I mean, just these names are too good. You know. So this is pretty exciting. The blue team, if they win here on World Tour Hawaii Hula Hula, they will advance to the grand final. The red team needs to
secure
win
this
to make it, to push it to an ace match.
Yep. And Hawaii Hula Hula, there's like the big area where you either like take like a shorter cut or you go for a longer cut for the item. And over here we can see the players already made their decisions upstart. And we see WindCloud just went back to get double nitro over there. Ooh. Shen got hit before the uphill. Yep.
Yeah, there's a big lightning strike there from Korea Pop. I'm not super familiar with this track, but cool to watch this unfold.
Yeah, it's also one of the maps here.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that this is also one of the new maps that came along for the new season of the World Tour series.
Okay, so that's why
I really like the environment. Yeah.
Yeah, the environment's cool for sure. Kind of want to go check out what's in all these buildings. Kind of get away from the track, but doesn't seem too complicated. Seems like a pretty simple track.
Yes, yep, it does. It's also really big, so I'm not sure if holding on the water balloons is the best ideal move. Probably want to like use them to swap it off for a different item, unless like you are like calculating the distance to attack the opponent that will be hit in range for it. And we see Nanachi picked up the angel wings there, so maybe that will be the item to help protect their team at the end. Oh nope, Nanachi has to use it.
Korea Pop dropping behind. Remember, the blue team's just trying to close it out here. No ace match. Red team needs to win to push it to an ace match. And we're getting to the finish line 400 meters away. WindCloud in front. Dodges the bubble. Can dodge. Stays left of the barriers. 200 meters to go. WindCloud trying to make it through. He doesn't do it. Korea Pop passes him with a magnet at the
with the magnet. That magnet Korea Pop used.
Item mode can be pretty exciting. I'll be honest. Yeah. That was pretty good. That was a pretty good finish there. That means we're going to an ace match, and Khazix, you get to explain what that entails.
So, in the ace match, it is going to be a 1v1 solo speed, and each team they will have to pick out a player, just only one player on the team to represent them for the solo. So, we are going to go like a little draft for both teams to get buddy up and say who will be our ace here.
Solo speed, best of one. Not even a best of three, a best of one to decide who's going to the grand final. And as I said before, my theory is that whoever wins this match will win in the grand final. That's what I think. So in theory, you could think of this like whoever wins this might be responsible for the team taking it all. So a lot on the line here. How do we pick the track?
So the teams they will like go into a little BP phase and then decide which map. Over here we can our tournament admin have told us that they are doing construction chaos one of the hard maps.
Ooh, I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. I really don't mind it. Now the question is, who is going to come out for each team? I'm going to guess Festa on the blue side. And Donut? Hanachi? Oh, Korean Bob! Okay,
Korean Bob.
Festa against Korean Bob. Construction Chaos. Now, this could have been a one-lapper, which could have been really fun, but that might be a little too, like, crazy. Like, the fact that this is a two-lapper, I think both of these players are going to like it, because it allows them to take as much, take a little more time to try to beat the other player. Whereas if it's just a one-lapper, there's a little bit less forgiveness and really getting into your rhythm or whatever. This is a classic track. Both of these players are going to be extremely familiar with it, and this is going to be extremely competitive. I'm excited. Look at this, already back and forth. Festa and Korean Bob. May the fastest player win, trying to win this race in order to win this semifinal match for their team and advance to the grand final.
Yeah, and we saw like Festa had little 2 bumps on the wall that kind of like cost him a little, and we can see here the short track. Wait, that turn Korean Bob mistake, giving the lead to Festa to go past him. Korean Bob just trying to boost, wiggle across, but just lost some speed there. Festa holding about 0.7 seconds ahead. Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh, I do want to restate about the rules earlier. The map is chosen in RNG from numbers, and the RNG chose this map. So it wasn't in the player script.
Great to know. Yeah. Okay. Very good to know. Very good to know. I kind of like that. I don't mind that. I don't mind that too much. But anyway, both these players are so good. They're just so good. But they're also both similarly skilled, which is interesting because it becomes more about positioning. It becomes more about the end. These final 1,000 meters that we're approaching here. These guys are evenly matched. They want to draft off each other and make the move at the right time. Korean Bob, that was his chance, but he crashed.
That's the recover.
The jump here. Festa, he's trying to draft a little bit. The crew situation is fine, and they are
500 meters before
line here. Back to the final corner. Festa drafting and trying to cross, but no, Korean Bob stays in front. Festa almost got the draft and almost got the pass, but Korean Bob was able to turn the nose of his car to kind of nudge Festa away. And of course, on such a long race, of course it comes down to a millisecond of a difference at the finish line. Korean Bob takes it.
Well, I gotta say that recover from that.
That was great.
Another. I don't know about that because we still have the grand finals coming up for everyone.
You're right. That
was great. Even though the mistakes were made, but the recover from Korean Bob is like the most crucial point that happened during this ace match here.
There were a fair amount of crashes, which is very surprising. You know what I mean? Because
it was like the same area too.
These guys are geniuses on these tracks. They don't crash. It's not really a thing. They've time trialed it so many times, it just doesn't happen. So it's very curious that was actually happening. They're actually bumping into corners. That's like what a platinum would do, or gold, whatever the ranking system is now, not a grandmaster. You know what I mean? So what was interesting about that is you had some moments where one player would crash and the other player would run into them. I think that happened in the first lap where Korean Bob crashed, and then Festa ran into Korean Bob, and for Festa, he's like, wait, I didn't even expect that, because if you're Festa right there, ideally you're kind of next to him so you don't crash into him. But Festa's like, oh, he's not going to crash, so he stayed right behind him, right? So I think as the race went along, there's a little more spacing, kind of acknowledging that those crashes could happen, not staying close enough where you're going to be impeded by your opponent, because that's in your opponent's advantage. If they're crashing and you crash into them, that's really good news, because you're slowing your opponent down and you're staying in front if you're in the front. So very important kind of to stay close to the guy in front of you, but not close enough where if they crash that you're affected too. You want to stay close enough, but also have a little bit of room to kind of slide around them if they do end up going into the wall.
Yeah, totally agree on that. But before the grand finals, we are gonna go on to a short break, so stay right there and we'll bring you the best soon. Hey, welcome back, everyone. Still a little bit more time for people to join in, but we're gonna do like a little small recap here with the bracket. What do you think about the game so far that you joined in, Axel?
Yeah, Goons and Pingu, pretty incredible in my opinion. Rosters of players, and it was as close as it gets. Super cool. I didn't catch as much of the other side of the bracket, but Goons and Pingu, really cool to see those teams come together, and really cool to see how competitive it was. I think they both want me as a sub, so I kind of have to figure that out. But I kind of said that one of those two teams is gonna win it all, and I still feel that way. So yeah, so Goons made it through.
Definitely one of these teams gonna win. It's the grand finals.
Well, no, what I meant to say was the Goons is gonna win.
Oh, Goons,
whoever won
yes.
that one we just watched, right? Which is Goons over Pingu, right? I think.
Yep.
I get their names mixed up.
Yep.
So yeah, I think that team is the favorite, and I'm excited to see what happens. We're gonna start with our speed. Looks like we have our tracks. Construction Chaos, Extreme Stadium. I like it so far. Snowbound Slopes, that's fine. World Tour, okay. Singapore Circuit, that's fine. Boom Hill Tunnel, let's go. And WKC Korea Circuit, that's fine too. All right, I don't disagree with these tracks. I kind of like it.
Yep. And seems like over here we are going in game. First map, Construction Chaos. We did get to see it on the ace match over there, or before this. And hopefully the players were also watching the bot. And seems like Monica crashed because they are not loading in. What I was gonna say, Korean Fob already got his warm up for this map.
Yes, exactly.
Definitely.
Yeah, you're totally right. And we as viewers got a sneak peek of just how competitive it can be, as a track between top players. So now and that was just 2 top players, and now we're going to see 8 top players on this track. But it's it's one of the oldest tracks in the book. If anyone has played the Korea server or Chinese server, like Desert Construction Chaos is in play all the time in the top lobbies. So all these players can be super familiar with it. And that kind of applies to all these tracks except for like the WKC tracks. I think I don't know if those were as popular, but
they
otherwise
were pretty popular when it came out, I believe. Because I played on the on the map
server and Chinese server too.
Yeah, I used to play on the Taiwan server because that's where I lived. So yeah, we would play it, especially when it first came out. It was like one of the trending maps that everyone was going for.
But it was one of the more modern ones. I know that's kind of weird because Drift just came out and the old car has been out for so long. WKC is not one of the older ones, right? Like it came out more recently. Like
no, I was
years, like in the past few years, rather than 10 years ago, or was it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's definitely more of a younger map considered to what we're going in Construction Chaos here.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, it's kind of the classic vibe compared to like a little bit more modern with the WKC. Desert Construction Chaos, a classic, is an absolute classic. Same with Snowbound Slopes.
And I think Extreme Stadium is also
maybe even. I would consider Boom Hill Tunnel as one of our classics.
Yeah. We are going into game right now, and luckily no one DC this time.
Kind of something crazy about this too is that Pingu had the advantage, I believe, after the speed race against Goons. And Goons had to win an item to push it to ace, and then won in the speed mode. Which is kind of interesting. Item mode saving Goons, but able to redeem their speed mode performance by winning in the ace match. That's all you need. So pretty cool how the Goons have navigated this. And now we get a look at Clover. I haven't been able to watch these guys as much, but they are showing they are very competitive indeed. What's the story with these guys, if you don't mind me asking?
So at least for this tournament wise, in their groups they were the first one that came out, so I believe they came back the score of a 3-0. And throughout the match during the bracket phase, they were also pretty dominated on their game, so their teamwork was pretty incredible. Like during the speed mode, their whole team were pretty much drifting at the same time, which will cause into more blue nitro for the entire team. And throughout that, they like teamwork their way through item modes. Also, was also pretty strong side.
Are they a different? Are they Australia or something, or what's the? Do you know?
I do not know what are their region,
Because
unfortunately.
I'm looking at the pings right now, and Morningstar and AOX80 are like red, deep red. So that makes me think that these guys live all over. I'd love to know where these guys are from. You know what I mean? But right now, Donut in the front. We're getting into the second lap here, and this is where everything is going to either spread out or get even tighter. Right now, Donut in front, and Korean Pop, Donut and Korean Pop, just trying to be like the top 1, 2 here. And Sano is always going to be in that conversation. Like these guys are so Korean Pop.
Not the corner.
In the ace match, the random
Not the corner.
clunk in the corner. That's like not what happens for the Grandmaster. That's like this, silver players are.
But one thing is that he does recover really fast. Like he's still on second, even though he made the mistake there.
Yeah, that's crazy. And they're trying to hold on to the top 2 positions. Donut in front. What? Okay, that was a little weird. Little flipperooski at the end. You ought to be careful with that. I don't want to celebrate too soon or anything. But Donut holding on to first, doing a great job. And Korean Pop there in fourth, so very close. 20-19 in favor of our red team. Yeah.
Yep. The Goons. So I guess like what we were saying, Korean Pop did have to exercise previous before this match. So he was probably like calling out to his team, watch the corners, watch the corners.
That's hilarious.
Yep.
I agree with you. Yep.
But then to do a little bit. Yep. And so
close to get that race.
Yeah. 1-0 to the Goons, and our next match, or our next map, I believe is going to be Extreme Stadium, which is also one of the iconic maps in Kart Rider.
It's not a super old one though, is it? I know it's another weird question.
It is pretty old because it was used in the competitive play that was when Kart Rider was still featured on the televisions.
Wow, really?
So,
that's a great fact.
Yes. Or in Asia, at least, Kart Rider was actually featured on the televisions, so it has to be that old to be on TVs.
Yeah,
and it's like just on a random channel.
Yeah, let that hit. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Obviously, all these players are going to be very practiced on this track. Obviously, it wasn't banned, so these guys are going to be familiar with it, and most of these guys are probably going to enjoy this track because it wasn't banned. You know what I mean? They're all okay with it. It's not one of my best tracks personally. I just need to grind it more, but I do like it. There's a lot of nice turns. Like it's not too simple. There's a lot of tight turns here and there, and some really like cool lines that you can hit when taking these turns. If you're like really getting the rhythm down, you can take some really tight turns through here. It's pretty fulfilling. As we see a little bit of clunkiness there between Baby Rays and Donut, and these laps go by pretty fast. We're already to the end of the first lap, and it's only a lap right. This is two hairpin U-turns, 3 hairpin U-turns at the end, and a shortcut right there. We have to kind of not fall. And there's one more shortcut at the end here. You decide how aggressive you're going to be taking this line. All these players be very aggressive, taking a very narrow line and making the jump there without too many problems going into lap number 2.
Yeah, and you see like Korean Pop just bouncing his way up to first place over there. And that's what I was saying, like Korean Pop is really good between bouncing walls or players and then just to recover the speed back up.
Yeah, Donut right behind him. I knew it many years ago that
many years ago.
I didn't get any of the skill. What happened, Khazix? Where did I go wrong? Do you have any explanation?
Oh, well, you became a caster instead of continue pro player, professional.
Right. If you can't play, you cast. Donut, no.
Well, that is a big ouch, but his team was able to carry the points out.
The team is so good. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I called it. In the last series. This team these guys are good. But Donut with the crash and the hairpin turn, and it was so bad that he couldn't like do a reverse, do an Austin Powers thing where he changes direction.
He had to hit the R key.
He literally had to reset his car.
Well,
his cart, he ended up going backwards, and it's like, okay, I don't want to go backwards. Just a catastrophe for Donut at the end there. But his team getting first, second, so looking good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure maybe he was probably trying to stop at that turn to block the opponent team, but the tactic didn't fully work out over there. So then he actually like dropped out over there and had to reset.
Maybe it did. His teammates got first and second.
Yeah.
You might have just opened up a Pandora's box on the issue on the phenomenon of blocking in Kart Rider. That's kind of a tipsy-turvy subject, in my opinion.
Yeah, because like we were mentioning earlier, a lot of like these players, they do know how to recover after bumps. So he's probably wanted to like block someone off. So if they bump into him, then he will keep on going. But since he missed a bump there, he had to like go the wrong way. Now. We are going to a one-way strong map, which is Glacier Snowbound Slopes. It's all the way going downhill straight, so it's going to be pretty hard for you to like block and get some speed back up.
All right, let's survey the chat. If you think Donut did that on purpose to try to give his teammates an advantage, type 1. If you think Donut made a mistake and crashed, type 2. I'm curious. But here we go. Into race number 3 in our speed. Best of 7 here. Goons up to 0. Snowbound Slopes. Another one of our classic maps. A lot of hairpins in the beginning, which is really fun. Especially if you're just getting into Kart Rider. This is a good one to practice those hairpin turns. The beginning here, you're downhill the whole way and you're doing these crazy hairpin turns. It can be tricky at first, but once you nail it, it's very fulfilling. So I recommend people try that out. They've got a sketchy little turn through the tunnel. Someone barreled into the... There's this stalagmite that's very annoyingly placed that makes that corridor even narrower. And that is not something you want to run into because it's also on an upslope. Someone got destroyed by that. Now we have the end here where you're going down an extreme downhill. You want to keep up your speed, you want to avoid these trees. The best player will know exactly where the trees are and just drift around it. And here we go to the ski lift towards the second lap.
Yep. So I think normally when you're playing, it does show a little animation of the ski lift. Seems like right now in the observer, it just blinks you through it without the animation. It's like a little quality of life that Nexon does give into the game, which is pretty nice. We see over here, Korean Fop is just taking the lead here for his team. Ray is trying really hard to stick onto it, but it seems like there is going to be a little wall bounce over there. And these are like the little things that you have to like be careful of because it does drop a little speed.
Yeah, hairpin turns here. Blue team trying to stay in the picture.
Wait,
I mean, I love watching these races.
You saw what happened to Korean Fop?
Yes.
Hit the little hole in the tunnel.
Stalagmite? I don't know what we're calling it.
And that is a hard mistake to bounce back from because that was a straight hit instead of like a side hit.
Alright, this is kind of what the blue team needs though. Baby Ray's in front. Donut trying to catch him.
True.
Donut gonna catch him. He's so close. If anyone can do it, it's Donut. He's trying to sneak by. Oh, he kind of gets in front. He doesn't. He's so good. It's not fair. We took all the skill when we were all much younger. The universe just channeled the skill into Donut and not into Axel Toss. And here I am.
What? Even though only got first, but Clover's points came up one above.
Wait. Whoa, they still got it. All right.
It's about the points placements here. Off by 1 point.
Oh my gosh, that's as close as it gets. Who was 8 there for red? The graphics covering it for me.
Goons Shen.
Yeah, Goons Shen needed to be just needed to be 7th. They needed. Yeah. I guess everyone could have been one place up except Donut, but that's as close as it gets. We love the parity. We love the close races, and now red team's up 2-1.
Yep, and pretty sure like the part that we mentioned earlier where Korean Fop hit that pole over there, if he didn't make that mistake over there, he probably will just stay up in the lead in 2nd or 3rd place.
Totally.
and that will secure the
Totally.
round there.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. You gotta avoid that. You know, to be fair, someone on the other team might have ushered him in to that little spike. You know what I mean? So it might not have been a mistake as much as it might have been another player on the other team kind of forcing him into it or something like that. So that's the little tricky spots on these tracks. There's a lot of them. You pick a track, and there's always going to be some technical point where you got to be pretty careful. So that's one of those places where sometimes it's better to kind of slow down a little bit to make sure you don't crash into that thing. But again, when it's the last lap, it's hard to do that. You have to, in a lobby this competitive, it's hard to be too tactical about it. You just have to go as fast as you can and hope for the best.
And next map here we got is a real map in the game where it's only one lap head to end. You do not come back at the beginning.
No, you don't. No. It's downhill. It is point A to point B. And it's going to be a quick one. This is going to be over before you know it. Very important to kind of just get in the front and stay there, because there's not a lot of time to catch up. Here's a tricky little air jump through the air. You got a U-turn down the hill. And then it's relatively simple hairpin turns all the way down to the bottom. There is a shortcut as you get to the finish line. That's probably the critical point when these guys are jumping over the roofs. But don't take anything for granted here. Rocket League! Little soccer pitch there. Always a good place for a Rocket League joke. Yeah, nice smooth turns here. Again, nothing too complicated. We're going to have a big U-turn at the very end, and then we get onto the rooftops. Korean Bob doing nice in front. Sano and Donut are all in contention as well. And here we go. Here are the rooftops. Got to do a cheeky little drift right here to the right. Stay on the roof. These guys are good. They can do it no problem. Baby Ray's in front. Korean Bob just behind it. Sorry if I'm talking most of the time. It's literally just that this race.
No, you're good. You're good. This race is really fast.
Already done, and red team does it. Nice rebound after that last one.
Wow. Gonna take a 3-0 over here. Just going pretty fast, especially for this map. It was a 1 minute 60 seconds. So it's going to take us to our possibly last map for the speed series, which is going to be our WKC Singapore circuit.
I kind of wanted to go one more after this one.
Wanted to go one more. Do you know what time is it for the different players around the world here?
I do, but selfishly, I really like the next map after this one. You know what I mean?
Well, but Singapore circuit is always a fun map, the night views, and also like the F1 racing theme, which everyone as a racer will definitely love.
True. It's just a little simple, but it's okay. The thing is with this track, and it might be nice for the players, there's no real sketchy spots. There's no hazards, if you will. You know, hazards being like a drop-off point where you can fall off the map, or a little shortcut where if you mess up, you're off the map.
Yeah, there's like maybe some grass or like a little bump on one of the U-turns. That could be a little difference maker, but if you know how to cut your corners in this map, the cutting corner skills is going to bring you a big advantage here.
Totally. Picking your lines. There's not like any cheeky spots where you can pull off something like a crazy shortcut to gain an advantage. This is a very simple, you get what you see. It's all about the tight lines. There's not anywhere you can fall off the map, so you just gotta take as tight a line as possible around these turns. You gotta know where you can kind of cut those lines as short as possible.
And over here, that's the bump there, I said.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the bump at that turn is like a little speed differential area. You can lose speed or you can gain speed if you like time the bump correctly.
And over here where they are right now, you know, you can go off the main road and not have a disadvantage. There's little parts of the grass, and you kind of want to avoid the grass. So there's little technical things, but nothing too crazy. Morningstar in the front right now. You never know if one of these guys, if they pull one of their favorite tracks, right? Like all these tracks, each player is gonna be at a different level on that track, whether they've played more time trials, whether they've been more comfortable with it. Morningstar looking really good. This might be one of his favorite tracks. He's been in the front, he's staying there. Korean Fob and Donut, the dynamic duo, just refusing.
Oh,
to,
the team block.
Yeah, they're refusing to give up any ground whatsoever.
And Morningstar kind of blocked Baby Ray's pathing over there, so he did lose some speed.
Well, conversely, you can draft off of each other. That's what really we're looking out for too. If these players are good enough where they can kind of help each other and draft off of one another on the same team. We're getting to the kind of the final stages here of this second lap. Donut trying to catch Morningstar, but the blue team doing a pretty good job. They're holding the top 2 positions. Baby Rays with some great blocking on Donuts. Morningstar and Baby Rays going 1-2. Very impressive. Donut Korean Fob getting outshined by Morningstar and Baby Rays.
Clover still staying in the game. Yeah. Clover still staying in the game here, bringing us to the map that you were actually looking for in this series.
I think it's the next track. I could be completely wrong. It might be the one after.
Which map are you waiting for?
Actually, no. I think I'm right. I'm gonna be confident.
Confident.
You know, one lapper. Crazy one lapper is always so fun at the highest level to see him. So we're gonna find out if Axeltoss is right or if he's wrong.
Yep. Next map is Boom Hill Tunnel.
Got it.
And we are going to be going to game correctly. And I guess like the major point of this map is going to be the last ending area where you have to take the shortcuts and the sharp 90-degree turns on different angles. And that is the area that a lot of like new beginning players are going to mess up or miss the jump or hit the box because you don't know which side that box is going to be at. So even you jump up the shortcut, but when you come back down, you hit the box immediately, and someone else is just gonna get over you.
Yes, that is the very end of the race, and it is absolutely critical to not crash. You know what I mean? That's kind of easy to say, but you got to keep your wits about you. Here we go. It's a one lapper, and it's gonna be quick. It's gonna be fast. It's gonna be chaotic. You kind of want to get out in front, stay there. I've said that before, and that's kind of what applies to these very fast track. You have a nice sweeping U-turn through this tunnel, gradual turn. And then you get into narrow corridors. So these narrow corridors are going to go for the next like 30 seconds or so. Pretty significant part of the track. Super fun. If you're just learning kart rider, this is a great track to just grind this track over and over and over again. It'd be a lot of fun going through this part, nailing these turns. Pretty narrow. It's kind of hard to pass, so you really have to pick your spots, pick your lines. I like this U-turn right here. A little sweeping U-turn and then another quick turn. Oh, Korean Bob with the crash there. Very uncharacteristic. And now when we get to the ramp, this ramp here, you can take a jump. And I'm wondering if these players will take the shortcut. The shortcut, if you go on the left side of it, hop on the fence. Looks like no one did it there. Baby Rays and Morningstar holding on to the front. And this is where it gets very technical. And the blue team looking so good. Baby Rays, she's confident. Oh no, he crashed into the box.
The box, not the box.
This is what you were talking about. Bob, he gets in the front. Morningstar in second. The blue team trying to hold on. Look at the bumping. It almost worked.
Whoa, the beat. What?
Oh my God.
Wow, styling in front of Money K. Wow.
You know, he wasn't really styling. I think that was tactical. We've seen Neil. I don't know if anyone recalls, but Neil in the most recent World Championship was pulling moves like that, where you're kind of going backwards and it actually makes the turn easier sometimes. Now, you don't do that in a time trial, but I think what happened was he got bumped in such a way where it just made sense to turn his car that way. And what happened was, instead of turning left, he turned right 3 times. You know what I mean? 3 rights make a left, you know? So he got kind of turned to the right, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to keep turning to the right. And eventually I'll be going left. And that's what happened. And he held on to the lead. But I think the blue team won that, didn't they?
Yeah, it is taking us to the last map for the item series over here for this match, which is going to be our WKC Korea circuit.
So are we tied 3-3? Is that the story right
Yep,
now?
it is 3-3. So this is like the decider map to get the item point here, or the speed point here.
Wow. I still need the backstory on this blue team, because like I kind of recognize their names. Who has the backstory? Who's gonna? I mean, they're
not
good.
me.
Like I really thought the Goons were gonna run away with it, but this team is good. They're spicy. They're competitive, and they are hanging with Goons every step of the way.
From what I know,
Very impressive.
they are at least somewhat Japanese, since they have like Japanese names in them.
Okay, that's good. That's some intel. I like that. All right, here we go. The decider. And this is another one of the circuit tracks where there's nothing too scary here. This is pretty simple. Nail your turns, nail your lines. There's not any really scary spots where you're gonna lose a lot of positions. So this is Kart Rider almost in its purest form. Sweeping turns, cut drifts through straightaways, and tight lines on some of those more technical turns. Right now,
There is like a right angle turns that happens later in the track where you gotta like kind of go on the grass, but if you do not make it correctly, you do get slowed down a lot.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay, pretty.
Yeah, it seems like most of them they just make it through.
Yeah. I love that little turn. When you first encounter it, it's like, okay, what's going on here? But then when you figure out, it's like, okay, this is you can kind of flow through there pretty quickly without too much trouble. You just have to absolutely know it's coming to prepare for it. But this is close. I mean, I'm not too surprised. This is as close as it gets. We're really looking at Korean Bob and Donut. They've kind of been the two front runners on the red team. It's kind of been a battle between them and Baby Rays and Morningstar. And then you have kind of a secondary battle between Sano and another one of the blue players, the
Suki,
characters, and then kind of near the bottom you have Suki and Shen. So there's kind of a few different battles happening here, which is pretty cool. But for now, the blue team holding on to the first, second, and third positions. My gosh, they are just doing great things here. And this is the second lap. Donut, Sano, and Korean Bob are right there with them. This could go any way, but you got to make your move right now. Wow.
Everyone like passed through the finish line like pretty close. It's probably like milliseconds difference there.
Amazing. Okay, well, here's the good news. Here's the bad news is the Goons were up, I think 3-1, and now they're down 4-3 in speed mode. That's the bad news. Here's the good news, and the bad news is also that they lost.
Yeah,
that is bad news. However, there is good news. Do you know what that is? And it happened in the last series. Any guesses on what
we're getting into item mode?
I guess so. I guess there's bad news, good news all over, depending on your perspectives. But what I'm trying to say is, in the last match for the Goons, they lost in speed. And then what did they do? They won in item. And then they won the ace match. So they might be licking their chops saying, all right, whatever, we're item mode mains. And they might be ready to go in item mode and looking towards the ace match. So we'll see what happens. Goons, they need to make something happen here in item, and they were able to do that in the last match. So we'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, also agree, like it could be a pretty close game if they are trying to play it that way. As I saw earlier, Clover, they are pretty smart with their item usage as a team, so we're gonna see like the attack and defense between both sides to see who is holding on the better item, or who is gonna use it at the perfect timing, or even the RNG.
Yeah, exactly. Once again, it's all about who gets first place, with the role of the teammates being to support whoever's their rabbit, whoever's their front runner.
And so first map, we do have Clock Tower. It's one of the classic maps that I recall it started from the beginning. There's the clock tower at the middle that you gotta jump. You either choose the side or the middle path, and if you get too fast on the middle, your head is actually going to bump the ceiling of the little hole. So it's kind of hard to control the speed over there. But most players now know that you go for the side, but you do have to like do like a little turn so you don't like hit the wall right behind it. Oh, and now we are loading into the game. The first item match for the series here.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, you can kind of choose your path.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to the clock tower, there is an angle that you can just go through that clock tower. But
yeah,
personally, I like going on the right side. I guess pro tip for you guys.
Right side.
First of all, it's good practice in item mode to drive on the sides of the road. Okay, don't drive down the middle of the road because then the bubble will get you. Drive on the side. Yeah. You see, he should be on the side here. You should be on the side so that you stay out of those bubbles.
True,
anyway,
true.
Left or right side of the clock tower. Right
Wait, they got hit by the bubble. He was driving the left side.
Yeah. You gotta stay on the sides. Sometimes there's just something you can do. Like
right
there. That was a great bubble placement. I will.
Well, that was their own teammate's bubble. It was blue, and it hit the blue team.
But Morningstar is way out in front. So I don't think really, whoever deployed that didn't really care. As long as Morningstar just sprints away, it doesn't matter. It's kind of caught in the bubble.
True.
I think that's
sometimes sacrifices does come in.
Exactly. So Morningstar's pretty far ahead now, and Kriopop's trying to chase him. And now the objective of blue team is just to let Morningstar get further and further ahead. Look
Protect
at Kriopop just getting pummeled by all these blue players behind him.
Well, Monica seems like he purposely like hit backwards to block Korean fault over there.
Right.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah. So Morningstar trying to run away with it. There's the lightning bolt. Kind of surprising. He's got no shield or anything to stop.
His team doesn't have an anti-UFO either.
Yeah. Nor does his team have the angel wings. Just
the
not a lot of defenses coming up. And look at this. The Goons surging ahead. No defenses for Morningstar. He's going to fall to the back. And the red team trying to time it right. There's a bubble, though. Snatching one. Goons trying to stay in the front. He's deploying the shield, and he gets to the finish line.
Wow.
Goons coming in clutch for his team. We all know how good Korean Pop, Donut, and Sano are in speed mode, with Jin kind of being the Super League. Not really his fault. It's just Korean Pop, Donut, and Sano are that good. So Goons Jin coming out in first for his crazy speed mode team, for his teammates who are crazy good at speed mode. For him to win an item, that's got to feel great for Goons Jin. Clutching it up. Nice move there at the end. Very competitive. And 1-0 advantage for the red team who are trying to come back here. The Goons, they've got to win in item mode let's just keep cycling through here. We'll get into the second map and keep the games going. Shout out to you, by the way, Khazix, for doing a lot of the stuff behind the scenes. You've got a lot of hats on.
No problem.
Of people might not know that. Shout out to Nexon for making this possible and releasing Cartwriter. And
thank you, Smaller B.
Shout out to Nexon for Smaller B, Dan, also for for the little progresses we're seeing. We have a very long list of demands. Us players in the Cartwriter community, you know what I mean? And we're slowly seeing these little improvements happen, and it's great. So shout out to Nexon for kind of listening to the community and for slowly releasing some of these things that we want and we kind of need. And an example of that is spectator mode. We're getting a lot of new looks in this broadcast, and that's because we finally got access to spectator mode. What I would love to see soon is anyone in Cartwriter hosting a lobby, being able to chat to your friends, novel concept, and then inviting,
you mean driving and texting?
Right, and inviting. Well, you know what I mean, in the lobby. Like, let's say lobby, you can invite your friends, you can chat with your friends, and you can invite spectators, and spectators can watch, and spectators in the game can go in and watch everyone's perspective. Like, that's a very normal thing in a lot of games, and it was in the old edition of Cartwriter, but that's one of those things that's We're slowly getting it in Kart Rider Jet. And in this tournament, we're getting a glimpse of it. Khazix, I think you are observing. You are using the spectator client.
Yes.
And this is something that is not necessarily in the game yet, which is super cool. So thanks, next round, and we're hoping for that to be publicly available.
Yeah, I also agree, but over here we are into the second map, and you can see at the ramps before the finish line over there's a lot of abilities used. The people on Goons were actually able to pass through and took the red path, and now we are going into closely to the shortcut jump where a lot of people couldn't take, or a lot of things happened there.
Yes, there are a few. Oh, interesting. Yeah, there are a few little shortcuts here that can be taken advantage of. We saw players kind of dropping down and not taking that bridge, and I think more often than not, you want to take that bridge, you need nitro to be a little faster maybe to make that jump. So
yeah, you do need nitro for
the
bridge.
Yeah, so that may or may not happen in item mode, R and G, and then of course you have those little ramps at the end. For now though, the red team, the dream team, the goons, the item mode mains. Who knew Donut was the item mode main? They're trying to bring it back here. Remember, they were able to win an item against the last team that they played in the previous semifinal. And now they have to bring it back here. Sano out in front. The question is, how far out is he? This is the third lap.
This is the last lap, and
I'm not really seeing him in the distance. 500 meters to go. Sano just trying to run away with it. He's got a shield. When does he deploy? No Angel Wing deploy now. What is shield?
Yeah, I believe if you look on the minimap, he's like pretty far ahead.
Yeah, you have to deploy. Oh, my webcam is blocking my thing. I'm super smart.
Oh, Zuki.
You know, there's
that
ramps
on the
at
ramp
end.
there.
That's when you have to deploy those shields, when you're on the ramp
Yeah.
at the end there. And that's what Sano did. So very heads up move, very nicely played. And Team Goons, they are going to advance. Or sorry, they are going
secure
to
map 2.
Be up. Yeah, they're going to secure map 2, and they're going to be up 2-0. Which is quite nice. But they were up 3-1 in speed, and blue team brought it back. So
yeah, or maybe it is going to go down the storyline you were saying earlier that they get the items into the ace match, but who knows? Who knows?
I mean, this is our grand final, $1,000 on the line. So it all comes down to this, and you know, I think the red team, the Goons, realize what they have to do, and they're doing everything they can to make it happen. The speed mode, the speed competition was as close as it gets, with Goons going up 3-1, but then losing 4-3. So it's like super close.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting when you think about that, because you know some of these players are going to have their favorite tracks. It's kind of cool though how with the I don't want to look too far ahead here, but with the ace match, how it's a random map, so it's not like there's picks and bans. So it really comes down to who you pick as a player. But a lot of cool storylines all over. Our blue team Clover, they are trying to close this out, but they are down 2-0 in this item one matchup, best of 7. And here we go. Race number 3 of our item races.
We are here on Venice, where is the one that there's going to be the little boat person to take you across the river. Big water balloon preventing blue team to cross the river over there, but that was also their own team's water balloon too. Yeah. And Goons Shen is still taking the lead. Maybe like you said, Shen is actually good at item modes, or this is his specialty, is using the items.
Yeah, I mean, I also theorize that the better you are at speed, the more likely you are to be the rabbit, to be the player that just goes out in front. And it looks like Korean Fob and Donut are kind of those guys, which is not too surprising. But I think Goons Shen can do really well with support. And then kind of like what happened in the first race, if Donut and Korean Fob fall back, he's very capable of just getting to the front, doing what he can, and that's what he did. So it's kind of cool. He's probably still going to be mostly support, but he's there if he needs to be, if his teammates kind of end up falling behind.
Yeah. You can see like Suki is actually really up front of the whole team, and he also has like the double protective item for that first place lead, which is a shield and a anti-UFO. Oh, he used the shield over there. But regardless, still pretty up front. And oh no.
Falling into the water.
Oh,
Blue team's looking pretty good. Suki out in front. Korean Bomb trying to catch him. I don't know if it's gonna happen though. Suki's way out in front. Oh, and there's an Angel.
There's an Angel Wings.
Shield.
Yeah.
Double duty to fend off the line. He's way out in front. Yeah. And look at this. Baby Ray's even turning around.
Ooh, the style missile.
Yeah. Yeah. Suki, no problem. Nice job by the blue team. I will say there was a moment where Baby Race had 2 Angel Wings as his items.
Oh.
I didn't even know that was possible. I thought you could only get 1. He had 2 in his pocket.
Oh. Yeah, it's just the RNG.
Exactly. Meanwhile, his teammate also had an Angel Wing. So there was a moment there where the blue team had 3 Angel Wings across their team, and that is kind of nice as long as your communication is good. Again, so I don't know how long it is. Like it's that many seconds of safety that you have.
Yeah.
So
RNG, like 5 to 6 seconds. Yeah.
Strategy on holding on to certain items. Call it what you will. The Angel Wings, I think, were a big. I mean, that could be a huge momentum shift. That's like 15 to 20 seconds of perpetual safety. When everyone else is throwing items, you're safe because you got the Angel Wings for 20 straight seconds. So that worked out really well for the blue team, and they're trying to bring it back a little bit. So
yeah, especially like Suki. It's really like Suki that was up front about to get hit by the lightning, and then they popped the Angel Wings, and then you also saw there was like some other missiles and water items that were coming through that were also blocked by the Angel Wings to help secure the placements up front there.
Yeah, for sure.
And next map here we do have Polar Halfpipe. Again, it's the one where you are going to be spamming your abilities either at the slope ramp that goes down into the shortcut, or the last turn where you don't want to fall into the snow, but there's a little gap that you can take the better left turn. Here we go.
Of course, we have the ramp at the end of this alley, this gutter alley that you have to drive down kind of backwards on the sides. And at the end here, you go down and then you go up, and you don't want to get bubbled right here. You don't want to get hurt. You don't want to be stopped, because then you will go in the water and it is not fun. It looks like at least one player made the jump above. I believe that's Morningstar taking a slight shortcut. Korean Fob staying down below with Sano. So Morningstar going to be in the front for now, but he gets grappled by something. And Korean Fob's going to haul in blue. We see Sano in third, trying to get Suki out of here. Sano's objective right now is slow Suki down, because his teammates first tried to time the bubble, he wasn't able to do that bubble. So going to rocket, and Sano actually drops way behind, so Korean Fob's going to have a lot of trouble holding on to first, just like that Suki passing. But here we go, getting to that jump again. Lightning!
Wait. No, Jen, that usage of the magnet was actually pretty good, because it kind of helped cancel out the CC, because he will still be getting pulled towards first place there, so he did actually lose any speed off the lightning there.
Yeah, that's a tricky spot. Also, that hairpin U-turn is ooh.
The barricades there.
Craziness. Yeah, it's like that hairpin U-turn. If you get stopped there, that can be super awkward. If you're like in the middle of your hairpin U-turn and like someone covers you or something.
Yeah.
You can honestly accidentally drive off the edge pretty quickly. Anyway, 2 Angel Wings for Morningstar. How does that keep happening?
You know, lucky Angels is by their side.
It might, you know, just maybe you save it the whole game, you never use it, and then until you get 2 of them. So. Oh, watch out! Morningstar almost falling. Okay, he has to use this Angel Wings with perfect timing. Korea Fob and Goons Jin trying to chase down Suki. Suki has the support of those Angel Wings in the background. Let's see when they're deployed. Oh no, Suki's falling behind a little bit. Korea Fob gets grappled and the UFO comes in. Goons Jin! He's trying to leap to the front. He's the support you can rely on. And Donut pulling off some magicianry, helping his teammates out. And Red Team, they're going to win this one.
Wow. Kind of like, just see like, Gunstrin just coming across the screen to take first place after his whole team
Let's
probably used some
go.
abilities to protect them.
I mean, this could be very strategical. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
Korean Fob, Sano, and Donut are quite good at speed mode.
Yeah.
Goon's Jin could be their item mode specialist, and that
Mm-hmm.
might make a lot of sense when you consider Kart Rider rosters and the fact that speed mode and item mode are as competitive as they are.
Yes.
How do you make your team? How do you balance between speed mode specialists and item mode specialists? I think what we're seeing here is 3 speed mode specialists and 1 item mode specialist, if you will.
Well, I mean, technically, yeah, for speed, you just need to be the top 3 to secure the round. For an item, you just gotta be the top 1 to win the round. Next map here, we do have SFC plane base. The one with the plane that's gonna come through. And earlier in one of the match, we did see people get hit by a plane and completely lost their placements and pretty much lost the map. Over here, we're gonna probably see how are they gonna maybe strategically use the plane, or just going onto the shortcuts for this map here.
Yeah, I'm still getting used to that. Okay, the SF does signify San Francisco. Kind of cool, some of these tracks mimicking some famous locations around the world.
Hey, blue team taking the lead here directly, and Morningstar is slowing down here. Oh, double water balloons, that's why. Double water balloons.
Yep, dropping back so he can use those immediately. There comes some lightning canceled out by the Angel Wing.
Golden Gate. Do you practice using water balloons on your own time?
Me?
Yep.
You're asking me that?
Yeah, because you see the players here, they slow down because they know the distance of where it lands, and not everyone really can precisely capture that distance of where the water balloon is going to be at.
Yeah, that's definitely skill based. Definitely take. I mean, if you can absolutely know that yardage of whatever, or that distance, however far you need to throw that, and you can time that perfectly, that is an incredible utility. I don't know if anyone practices that in their free time. I don't, because I just do speed mode. But yeah, that's a good thing to know how to do. It's good to lock in that distance.
Yeah, because you don't just want to throw it down randomly. And here on the items column.
It would be bad if you hit your teammates with. So it's good to be precise and accurate with that. Yeah, blue team's looking good right now. 2 laps down out of 3. Suki out in front, baby. I mean, this is close. All these players are right around each other, but these bubbles coming down. I think that was Morningstar dropping back, dropping the bubbles, picking up nitrous, and then surging to top 3.
Wait, look at Donut's items.
Yeah, kind of an item.
Double Thunder.
Before he runs into the wall, Junjin going back to the front. Sano trying to get there too. Lightning onto the blue team. We're still got to get to the final lap, but this is as close as it gets here.
Oh, I'm not sure. Donut is still holding on 1 Thunder. Probably gonna want to use it for the last lap, but also he is on the top of the board right now, so that's gonna definitely secure.
Red team's doing good things here. I mean, securing all 4 of the first positions is very rare. Donut purposely dropping back, trying to lay down some more bubbles.
Yep.
I would almost say another one of these players should drop back. I think Sano should drop back. There's no reason to have 3 people up front. You only really need 1 or 2. I'd have the other 2 drop back and just... Maybe they're confident. I mean, he's way out in front. Maybe they're just confident at this point. Red team kind of running away with this one.
Cool.
Oh, kind of catching up. Oh, he fell into the water.
Oh, the water.
Suki passing. 500 meters to go. They were so far out in front. It's just gone now.
Yeah, I know the race is going kind of hot, but I wouldn't recommend taking a swim at this time.
No.
Suki.
It doesn't get that hot.
I'm pretty sure it's kind of hot.
I mean, they're on the water, so it probably doesn't get too bad. Just because they're on the coast.
Maybe.
A little bit of ocean breeze. Yeah.
Suki does secure this map, so they are still in the item game here.
Yes, indeed. Is it 2-2 now? I gotta.
Should
Okay,
be
good.
3-2. So like that
Okay,
was the
that's right.
match
That's
point,
right.
but Suki
That's
like
right.
secured it.
Yep. Yep. Okay. All right. Red team unable to close down. That was kind of strange because they were looking dominant in the second lap and the later stage of the second lap and most of the last lap. They had 4 players in front. They had 2 of their players like well out in front.
Yep.
As we roll into the next map,
Yep.
I think I was right when I said that they didn't need three guys up front. You don't ever need that.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you'd rather just have 2 up there and have 2 just purposely drop back, picking up items and just trying to clear out the other team and let your 2 teammates just keep getting further out in front. So I think it was a little bit of a mistake there to have 4 players up front at one point. I think you always have to have at least 1 dropping back.
Yeah, they probably was like thinking about like body protecting the first place player over there because their items that they had, it wasn't really AoE items that can help clear out. There's like 2 waterflies and maybe 1 shield, so they would rather use their body to help block the abilities.
Yeah, but you want to favor getting to the back.
Yeah.
So you use whatever items you have, doesn't matter. Just get to the back and pick up new items and start getting rid of the other team if you have someone running out in front. You know?
Over here, maybe new map, new strategy.
Yeah. Kind of an opening here for Clover, our blue team. Let's see if they can take advantage. Goons still trying to close out
Morningstar.
The item portion here of our grand final to be able to bring it to an ace match overall. We are getting to the later stages of our tournament. If you've been here all day, make sure you're following the channel. Follow the Twitch channel. And thanks for hanging out and being here all day as this tournament comes to its conclusion.
Definitely. Yeah, thanks for like they also is helping providing the prize pool for the players. Again, Nexon for Spectator, Smaller B also working behind the works for us to provide this tournament. And of course, if everyone likes this tournament, eventually we can hopefully host some more for everyone to join in.
I think that goes without question. There will be more tournaments. And they are inevitable. Third lap. Red team trying to close this out. Morningstar has something to say about that. This is very close. Look at our top 4, all within a second of each other. Items going out left and right. We see Donut and Jin dropping back a little bit. But blue team looking pretty good. They got a lot of players in front. Baby Ray's doing a mirror drift. You know what a mirror drift is. I don't know if that's the proper term these days, but doing a quick backwards roll and then doing it. Basically, you do a 180 and then you start driving backwards a little bit and then you do another 180 to right yourself. You love mirror drift, you do it really fast. And it's really cool. You could actually do a mirror drift and then do a rocket at the same time. And that probably takes a lot of skill. Yeah. So, but blue team looking good. 500 meters to the end. Morningstar staying in front. Any lightning, any thunder, lightning and the thunder. No. Morningstar's just way out in front. He got it.
Yeah.
So, 3-3.
Well, these teams are actually bringing us to map 7 on both modes, but is there going to be an ace? Is a real question.
Everyone just really likes playing Kart Rider. So we're gonna have every game. Also, obviously, it kind of reinforces how good these players are and how good these teams are and how closely competitive they are. When it goes to every game in these best of series, it means it's as close as it gets. So shout out to all these players. I don't think there are any losers here, unless you didn't make it. Unless you didn't make it through group stages, you're a loser. Just kidding.
Wow.
Completely a joke. No, completely a joke. My point is like everyone's good. There's no losers here because everyone is highly competitive. All these guys are neck and neck, and that's really cool to see. A lot of parity, a lot of competition at the top, a lot of players stretching out the skill ceiling.
Yes.
And that's what you need for a good esport, right?
Mhm.
So it's really cool that we're seeing that unfold. Pharaoh's Pass.
Yep. Our last
Ooh,
map,
as
the
the
classic
ace.
one.
That's kind of fun.
Well, it's not the
we
ace.
if we were actually, that's what I was about to say. If we were actually brave, this map
Mhm.
would be in the RNG rotation of our RNG map pick for the ace.
We'll see, but
That's
as we are in game right now,
okay.
you see that blue team, they are taking the back position to farm some items. But it seems like it's not the optimal items to be holding on, so they gotta like dispose of it immediately.
It's kind of hard to do that because the moment you drop back too far, you're just going to be given magnets and knives.
Yeah.
And those are just utilities. Oh, the bubble at the ramp. Okay.
Oh, that is
fall?
I believe so. But here we see Shen fall. Yeah.
Korean Fob did a great job because I think he saved his nitrous. He got bubbled at the ramp. But he avoided falling by popping his nitrous right away, which is really smart.
True.
So, anyway, Pharaoh's Pass, pretty short track. 3 laps. Short 40-second lap. The critical part is this ramp because you're going uphill. You're going uphill the whole way. You don't want to be trapped by a bubble in this portion because it will slow you down a lot as we see it happen because you're going up. Then you stop on an upslope, like you're working against gravity. It's no fun. But this is the critical point here. At the very end, you have this ramp. You don't want to get caught. What a bubble. Great bubble deployed, probably by the blue team, trying to let Baby Rays get out in front, but Sano making the jump. It's the last lap. Sano needs to catch Baby Rays. Yeah. It all comes down to this, guys. Goons must win. They have to win this here to go to an ace match. Sano must get into first place. They have to track down Baby Rays. There is no other option. Sano gets pegged from behind. Oh no, Baby Rays. He's just extending his lead. The blue team doing a great job letting their players stay in front. And they might just finish it here. There might not be an ace match. Baby Rays, this is it. Last lap, final 500 meters. And I think he's going to do it. No one's going to catch him.
Yeah, Baby Ray is probably like across the shortcut about to hit the point. Yeah.
The UFO. Doesn't matter.
Oh, Clover takes the win for the tournament here.
Let's do an ace match anyway. Let's just do it anyway. One best of one. Or extra credit.
Extra credit for you.
Bonus round. Alright, we don't have to. It's fine. Congratulations. I think that does it. Yep. And I was wrong. I thought Donut, Korean Fob, Jin, and Sano would run away with it. And they almost did. They were up 3-1 in the speed mode. But then the blue team, Baby Rays, Morningstar, etc., they were able to bring it back very impressively in speed mode to win 4-3. And now they've won 4-3 in item mode.
Yep.
So they are your champions. Congratulations to Clover.
Yep. I think we started around like 3 p.m. my time, and then played through like 9 or 10 hours, and finally made it through. Got thanks to everyone here on the team, also the players on the team. Got Dales like helping with the prize pool, also organizing. We got Panda also helping us to do the production. Illy for the tournament adminning. And also earlier we got Whoops here casting, and also thank you for Axeltos also being here on the cast. So also seems like your pet dog there is a bit tired.
Tired dog. Maybe reflecting how everyone's feeling. Long day.
Long day.
Awesome races. And now it might be time to rest and get ready for the next one. But we know Kart Rider Esports will surge into the future with glory and popularity. I'm convinced it's going to happen, and I think things like this are very important, and I think they will keep happening. So shout out to everyone who helped make that happen, and thank you for doing it.
Also, thank you like Nexon and Smaller B.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, thanks to Nexon, Smaller B, Dan, all the folks over there. But yeah, I'm excited to see future tournaments unfold. Excited to see more tournament integration in the game. Excited to see Nexon take more initiative in making these tournaments happen and making these competitions happen. Excited to see, you know, the flourishment of skill that we see in Kart Rider Drift around the world.
Yes.
You know, that's a super cool thing, and it's only getting bigger and better. So hang on for the ride. And I think these tournaments will keep coming. I think people should feel motivated to participate, sign up for the tournaments, and keep racing, keep competing, and keep watching and enjoying. That's all I got.
Yeah, definitely. And for any viewers out there, if you're interested on being a part of this community, there is the QR code up top. You can always join in to have fun. There are people that will be making like lobbies just to like race around. Or if you are interested in being a part of like the tournament organizing team or production team, always feel free to reach out. We're always open to have like more people to be around, to help around, to create like different kinds of events for people to be a part in. And at last, again, congrats on Clover winning. First place is 450 USD, so it is a pretty decent amount to get like maybe more cards or skins inside the game. And our second place students got 250, and with our third and fourth place each winning 150 USD each.
Love it.
Yeah. Yep. And yep, that is all.
Also, I got the note about Morningstar beating Kang in an ace match a few tournaments ago. So Morningstar, I mean, if we had to pick an MVP of the whole tournament, it might be Morningstar.
Yeah, probably Morningstar, because like there were like a couple nights like cuts that Morningstar did show on the stream too.
He's in the chat too, so everyone click on Morningstar's name, give him a follow, support all these players, and hopefully they stream. I encourage you kart rider, you good kart rider racers, pop the stream on and show off your skills to the community. A lot of people will tune in and check it out, I'm sure.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm okay if we close it out. I know it's been a long day for everyone, and thanks again, and I hope everyone has a good rest, and I can't wait until the next one.
Yep, thank you everyone. Have a good one.